Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, Talent Ability, Deduction. Douluo Continent, Heaven Empire, Hetanmul Province, Blazefire City. In the early morning, in a beautiful small courtyard at the northeast corner of Blazefire City, a young boy, around 5 or 6 years old, with red hair and black eyes, was stretching his limbs. Unlike other children his age, the boy's complexion appeared a bit pale, giving an impression of being a sickly child. At that moment, a girl in a red dress, also with red hair, rushed into the courtyard. Zhao Yang, stop practicing those useless martial arts. They don't help at all. Today is the day you awaken your martial soul, hurry up. After breakfast, you'll awaken your martial soul. Seeing her younger cousin still practicing some strange and ineffective martial arts, the red-haired girl, Hueco, said with annoyance. Big sis, these aren't just any random moves, they're called fitness exercises. Practicing them every morning helps improve my energy and vitality. Mu Yang didn't stop his exercises, still performing his routine while speaking without turning around. Hueco rolled her eyes and said, cut it out. I see you practicing these every day, and yet, your sickly condition hasn't improved. Instead, you've gotten even more listless after doing this. Without waiting for Mu Yang's response, Hueco grabbed his arm and dragged him toward the dining hall. Mu Yang, being pulled along, couldn't help but show a hopeless expression on his face. Without having awakened his martial soul yet, he was no match for his elder cousin and had no way to resist. And I've said it so many times already. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. It's important, so I'll say it 3 times. The reason his face, which should be rosy, appeared pale and he looked weak all the time, with excessive sleep compared to other children, was because his spiritual energy was overly consumed, not because he was suffering from some mysterious illness. Mu Yang was a transmigrator. In his previous life, after finishing his college entrance exam, he indulged in watching a popular anime called Dalu, which was more about love than soul masters. Perhaps because he lacked the spiritual root necessary to become a cultivator, he never had time to reflect on the fate of the characters in the anime before suddenly losing consciousness. When he regained his senses, he had already been reborn back in his mother's womb. At first, Mu Yang was excited, thinking he could restart and, with the help of his previous life's experiences, live a carefree life of modest wealth. However, things didn't go as expected. After he was born, he realized that he hadn't simply restarted, but had transmigrated to Dalu. This became apparent to him shortly after birth when he saw his father's martial soul and the yellow, purple, and black soul rings that appeared on him. As a transmigrator, Mu Yang did not discover any systems or special aids. However, being a transmigrator, he must be different from others, or else what would be the point of transmigrating? Perhaps due to his soul traveling through the world barrier and experiencing something unimaginable, a mutation occurred, and shortly after birth, Mu Yang realized he possessed a special talent ability. Talent ability, deduction, consumes spiritual energy to deduce all things. The specific effect depends on the strength of the spiritual energy. The more accurate the knowledge, experiences, and perceptions, the higher the deduction efficiency. The fitness exercises he had been practicing were one of the results of using his deduction ability. Because he frequently used this ability, Mu Yang's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and he seemed listless all the time. He even slept far more than other children due to the excessive consumption of his spiritual energy. To Hueco and others, this naturally seemed like an unknown illness. Despite the family having hired a healing-type soul Douluo, no one could find the cause. Soon, Mu Yang was dragged by Hueco to the dining hall. At this point, 3 people were already sitting at the table. A red-haired middle-aged woman, a muscular man with golden brown hair, and a young boy with the same hair color. Mom, Dad, Wu Shuang. Mu Yang greeted as he entered the room. Zhao Yang, sit down. After breakfast, I'll help you awaken your martial soul. Muzu, his aunt, said as she looked at his pale face with affection. She gently patted his head and sat him beside her. Just as Muzu finished speaking, Hueco immediately volunteered, Mom, let me help Zhao Yang awaken his martial soul. I've had good luck recently, and I even found a gold soul coin yesterday at the academy. Maybe my lucky hands can help Zhao Yang awaken his full innate soul power. Although Huo wasn't very old, her soul power was impressive, reaching the level of a soul master with 2 soul rings, more than enough to help a little kid awaken his martial soul. Enough. I saw that gold soul coin first, but you snatched it from me. Huo Xiuang rolled his eyes and retorted. Brother, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Huo raised her eyebrows and said slowly. Huo Xiuang. Zhao Yang, what do you think? Seeing this, Mu Yang's uncle, Huo Lai, the principal of Blaze Fire Academy, smiled and turned to ask Mu Yang. Since my sister says I can awaken my full innate soul power, then it must be true. Mu Yang nodded, his face showing a confident smile. Huo immediately choked on her words. Well, I was just joking, but he actually believed it? Can't we have some fun? Ahem. Well, little brother, I really do hope you awaken your full innate soul power, but if you don't blame me. Clearing her throat, Huo gave Mu Yang a warning, afraid he would get his hopes up too much and be disappointed later. After all, in the history of soul masters, out of hundreds of thousands who had awakened their martial souls, fewer than 20 were recorded to have awakened full innate soul power. Although her little cousin wasn't entirely incapable of it, the possibility was undoubtedly too low. That definitely won't happen. And I believe in you, it'll definitely happen. Mu Yang waved his hand, reassuring her. This wasn't because Mu Yang believed Huo's lucky hands could help him awaken his full innate soul power, but because he was confident that no matter who helped him awaken his martial soul, he would have full innate soul power. That's because, some time ago, Mu Yang had persistently asked Huo for meditation methods, and with his deduction ability, he had deduced a meditation technique that didn't require a martial soul for cultivation. About a month ago, he realized his soul power cultivation had hit an invisible bottleneck, unable to break through. Needless to say, his situation was similar to Tang San in the original story, as he hadn't awakened his martial soul yet and lacked the first soul ring, causing his soul power to be stuck at the limit of a level 10 soul master. Chapter 2, Twin Martial Souls. Half an hour later, in the living room, Huo held a blue crystal ball used to test soul power levels and arranged 6 black awakening stones on the ground to form a martial soul awakening formation. Come on, Zhao Yang, step into the awakening formation. Huo called to Mu Yang. Mu Yang nodded slightly and took a few steps forward, standing in the middle of the formation. Fire Shadow, possess. Huo shouted. A red glow flashed around her, and as her soul power surged, an orange-red flame humanoid phantom appeared behind her. Immediately, 2 soul rings, one light yellow and one deep yellow, both 100-year rings, rose from her feet and circled around her. Then, Huo quickly struck her hands out, injecting 6 red soul power streams into the 6 awakening stones on the ground. Suddenly, a golden glow spread out from the 6 stones, forming a faint golden shield that enveloped Mu Yang. As golden dots of light drifted out of the stones and into his body, Mu Yang felt a warm sensation spread throughout him, as if he had fallen into a cozy world, so comfortable that he couldn't help but close his eyes. The warm energy continued to flow into him, and soon Mu Yang could clearly sense that the dormant primal force inside his body began to stir. In an instant, under the influence of the warm energy, Mu Yang felt something inside him break apart. The warm energy began to split and one stream flowed through his body before disappearing, while another surged toward his right hand. Is it just a single martial soul? Mu Yang thought as he noticed that only his right hand was reacting, while his left hand remained still. He sighed inwardly. If he had awakened twin martial souls, he could have eventually become a titled Luo, and with enough effort, maybe even reach rank 99. But unfortunately, as he opened his eyes, ready to show his awakened martial soul to his family, he saw that the gaze of Huo and the others were fixed behind him. Not bad, Zhao Yang. Your hair color is just like my aunt's. I knew you'd awaken the Fire Shadow martial soul, and it seems I was right. Huo nodded in satisfaction as she looked at the orange-red flame humanoid phantom behind Mu Yang. Boys are always meant to be battle-type or control-type soul masters. Otherwise, if he inherited his late uncle's food-type martial soul, how could he protect girls in the future? Hearing this, Mu Yang finally realized and turned around. Behind him, there appeared an orange-red phantom that looked exactly like him. He widened his eyes, and his whole body slightly trembled. The surprise was just too sudden. Ha 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 ha. Mu Yang burst into laughter, filling the room. He had forgotten earlier that his inherited Fire Shadow martial soul was a beast-type martial soul. When a soul master awakens a beast-type martial soul, it doesn't emerge from the palm like a weapon-type martial soul. Huh? Zhao Yang, is it necessary to be this excited just for the awakening of your martial soul? Huo Shuang was a bit puzzled as he watched Mu Yang laughing freely. He remembered that when he awakened his martial soul, he wasn't this excited. Besides, his innate soul power level hadn't been tested yet. Brother Wash Wang, look at this. Mu Yang stopped laughing and spread out his right hand. A faint earthy yellow light flashed, and in the palm of his hand appeared a ginseng martial soul, about 4 inches long, with 3 green leaves at the top and dense yellow roots below. Ginseng martial soul? Wash Wang and Wu stared at the ginseng martial soul in disbelief, while Mu Yang's fire shadow martial soul continued to burn behind him. If Wu remembered correctly, there had only been one recorded case in the Soul Master world in the past century where a Soul Master awakened twin martial souls. This was rarer than even innate full soul power. Twin martial souls? Wu and Wash Wang's expressions were filled with surprise and disbelief. The history of the continent's Soul Masters was full of tragic fates for those who awakened twin martial souls. All of them seemed to fall under a curse and died tragically, with no exceptions. Zhao Yang, let's test your innate soul power level. Musa finally spoke, a worried expression on her face. Alright, place your hand here. Wu handed over the soul power test crystal ball. Mu Yang nodded slightly and placed his hand on the crystal ball. The moment his hand made contact, he felt a tremendous suction force from the crystal ball. His soul power surged out, as though it had found a release. In the next second, a brilliant blue light spread from the crystal ball, and within moments, the entire crystal ball shone brightly like a flawless gem. A soft blue halo emanated from it, mesmerizing and beautiful. Heavens! It's full innate soul power? Wash Wang exclaimed in shock. The soul power testing crystal ball doesn't display numbers directly but instead shows the level of soul power based on the brightness of the crystal ball. The crystal ball used in the martial soul awakening ceremony was designed to test even the lowest levels of soul power. If the crystal ball emitted a faint blue glow, it meant the person had the potential to become a soul master. But if the entire crystal ball lit up, it indicated that the person possessed the highest level of talent, innate full soul power. Ha 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 ha, innate full soul power. Brother, how do you plan to thank your sister? Wu laughed excitedly and patted Mu Yang on the shoulder. How about I find you a boyfriend with innate full soul power? Mu Yang suggested. Wu. What nonsense are you talking about? At your age, you're thinking about this? Besides, I can find my own boyfriend. Wu rolled her eyes at him and gave him a punch. Mu Yang quickly changed his words, then I'll get you a 100,000 year 9th soul ring in the future. Chapter 3, Don't waste time on development. The 9th soul ring of 100,000 years? You are so impressive, Mu Yang. If you don't want to thank me, then forget it. Why are you of short gold coin card? Do you think I'm like you, with full innate soul power? Wu rolled her eyes again. Not to mention whether her little cousin could get a 100,000 year soul ring in the future, it was basically impossible for her to cultivate to become a level 90 quasi-titled Luo. Without innate full soul power or innate level 9 soul power, who dares to say they have the talent to become a titled Luo? Looking at the entire continent, Wu could be considered a genius soul master, but if she wanted to become a 9-ring titled Luo, with her innate level 7 soul power, it was still a bit lacking. The hope was slim, but it wasn't entirely impossible. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yang raised his head and said, have you ever heard that when one person achieves enlightenment, everyone around him will benefit? There is no lack of opportunities to change your destiny in the Luo continent, and with one's identity and background, one can get the chance. Hearing this, Wu was stunned for a moment, then her face turned furious, and she grabbed Mu Yang's hair fiercely. You said I'm like a chicken and dog, right? Fine, fine, I want to see who is the chicken and dog between us today. Okay, stop making trouble, both of you. Stopping the two from fighting, Musa said, Ziyang, I am really happy that you've awakened your innate full soul power. In the future, as long as you add the right soul ring, you will surely become the titled Luo respected by tens of thousands of people on the continent. In this way, I will not be ashamed to face your deceased parents in the future. But you must remember that from now on, you can only add soul rings to one martial soul, and never to another martial soul. You know, in the history of the continent, you are not the only one who awakened twin martial souls, but they all died when they added soul rings to the second martial soul. Ziyang, now tell me which martial soul you are going to cultivate. I suggest you cultivate the Fire Shadow martial soul. Although it is a great honor to be the first food-type titled Luo on the continent, enough to be recorded in the history books, the world of soul masters is based on strength. No matter how high the honor, it is not as good as having strong strength. Of course, this is just my aunt's suggestion. It is up to you to decide how to choose. Then can't we cultivate two martial souls? Mu Yang asked. It's not that Mu Yang didn't understand this, but no one had ever mentioned the matter of twin martial souls to him before, so he had to know about it. Seeing that Mu Yang had not given up on the idea of cultivating two martial souls, Musa was about to persuade him again, but Huo Lai beside him spoke up. Zhao Yang, in theory, a twin martial soul master can cultivate two martial souls, but this theory has not been verified, and no one is sure whether it is really feasible. Our Blazing Fire Academy has a long history and has always been one of the top high-level soul master academies in the Tandu Empire. Many scholars who study martial souls and soul beasts have emerged from it. As a special case, some scholars have proposed a theory about twin martial souls. That is, after the twin spirit master has cultivated to become a 9-ring titled Douluo, he can then add soul rings to the second soul. As we all know, the stronger the soul master's physique, the greater his ability to withstand soul rings. The titled Douluo's ability to withstand soul rings far exceeds that of low-level soul masters, and soul bones can also help improve a soul master's ability to withstand soul rings. Theoretically, if one could refine 600,000-year soul bones, perhaps a twin soul master could add 900,000-year soul rings to his second soul. Unfortunately, twin martial souls are rare, high-quality soul bones are hard to find, and 100,000-year soul rings are also hard to find, so this theory has not been truly verified. Having said that, Huo Lai couldn't help but shake his head. If there is really someone in the world who can verify this theory, how powerful they must be. A full set of 100,000-year soul bones and 9 100,000-year soul rings. As long as the legendary gods don't show up, even if the soul power is not cultivated to level 99 Fearless Douluo, no one on the continent can be their opponent, right? No, it has been verified, but the soul ring configuration is a bit poor. Mu Yang thought to himself. Unknown to the vast majority of the world, the current Spirit Hall Pope, Bibi Dong, has successfully verified the most correct method of cultivating twin souls. It's a pity that Bibi Dong didn't have the fate of the protagonist, and her second martial soul was unable to have all of her soul rings be 100,000 years. Even so, it doesn't affect the fact that Bibi Dong has become one of the strongest people on the mainland at this point in time. I'll just be a food-type soul master first. Long before this, Mu Yang had already planned his future cultivation path. If only the fire shadow soul is awakened, then needless to say, you just need to be an attack or control soul master. If he could awaken the food-type ginseng martial soul, then regardless of whether it was a twin martial soul or not, he would first become a food-type soul master. However, the difference between the two is that if he awakened the food soul, then he will leave a soul ring slot for the mirror shadow beast so that he can try his ginseng soul to see if it can create soul power food that can temporarily replicate the souls of other soul masters, just like Oscar's sausage soul in the original work. As for the problem of having a strong physique to cultivate twin martial souls to perfection, this can be solved by relying on the ability of deduction to create a unique body refining technique and then refining higher soul bones. Now that the road to heaven has been paved, what he needs to do next is to develop slowly and not waste time, for a bright tomorrow is beckoning to him. Practice the ginseng martial soul first? That's fine too. After thinking for a while, Musa nodded, and then reminded him, but Zioyang, even if you can become a food-type titled Douluo in the future, you must do your best with a second martial soul. You don't necessarily have to pursue 9 soul rings. With the help of the soul food you make yourself, even if the fire shadow soul only has 4 or 5 higher soul rings, its strength will definitely exceed that of the titled Douluo at the same level. The continent is destined to be unstable in the future, and it will be enough to deal with the turbulent situation by then. Mom? What's wrong? Is the Empire going to go to war with Starluo again? Huo Wu beside her asked in confusion. You are all still children, so don't ask too many questions. Just remember to practice hard in the future. Musa reached out and tapped Huo Wu's head without saying much. We are not children anymore. Huo Wu pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Huo Shuang beside him also nodded, obviously agreeing with his sister's words. He had already passed his 12th birthday and was no longer a child. Okay, you are not children anymore. Now Mom will give you to a task. Musa smiled and didn't care, and continued, Zhao Yang has just awakened his martial soul. Although he has learned the meditation method before, he has never tried formal practice. You can help him get familiar with it. Zioyang, you should first learn the meditation method with Xiu and Shuang, and tomorrow morning, your uncle will take you to the Soul Beast Forest to add soul rings. Mu Yang nodded. Chapter 4, Extreme Flame Meditation Method. Half an hour later, after confirming that Mu Yang was able to proceed smoothly with his meditation cultivation, Huo Wu and Huo Shuang left. Next, it's time to verify the greatest achievement gained from being a sickly child these past few years. In the bedroom, Mu Yang narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. Since the moment he discovered his talent for deduction, Mu Yang had frequently utilized this ability. Even though it wasn't counted from infancy, Several years had already passed. The results of these years naturally included more than just the barely effective fitness exercises and the foundation-building meditation technique that could be cultivated without awakening a martial soul. Those only consumed a small portion of Mu Ying's energy. More importantly, there was a soul power cultivation method called Extreme Flame Meditation Method. Compared to ordinary meditation methods, Extreme Flame Meditation Method had many advantages, aside from the requirement that only soul masters with a fire-type martial soul could cultivate it. Far surpassing the soul power quality, total soul power, and soul power recovery speed of soul masters at the same level, those were just the basics. The most important aspect was that as the soul master continued their cultivation, their fire-type martial soul would gradually purify its attributes by absorbing the pure fire elements from the outside world, eventually transforming into the ultimate fire martial soul. Although Mu Ying himself hadn't started cultivating this method yet, and no one had verified whether Extreme Flame Meditation Method could truly cultivate the ultimate fire, since the method had already been deduced, the transformation of the martial soul into the ultimate fire was surely feasible. After all, once Mu Ying had set the thought process and requirements during the creation of the method, activating his talent ability, deduction, the feedback he received only presented two possible outcomes. One was insufficient theory, making it infeasible, and thus unable to be deduced. The other was sufficient theory, making it feasible but requiring a certain amount of time for the deduction process. Different cultivation methods and secret techniques, due to their varying effects and complexities, naturally required different times for deduction. However, one thing could be confirmed: the final deduced cultivation method or secret technique would undoubtedly possess the efficacy initially set. In other words, as long as Mu Ying could provide a feasible concept and continuously consume mental energy to conduct the deduction, all his creative ideas would eventually come to fruition. Mu Ying then closed his eyes, concentrated, and began circulating his soul power according to the specific route of Extreme Flame Meditation Method. Soon, under Mu Ying's perception, numerous small red light spots appeared in the dim world around him, constantly rising and falling. These countless tiny red light spots were the fire-type elemental particles floating in the external world. As the Extreme Flame Meditation Method continued to operate, Mu Ying clearly saw the fire element particles rushing into his body, one after another, and then transforming into his own soul power accumulation. However, due to the minuscule size of each fire element particle, although the scene was spectacular, the actual increase in his soul power accumulation was relatively insignificant. Cultivation requires persistence, as one cannot become fat in a single breath. 3 hours later, a sense of mental fatigue overtook him, and Mu Ying stopped his cultivation of the Extreme Flame Meditation Method. Meditation cultivation consumed mental energy, and before a soul master's mental power reached a certain level, they couldn't meditate for long periods. Otherwise, it would be inefficient and could easily harm the soul, which was definitely something to avoid. On the surface, he appeared to be a sickly child, but he definitely didn't want to really become one. Suddenly, Mu Ying slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot, the inheritance my parents left me hasn't been checked yet." Recalling the inheritance, Mu Ying got up and went to the bedside cabinet, opening a secret compartment. Inside this small compartment was a silver bracelet inlaid with a white jade stone. This silver bracelet wasn't just a decorative item, it emitted a faint special soul power fluctuation, making it a precious soul guide device. Of course, it wasn't an attack or defense type soul guide but a more common storage type soul guide. Mu Ying took out the soul guide storage bracelet and infused it with soul power to recognize the owner. In an instant, he could feel the storage space inside. The storage space was cubic, more than 2 meters in length, width, and height. It wasn't very large, probably only 10 cubic meters. However, inside the storage space, there was a large amount of golden coins, filling almost half the space. Above these coins, there was also a delicate jade box. About 5 cubic meters of golden soul coins. How much is this? Probably several million? Mu Ying roughly estimated in his heart. He realized that, at such a young age, inheriting his parents' legacy had made him a wealthy second generation. For someone like Ning Fengzi, who was a wealthy person, several million golden soul coins weren't much. But for ordinary people or regular soul masters, several million golden soul coins were an enormous amount of money. After all, the purchasing power of golden soul coins was not low. A typical 3-person family on the mainland could only live for a few months with just 1 golden soul coin. However, wealth was something external. The truly valuable items couldn't be bought with golden soul coins, so he didn't care much about it. After all, if he really needed this thing, as long as his fists were strong enough, there were plenty of places on the mainland where he could borrow money with a good face. He promised to pay back the money, but only to those creditors who were very likely already gone. Skipping over the golden soul coins, Mu Ying's attention shifted to the delicate jade box. Upon sensing the soul power fluctuation coming from the box, Mu Yang immediately realized what it contained. He took it out and opened it. As expected, inside the box was a left arm soul bone, glowing with fire-type soul power, red all over, and of decent quality. It was his first time seeing a soul bone as a person from the Douluo continent. I wonder what the year of this is. After inspecting the fire-type left arm soul bone, Mu Yang couldn't estimate its exact age and muttered to himself. However, he could be sure that even if the soul bone was 10,000 years old, it wouldn't be of an incredibly high age, perhaps not even 50,000 years. If it wasn't a 100,000-year soul bone. Well, this unfilial son, could only regret his parents' good intentions. With his remarkable deduction talent and dual martial souls, his future was limitless, so ordinary soul bones wouldn't catch his eye. After all, soul bones from limbs, the torso, and head, unlike external soul bones that could grow in age along with a soul master's level, typically couldn't improve in age. Moreover, without special means, it was impossible to remove a soul bone that had already been assimilated. Chapter 5, Prelude to Spirit Hunting. Stowing away the soul bone he would most likely never use, Mu Yang sank into deep thought. There is a saying, when one person ascends, their relatives follow. While such a phrase might not sit well with his elder cousin Hueco, Mu Yang couldn't help but think this way. Although his Aunt Muzo and her family of 4 were not his blood relatives, they were still the closest kin he had apart from his late parents. With his parents gone, his Aunt Muzo and Uncle Huolai had raised him for years, taking on the roles of his mother and father. While he might not be able to give them everything without reservation, he was certainly willing to help wherever he could. The 4 of them practiced basic meditation techniques, and since all of them had fire attribute martial souls, Mu Yang had no intention of keeping the extreme flame meditation method to himself. His uncle Huolai, as the principal of the Blazing Fire Academy, had already reached the level of an 8-ring soul Douluo. If he were below that, he wouldn't have qualified to hold the position of an elemental academy principal. With the help of the extreme flame meditation method, Mu Yang believed that within a decade, Huolai would likely become a titled Douluo admired by thousands across the continent. When that day came, before Mu Yang had fully grown into his potential, Huolai could serve as a powerful backer. Additionally, the soul beast forests were dangerous places. Having a titled Douluo escort him on spirit hunts would not only enhance his safety but also serve as an asset in future hunts for 10,000-year soul beasts. However, this presented a problem. How should he explain giving them the extreme flame meditation method, or in what manner should he pass it on? It wasn't as though he could claim he created it himself, right? After much deliberation without reaching a good solution, Mu Yang decided to record the extreme flame meditation method first and look for an appropriate opportunity to present it later. Of course, if he truly couldn't come up with anything, he could always stage a scenario where the manual fell from the sky, allowing Huo to conveniently find it. After all, if his elder cousin Huo's lucky hands could inexplicably grant him innate full soul power and twin martial souls during his awakening, it wouldn't be too far-fetched for her to stumble upon a profound meditation method, right? Early the next morning, Mu Yang was ready and set out with Huolai in a carriage, leaving Blazing Fire City and heading north towards Sunset Forest, over 200 miles away. Within the Heaven Empire, excluding the eastern and western seas, there were 3 vast and primordial soul beast forests. The first was Starred Forest, located in the southeastern part of the empire, stretching across the border with the Starluo Empire. The second was the Great Northern Expanse, a region perpetually covered in ice and snow, in the empire's northernmost reaches. The third was Sunset Forest, situated northeast of the empire's central region, about 100 miles east of the capital city of Heaven. Although Sunset Forest wasn't as expansive as Starred Forest or the Great Northern Expanse, it still covered a considerable area. Its southeastern border was adjacent to the Hitanmar province, where Blazing Fire City was located. Given that Blazing Fire City was positioned at the province's northwest corner, soul masters from the surrounding regions often prioritized Sunset Forest for spirit hunts due to its diverse array of soul beasts. Of course, those venturing into Sunset Forest generally traveled with advanced soul masters leading their teams. For less experienced hunting teams, they typically opted for the Empire-run Hunting Soul Forest, located more than 400 miles south of Blazing Fire City, to avoid encountering high-level soul beasts that might prove disastrous. Zhao Yang, what kind of effect do you want for your first soul skill from your ginseng martial soul? Inside the carriage, Huolai posed the question to Mu Yang. As the principal of Blazing Fire Academy, Huolai might not be a renowned scholar, but his knowledge of martial souls and soul beasts far surpassed that of most soul masters. Instead of asking what type of soul ring Mu Yang wanted to add, Huolai directly inquired about the effect Mu Yang desired for his soul skill. With his level of expertise, as long as Mu Yang stated the kind of skill he wanted, Huo could immediately determine the appropriate type of soul ring to seek. Naturally, for a soul master's first soul ring, the optimal age limit was around 400 years. Anything beyond that wouldn't yield overly extravagant results. A skill that can either heal injuries or restore soul power. Mu Yang replied without hesitation. As a food-type soul master, it was essential to produce soul power-infused food capable of healing injuries. Additionally, the ability to create food that restored soul power would also enhance the efficiency of his innate ability, deduction. Food primarily designed to restore soul power often came with the added effect of recovering mental energy, just as food for healing injuries typically restored physical strength as well. Restore soul power or heal injuries? Huo raised an eyebrow at Mu Yang's response but soon nodded in agreement. Lower age soul rings typically didn't generate overly powerful skills, so choosing restorative food type skills made sense. Even if the soul ring had a lower age limit, these types of food would still provide considerable benefits. On the other hand, if Mu Yang opted for food that boosted percentage-based attributes, the actual effect would be underwhelming. After pausing briefly, Huo elaborated, Zhao Yang, for a skill that heals injuries, it's best to look for ginseng or earth dragon soul beasts with the appropriate age. For restoring soul power, nothing beats the clear cool flower. Ginseng soul beasts were self-explanatory, sharing the same species as Mu Yang's ginseng martial soul. On Douluo continent, ordinary plants could evolve into soul beasts, and ginseng was no exception. Compared to most soul beasts, these food-type soul beasts were particularly valuable, highly sought after by wealthy nobles. As for the earth dragon soul beast, it wasn't part of the dragon bloodline. In Mu Yang's previous world, this creature was called an earthworm. Among soul beasts under 1,000 years, the earth dragon soul beast boasted one of the strongest life forces. Moreover, it was relatively easy to find in the forest. Lastly, the clear cool flower was a support type, flower-based plant soul beast known for its natural ability to restore soul power. Chapter 6, Sunset Forest. The carriage moved at a leisurely pace, and it wasn't until noon that the two finally arrived at the soul hunting town, about 20 miles from the Sunset Forest. After finding a restaurant in the town, they had a simple lunch, and Huo continued to lead Mu Yang toward their destination. From a distance, Mu Yang could already feel the refreshing breeze carrying the aroma of plants, a fragrance that was invigorating and comforting. Looking ahead, he saw a vast green ocean of trees. Even at the forest's outermost edge, towering trees dominated the view. Shadows danced among them, making it difficult to see the forest's true face. As one of the three great wild soul beast habitats, the Sunset Forest was the most preferred hunting ground for lower-level soul masters in the northern part of the continent. Every trip here signified the opportunity for soul masters to break through to the next level. However, while many soul masters visited the Sunset Forest each year, it was also the final resting place for many. The forest was fraught with danger, and soul hunting required utmost caution. Zhao Yang, soul beasts roam the forest, and danger can arise at any moment. You must remain vigilant at all times. Understand? Before entering the forest, Huo reminded Mu Yang. With him accompanying Mu Yang, and considering the Sunset Forest's lower risk compared to the Starred Forest, there wasn't much to fear in terms of high-level soul beasts launching a surprise attack. Still, for a pre-soul master like Mu Yang, even seemingly insignificant threats, such as small poisonous insects, could pose a deadly danger. Understood. Mu Yang nodded earnestly. As someone who had read countless novels in his previous life, Mu Yang had seen far too many destined characters or powerful individuals fall due to negligence. Shortly after entering the forest, Mu Yang heard a faint rustling sound from somewhere ahead. Turning to look, his entire body tensed, his hair stood on end, and goosebumps spread across his skin. A black-scaled snake, about 4 to 5 meters long, was slithering through the underbrush not far ahead. Although this black-scaled snake wasn't a higher beast, not even reaching the 100-year mark, and posed no real threat with Huo protecting him, the sight of its writhing black scales sent chills down Mu Yang's spine. In his past life, Mu Yang had a deep-seated fear of snakes. Haha, Zhao Yang, are you afraid of snakes? Huo asked, amused by Mu Yang's reaction. Mu Yang rolled his eyes. A creature this large, how many people wouldn't feel unsettled upon seeing it for the first time? Want me to help you overcome this fear? Huo glanced at the black-scaled snake, its figure disappearing into the distance, and teased him. No need. I'm just not used to it since it's my first time seeing one. Mu Yang quickly waved his hands in refusal. You old rascal, trying to scare a kid with a snake? Haha. Huo laughed heartily. After this little episode, the two continued deeper into the forest. Their luck seemed decent. As dusk approached, just when they were about to set up camp, Mu Ying spotted a seemingly ordinary green plant growing among the damp soil and sparse shrubs. The plant was about 1.5 meters tall, with a 4-angled stem that had 6 branches. Its upper part was covered in fine, soft hairs. The opposite leaves on the stems were ovate lanceolate, and small blue flowers bloomed on its branches. A gentle breeze carried a faintly cool floral fragrance to Mu Ying, leaving him feeling refreshed, as though his mental state had improved. "Uncle, it's a clear cool flower, just over 400 years old." Mu Ying pointed at the plant not far ahead and said to Huolai. Huolai had already noticed the plant as the cool scent reached him. He furrowed his brows slightly, pondering whether Mu Ying could truly handle a soul ring from a clear cool flower of over 400 years. For most soul masters, the optimal age for their first soul ring was around 400 years. However, everyone's physique varied. While stronger individuals could adhere to this guideline, Mu Ying's case was different. His pale complexion, perpetual fatigue, and tendency to sleep more than 10 hours a day gave Huolai little confidence in Mu Ying's ability to absorb such a soul ring. "Zhao Yang, are you confident?" Huolai asked after some thought. Fortunately, the energy from plant-type soul beasts was generally less violent, especially from non-aggressive species like the clear cool flower. Its energy was among the gentlest, making it less demanding on the soul master's physique compared to soul rings from other beasts of the same age. Otherwise, Huolai wouldn't have allowed Mu Ying to target this plant as his first soul beast. "Of course. I may look like I lack energy, but that doesn't mean my body is weak," Mu Ying declared without hesitation. Compared to his peers who were also at the pre-soul master level, Mu Ying's physique was among the best. He had diligently practiced fitness exercises for over a year, and his arms hidden beneath his sleeves were far from lacking in muscle. Huolai raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Mu Ying's refreshed demeanor, which seemed much better than usual today. Likely because Mu Ying hadn't used his deduction ability and expended his mental energy yesterday, knowing he'd be hunting souls today. "All right, then." After a moment of observation, Huolai nodded. He retrieved a barrel of fire oil from his soul tool, opened the lid, and with a flick of his wrist, threw it toward the clear cool flower. The plant was instantly doused in oil. Next, Huolai pulled out a fire starter, sparked a small flame, and tossed it onto the oil-soaked plant. Whoosh! The fire spread rapidly, engulfing the clear cool flower in a blazing inferno. A soul beast produces a soul ring upon death, but only the soul master who delivers the final blow imbued with their soul power can absorb it. In this case, no soul power was used during the kill. This allowed Mu Ying, whose soul power level was at the threshold for advancement, to absorb the soul ring normally. This principle was similar to how later generations used soul tools to hunt beasts without consuming their own soul power, leaving the soul rings usable for other soul masters. Chapter 7, Soul Revival. Before long, under the scorching heat, the ill-fated cooling flower was reduced to a charred black mass. In the blink of an eye, amidst the blazing flames, countless golden light particles dispersed, gradually condensing into a bright yellow soul ring. It must be said, low-year plant-type soul beasts should be among the easiest to hunt. If a soul master's martial soul is of the plant type, even without a team leading the hunt, they could still use various tricks and strategies to have a chance at obtaining the best first soul ring. After a while, the burning oil was exhausted, and the flames gradually died out. "Zhao Yang, release your martial soul and guide the soul ring over," Huolai said to Mu Yang. Nodding slightly, Mu Yang raised his right hand. Gathering soul power in his palm, a faint earthy yellow halo emerged as a ginseng martial soul, about 4 inches long with 3 green leaves at its tip, appeared from his palm. With a wave of his hand, under the guidance of the faint earthy yellow glow, the century-old cooling flower soul ring slowly flew toward Mu Yang. As the soul ring approached, Mu Yang felt a powerful pressure descend, his entire skeletal structure making faint cracking sounds under the strain. Soon, the bright yellow soul ring arrived above Mu Yang's head. Without giving him any chance to react, the soul ring suddenly shrank to the size of a bracelet and directly settled onto the ginseng martial soul in his right hand. In that instant, Mu Yang felt as though his right hand had plunged into a turbulent ocean. An overwhelming surge of energy, using the ginseng martial soul as a medium, poured into his body as if it might explode at any moment. "Zhao Yang, no matter how the soul ring's energy impacts your body, remember to stay conscious," Huolai, standing nearby, sternly reminded him. However, at this moment, Mu Yang couldn't afford to pay attention to Huolai's advice. All his focus was on the massive influx of soul ring energy pouring into his body like a tidal wave. The moment the soul ring's energy entered his body, Mu Yang instinctively began operating the extreme flame meditation technique to speed up the refinement of the overwhelming energy from the soul ring. Although the extreme flame meditation technique could only absorb fire element particles during meditation, it was not limited when processing energy already within the body. It could even convert non-elemental or other elemental energies into fire attribute soul power. Fortunately, his ginseng martial soul was an element-neutral martial soul, and not an opposing element like ice or water. Otherwise, the single-attribute extreme flame meditation technique would not have been suitable for his cultivation. As the meditation technique operated, the soul ring energy within his body began to rapidly convert into his own accumulated soul power. At the same time, Mu Yang didn't notice the changes occurring in his ginseng martial soul in his palm. Originally earthy yellow, the ginseng became slightly larger and fuller. The 3 green leaves at the top turned a deeper shade of green with faint vein patterns, their color resembling the small blue flowers of the cooling flower. Boom! A surge of soul ring energy exploded. Mu Yang heard what seemed like a clear cracking sound. The soul power within his body, which had once been a mere trickle, instantly surged into a flowing stream that coursed through his entire body, bringing an indescribable comfort. At this moment, with the addition of the soul ring, the restriction on his soul power level caused by the lack of a soul ring was finally broken. Time passed slowly. When Mu Yang eventually opened his eyes, his ginseng martial soul had already returned to his body. The sunset forest was now cloaked in night, with stars scattered across the sky and the moon hanging high. Feeling the unprecedented strength of the soul power within his body, a faint smile appeared on Mu Yang's lips. Not bad. You've grown taller. I imagine your frequent weakness issue should no longer be a problem in the future. Huo, sitting by the campfire and tending to the flames, looked at Mu Yang, who had grown slightly taller after gaining his soul ring, and nodded in satisfaction. Hearing this, Mu Yang's face froze, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Weak? Dear uncle, I'm not weak. Not at all. However, Mu Yang could foresee that as long as he continued using his innate deduction ability, this weak reputation would likely stick with him for life. Ugh. If he one day achieved the rank of 9 ring-titled Douluo, would people start calling him the weak Douluo? Mu Yang, I'll beat the nonsense out of you. Rolling his eyes, Mu Yang pulled out a soul power testing crystal ball from the storage soul tool bracelet on his left wrist. Seeing this, Huo chuckled and said, alright, there's no need to test it. Your soul power has reached level 12. Show me your first soul skill. With Huo's strength, it was easy for him to discern Mu Yang's modest soul power level at a glance. After a pause, Mu Yang put away the testing crystal ball. With a flash of soul power, he manifested his ginseng martial soul, accompanied by the emergence of a bright yellow soul ring. Essence of the 8 desolate heavens and earth, soul revival. Feeling the effects of his first soul skill, Mu Yang softly chanted the incantation. As his soul power surged and the soul ring glowed, a 3-inch-long ginseng appeared in his hand. Compared to the ginseng martial soul, the soul power created food, soul revival ginseng, was entirely blue, lacking leaves and possessing only a plump root body and dense root hairs. The color and appearance differed significantly from the martial soul itself. As expected, Mu Yang had acquired the soul skill he desired. The first soul skill, soul revival ginseng, could restore both soul power and spiritual power. As for the soul skill's incantation, food-type soul masters needed to chant one when creating soul power food, and many auxiliary-type soul masters also required incantations for their skills. However, incantations weren't absolutely necessary. If a soul master had high enough control over their own soul power, they could chant mentally or skip it entirely. Of course, his incantation was a proper one. Reciting it while creating soul power food was harmless and wouldn't seem unpleasant at the very least. Sigh. Hearing Mu Yang's incantation, Huo couldn't help but recall a certain figure chanting their soul skill and let out a sigh. Soul revival ginseng, capable of restoring soul power and spiritual power. Mu Yang explained while handing the ginseng to Huo. Returning from his thoughts, Huo took the ginseng, put it in his mouth, and began chewing like it was a radish, without immediately activating his soul power to refine it. Not bad. After carefully experiencing its effects, Huo nodded in approval. Although the soul revival ginseng had little effect on him as an 8-ring soul Douluo, it would undoubtedly have impressive restorative effects if used by a soul master of equal or similar strength. Chapter 8, Surprise. Alright, Zioyang, it's already late. Have something to eat and rest. We'll head back tomorrow. Glancing at the night sky, Huo spoke to Mu Yang. His nephew had always been frail and low in energy since childhood. After spending the morning riding in a carriage and the afternoon trekking through the forest, it was now late at night. Huo didn't want him to get too tired. After eating some dried meat prepared for the soul hunting trip, Mu Yang turned and walked into a nearby tent to rest. As for keeping watch, even if Mu Yang volunteered, Huo wouldn't allow it. What a joke. A mere 1-ring food-type rookie keeping watch? He'd probably get carried off by a passing soul beast. The next morning, after finishing their hunt, Huo and Mu Yang set off back toward Blazing Fire City. Howl, they had barely been traveling for half an hour when a series of wolf howls echoed from ahead. Even with his weak strength, Mu Yang could sense the intense fluctuations of soul power coming from the front. Clearly, a wolf pack was engaged in battle. Whether their opponents were other soul beasts or human soul masters, Mu Yang couldn't tell. Let's go take a look. Without much hesitation, Huo grabbed Mu Yang under his arm and, with a light step, dashed forward swiftly. Since there were only wolf howls and no other beastly roars, the wolves' opponents were likely not soul beasts but human soul masters. Since the disturbance was in the direction they were heading, and with his strength allowing him to dominate the sunset forest, Huo didn't mind investigating. If any human soul masters were in trouble, he could lend a hand. However, before they arrived, the commotion quieted down. One side had clearly succumbed to the other. When Huo and Mu Yang reached the scene moments later, they were greeted by the sight of a pack of 12 fire wolves, each 2 to 3 meters long, feasting on the mangled corpses of 2 soul masters. The bodies were bloodied and unrecognizable, but their attire indicated one was male and the other female. Seeing the gory scene, Mu Yang felt a wave of nausea. Beasts! How dare you act so brazenly! With a furious shout, Huo put Mu Yang down. His one-horned fire dragon martial soul activated, and surging fire element soul power flared around him. Rings of soul power illuminated him as several blazing fireballs quickly formed and were launched with precision toward the wolves. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions followed, and the 12 fire wolves were obliterated on the spot. From the perspective of a soul master, soul beasts were considered a renewable resource, but their regeneration took an exceedingly long time, thousands of years for higher level ones. To maintain balance, many soul masters avoided unnecessary slaughter unless it was unavoidable. However, soul beasts that killed and consumed humans could not be spared if encountered. After annihilating the fire wolves, Huo glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground and shook his head. After some thought, he gathered his fire element soul power and struck the ground repeatedly, digging a deep pit. At this moment, Mu Yang noticed a necklace-like soul tool around the neck of the female corpse. A storage-type soul tool. Suddenly, a solution to a problem that had troubled him for a long time flashed in Mu Yang's mind. He suppressed his discomfort and walked up to remove the necklace. Seeing that Huo hadn't noticed him, Mu Yang stealthily injected a sliver of his soul power into the now unknown storage tool, completing the binding process. He quickly retrieved several sheets of paper filled with writing from his own storage bracelet and placed them inside the newly acquired necklace. After completing this operation, Mu Yang undid the binding on the necklace and walked over to Huo, who had finished digging the pit. That pair had a storage-type soul tool. Mu Yang said, handing the necklace to Huo. Huo raised an eyebrow and glanced at the storage bracelet on Mu Yang's wrist before nodding and tucking the necklace into his pocket. He could tell Mu Yang already had a storage tool, so there was no need for him to take another one. Besides, having avenged the pair and burying their remains, he considered the necklace and its contents his rightful reward. Of course, Huo understood that those who couldn't even handle a pack of 1,000-year firewolves likely didn't possess anything valuable. The contents of the storage tool might not even match the necklace's worth. However, what Huo didn't know was that the once ordinary necklace now contained something that would bring him a tremendous surprise, thanks to a certain someone's little trick. After burying the bodies, Huo and Mu Yang resumed their journey. By the time Mu Yang returned to his home in Blazing Fire City and washed off the dust from the hunt, it was already dinner time. At the dining table, Mu Yang, Muzu, and Huo shared a meal. As for Huo Wu and Huo Shuang, they had gone to Blazing Fire Academy after Mu Yang awakened his martial soul. The academy had a simulation training ground suitable for fire attribute soul masters, and since it was located outside the city, the two usually stayed on campus. Not just them, Huo, as the academy's principal, also stayed there most of the time. Muzu, one of the academy's vice principals, often returned home to personally cook for Mu Yang. Fortunately, the Huo family was wealthy and had many servants. Otherwise, with his guardians frequently absent, young Mu Yang might have even struggled to eat properly. Chapter 9, Prelude to the Academy. Zhao Yang, now that you've awakened your martial soul and become a soul master, how about I arrange for you to go to a soul master academy tomorrow? Muzu asked Mu Yang. Although it was already mid-July, far from the regular enrollment season, that only applied to ordinary people. As the vice dean of Blazing Fire Academy, arranging special entry for her nephew was a trivial matter. What's more, even if there was no familial connection between them, Mu Yang's innate full soul power alone would ensure his acceptance at any soul master academy regardless of the time of year or his age. No academy would reject such talent. After all, unless a martial soul was flawed or the soul master died prematurely during their cultivation, innate full soul power always guaranteed one's future as a titled Luo. There were no exceptions throughout history. Mu Yang nodded. Alright, but I'd like to go to Blazing Fire Academy because they have a mimicry training ground. Mimicry training grounds were incredibly expensive to build and required significant manpower and resources to maintain. Only advanced Soul Master academies were capable of affording such luxuries. No junior or intermediate academy on the continent could match that. Since mimicry training grounds could accelerate the cultivation of soul power, Mu Ying naturally wouldn't miss such an advantageous environment. Hearing that Mu Ying wanted to attend Blazing Fire Academy, Musa was momentarily stunned. Zhao Yang, there aren't any students your age at Blazing Fire Academy. If you go there, it'll be difficult for you to make friends. After some thought, Musa spoke her concern. As Mu Ying's aunt, she didn't want him to lose out on a normal childhood. Otherwise, he might regret it in the future. Even as the mother of 2 young children herself, she sometimes dreamed of reliving the joy of her own childhood days. That's unnecessary. As Soul Masters, we should prioritize cultivation above all else. Oh, by the way, and, could you find me a teacher who specializes in martial souls and soul beasts? That way, I don't have to attend regular classes. While he was indeed planning to join Blazing Fire Academy, Mu Ying had no intention of being a traditional student. For one, due to his young age, he couldn't keep up with the advanced knowledge typically taught at higher academies. For another, having a personal tutor would save significant time. A private teacher could offer one-on-one guidance, allowing him to ask questions immediately or skip ahead once a topic was mastered. This was much more efficient than the slow-paced collective learning in classrooms. As Soul Masters, we should prioritize cultivation? Hearing such words from a newly awakened child sounded absurd to Musa and Huolai, who exchanged bemused glances. Such sentiments would be expected from an experienced adult Soul Master, but from a child? It felt strangely incongruent. Are you sure? No regrets? Musa asked again. I'm sure. No regrets. Mu Ying nodded solemnly. A childhood? He had already experienced that in his previous life. In this life, his ambition was to ascend to godhood and become a deity standing above all others. Aside from Qian Renxu, whose unreasonable innate talent granted her innate rank 20 soul power, Mu Ying believed his talent was unmatched. Combined with his superior work ethic, if he couldn't become a god, who else could? However, the path to divinity was long and treacherous. For now, he set a smaller goal, achieving the pinnacle of title Dalu with 9 soul rings. Alright then. Tomorrow morning, you'll head to the academy with us. Musa agreed, seeing his unwavering determination. If children were willing to focus on cultivation, it was a good thing. It was far better than lazing about and wasting their natural talent. That night, in his bedroom. After completing his daily meditation practice, Mu Ying consumed a few soul-restoring ginseng roots to replenish his mental energy. Once his mental energy was restored, an idea struck him, and he began practicing the extreme flame meditation technique again. Unfortunately, as soon as he started, Mu Ying felt the familiar fatigue in his mind creeping back. TSK, no shortcuts, huh? Mu Ying muttered in disappointment. Indeed, if simply replenishing mental energy allowed soul masters to remain in meditation indefinitely, the continent would be overrun with prodigious young talents. Undeterred, Mu Ying activated his innate ability, deduction. He began to refine the mental cultivation method he had already conceptualized. The path of cultivation focused on essence, energy, and spirit. His meditation technique addressed energy, so methods for refining essence, body, and spirit, mental strength, needed to be developed as well. With the aid of his first soul skill, soul-returning ginseng, which could restore mental energy, it wouldn't take him several years to deduce these methods like it had for the extreme flame meditation technique. Among the two, Mu Ying prioritized deducing the mental cultivation technique. After all, until he reached level 20 soul power and obtained a second soul ring, his physique, even though superior to his peers, would offer limited advantages. Mental strength, however, was a different story. His innate ability, deduction, was directly tied to his mental strength. The stronger his mind, the faster he could deduce techniques. Meanwhile, in another bedroom, Huolai suddenly recalled the storage soul guide he had obtained in the Sunset Forest earlier that day. Curious, Huolai retrieved the storage soul guide necklace. After injecting soul power to claim ownership, he discovered that the internal space was only about 1 cubic meter. The contents were sparse, a few articles of clothing, some food supplies, a small amount of gold soul coins, and several sheets of handwritten paper. Intrigued, Huolai pulled out the papers. The first page bore 5 bold characters that immediately caught his attention: Extreme Flame Meditation Technique. Extreme Flame Meditation Technique? Huolai raised an eyebrow in surprise. A meditation technique? But what did Extreme Flame mean? It sounded like a special method tailored for fire attribute soul masters. As he continued reading, Huolai's expression gradually grew serious. This so-called extreme flame meditation technique seemed to be something extraordinary. The method refined fire element particles in the environment, enhancing the attributes of a fire-type martial soul and transforming it into the ultimate fire. Ultimate fire, huh? Another new term. Judging by the name, it must be far superior to ordinary flames. Hueco mused. What's so interesting? Seeing Hueco engrossed in the paper, Musa couldn't help but ask curiously. Fascinating. Hueco replied without looking up. Hearing this, Musa glanced at the paper in Hueco's hand, her curiosity piqued. Chapter 10, Martial Soul Disease. I see that what's recorded above are all routes for soul power operation. Is this some kind of self-created soul skill? After glancing at the pages, Musa asked curiously. No, it's a special meditation method. But whether it's feasible still needs to be verified. If what is recorded is true, then this meditation method is quite extraordinary. Hueco shook his head and replied seriously. The fact that this extreme flame meditation method could purify the flames of fire attribute martial souls was indeed impressive. What distinguishes ordinary fire-type soul beasts from the king of birds, the fire phoenix? The most significant difference lies in the flames they produce. Ordinary fire-type beasts can't compare to the fire of the phoenix. This extreme flame meditation method not only purifies flames but also enhances the quality of the soul master's inner soul power. Improving the quality of soul power could help soul masters overcome bottlenecks. For example, take two soul masters with hammer-type martial souls. If both have the same innate soul power level, one with an ordinary hammer martial soul and the other with a clear sky hammer, the latter would undoubtedly achieve far greater success. The reason? The clear sky hammer is the best weapon-type martial soul in the world, and the soul power it awakens is far superior to that of ordinary hammer martial souls. When Hueco finished, Musa couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. For him to speak so highly of this method, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Where did you get this meditation method? Her curiosity deepened. Yesterday, when Zioyang and I were leaving the Sunset Forest, we came across two deceased soul masters. We found this in their storage soul guide. Suddenly, Musa was shocked. A titled Dalu fell in the Sunset Forest? That's not the case. If not a titled Dalu, how could the deceased storage soul guide contain a meditation method that even amazes you? Musa was perplexed. Well, you might find this hard to believe, but the original owner of this meditation method died under the claws of a group of firewolf soul beasts, all around the 1000-year level. Hueco hesitated before saying something that sounded absurd. Musa? At that moment, she couldn't help but doubt whether her husband's judgment had deteriorated. A soul master capable of falling to 1000-year level soul beasts was likely only at the 3 or 4 ring level. How could someone like that create anything of value? Unfortunately, she was wrong. The one who created the extreme flame meditation method was not some 3 or 4 ring soul master. It was someone even more surprising, Mu Yang, a 1-ring soul master who had just awakened his martial soul. The next morning, Mu Yang woke up with dark circles under his eyes, looking even more exhausted than before. Initially, he thought that with the soul returning ginseng, which could restore mental power, he could endlessly use his innate deduction ability, functioning like a perpetual motion machine. However, he overestimated himself. Although the process of exhausting his mental power, eating ginseng to recover, and then repeating worked initially, over time, a persistent sense of mental fatigue set in. Unlike before, where he looked sick due to mental exhaustion, now he seemed hollow to the core despite his mental power being fully replenished. It's over. How am I supposed to find a wife in the future? Standing in front of a mirror, Mu Yang sighed at his reflection, which appeared utterly drained. Zioyang, is your strange illness acting up again? In the dining room, Hueco was alarmed to see Mu Yang's hollow demeanor. His symptoms seemed worse than before. 2 years ago, he had invited an 8-ring healing soul master to examine Mu Yang. The conclusion was that Mu Yang was perfectly healthy, even better than most children his age. Hueco had hoped that acquiring his first soul ring and becoming an official soul master would alleviate this mysterious condition. However, not only had it persisted, but it had worsened. If he's not sick, why does he look so frail? It would make sense if Mu Yang were a grown man who had overexerted himself. But he was just a child who had barely awakened his martial soul. Zioyang, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Musa frowned and checked his condition, only to find no abnormalities. I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm in excellent health. Mu Yang replied casually, waving off their concerns. In truth, this weakness was a temporary after-effect of overusing his deduction ability. It wasn't something irreversible and just required some adjustment. Hueco and Musa exchanged glances, both deeply concerned. For them, the problem wasn't that Mu Yang looked weak. It was the fact that he was perfectly healthy yet still exhibited such symptoms. Could this be related to his twin martial souls? Maybe it's a type of martial soul disease? Hueco transmitted his thoughts to Muzu, voicing his speculation. The idea wasn't entirely unfounded. There were rare cases of soul masters whose mutated martial souls caused them to develop martial soul diseases. If mutated martial souls could lead to illnesses, then perhaps twin martial souls, being an even rarer phenomenon, could do so as well. After all, twin martial soul masters were so rare that perhaps most of them had succumbed to such complications before achieving greatness. Could martial soul disease be one of the reasons? Chapter 11, Blazing Fire Academy. Was it possible that Mu Yang had already fallen ill before his martial soul awakened? Perhaps this was an indication of his destined twin martial soul awakening. The signs of this soul-related illness might have appeared long before his martial soul officially awakened. Now that it had, the condition had worsened. Should we start regularly buying some supplements to nourish Xiao Yang's body? After some thought, Musa proposed. I think that's a good idea. Taking a glance at Mu Yang, who was quietly eating breakfast, Hueco nodded imperceptibly. By the way, whale gelatin might work well. Hueco added. Whale gelatin? Isn't that? Musa's face darkened slightly. How could a child be given such a thing to consume? What are you thinking? Whale gelatin is great for nourishment without leaving any side effects. Xiao Yang looks very frail right now. Hueco rolled his eyes and explained. At this moment, Mu Yang was completely unaware that his aunt and uncle were planning to buy whale gelatin to nourish his body. However, if he had known, he certainly wouldn't have refused. After all, whale gelatin was a rare treasure. Its surface-level effects might include boosting vitality, but for soul masters, its true benefit lay in enhancing physical constitution. The older the whale gelatin, the better the results. Unfortunately, most soul masters on the continent were unaware of its true benefits. They only regarded it as a vitality booster, with any nourishing effects considered secondary. Moreover, whale gelatin could only be obtained from marine whale soul beasts. Because it was in high demand among wealthy nobles, its price had always remained steep. Taking a small amount of whale gelatin wouldn't show significant improvement. Consuming larger quantities would not only be expensive but also challenging to acquire, which was why its true effects remained undiscovered. After breakfast, Hueco and Musa took Mu Yang in a carriage to the Blazing Fire Academy outside the city. To the east of Blazing Fire City, about 10 miles away, stood a sparsely vegetated mountain. At the base of the mountain lay a series of buildings predominantly red in color. The renowned Blazing Fire Advanced Soul Master Academy, one of the continent's most famous elemental academies. Even before the carriage reached the academy, still 2 or 3 miles away, Mu Yang could faintly sense a scorching aura permeating the air. However, for someone like Mu Yang, who possessed the fire shadow martial soul, this faint heat in the air wasn't discomforting. Instead, it felt invigorating. The carriage continued along the wide road, and before long, it came to a halt. As Mu Yang stepped out, his eyes were drawn to the imposing gates of Blazing Fire Academy. Unlike the poverty-stricken Shrek Academy, the Blazing Fire Academy was one of the top institutions within the Heaven Empire. Its overall student strength and faculty were ranked among the best in all advanced Soul Master academies in the region. The gate alone was a testament to its grandeur, a scarlet jade archway over 30 meters wide and about 15 meters tall. Flanking it were 2 scarlet jade pillars, each over a meter in diameter. These massive jade pillars were intricately carved with various fire-type martial souls, ranging from avian and beast forms to tools and objects, showcasing an array of designs. However, the most eye-catching features were the sculptures at the top of the pillars. The left pillar bore a lifelike fire dragon, while the right depicted the king of birds, the fire phoenix, poised to take flight. On the continent, the fire dragon and fire phoenix were the pinnacle of fire-type martial souls. While other fire-type martial souls, even those of top-tier quality, were impressive, they paled in comparison to these two. For instance, Hueco and Huo had awakened the one-horned fire dragon, one of the top-tier fire-type beast martial souls. However, the one-horned fire dragon was merely a subspecies of the fire dragon and couldn't be considered a true fire dragon martial soul. At the center of the massive scarlet jade archway were 4 dazzling golden characters with flame patterns, Blazing Fire Academy. Looking past the gates, Mu Yang saw a spacious square. At the center stood a towering flagpole over 50 meters tall. The flag, with a red background and a golden flame emblem, symbolized the Blazing Fire Academy's eternal, unyielding flames. Upon entering the academy, Mu Yang felt as though he had stepped into a world dominated by red. The academy's various tower-like buildings, the bricks paving the roads, the uniforms of passing students, and even the flowers, grass, and trees lining the paths were all shades of red. While other academies prioritized greenery, the Blazing Fire Academy embraced what could only be described as fire landscaping. Every plant within the academy radiated fire element soul power of varying intensities. Clearly, These weren't ordinary plants but fire attribute plant-type soul beasts. Zioyang, once you join the academy, don't go around destroying these plants. Otherwise, they might just teach you a lesson. Noticing Mu Yang observing the plants, Musa chuckled as she spoke. After all, kids often had a strong desire to destroy things. Give them a stick, and they might just start slashing at everything in sight. Will they attack students on their own? Some of these plants seem to have cultivation levels spanning several centuries. Mu Yang asked curiously. Not at all. Unlike wild soul beasts in the forests, all the fire element plants here were cultivated by the academy's predecessors. Their temperaments are very mild. As long as no one intentionally provokes them, they won't attack. Hueco explained. The academy's fire element plants weren't just for show. Their primary purpose, aside from aesthetics, was to create an environment conducive to fire-type martial soul masters' cultivation, a simulated training field of sorts. This functionality was the main reason for their presence. Of course, the academy's most vital training area wasn't this fire plant garden but a lava-simulated training field within the mountain behind the academy. The mountain behind the blazing fire academy was a dormant volcano. Although it hadn't erupted for centuries, the magma within remained active. The academy had constructed a passage leading deep into the volcano, reaching its core. In the hollowed-out, inverted cone-shaped space of the volcanic chamber, soul masters could see the bubbling magma below, making it one of the continent's top training grounds for fire element soul masters. However, the extreme heat of the lava rendered the area unsuitable for soul masters below 3 rings, including fire-type martial soul masters. Thus, the academy had strict regulations permitting only students with 3 or more soul rings to enter the lava-simulated training field to avoid accidents. Chapter 12, The True Value of a Genius. Half an hour later, when Mu Yang walked out of the towering academy administration building, which reached over 30 meters high, he had already completed the enrollment procedures. At this point, Mu Yang officially became the youngest student in the history of Blazing Fire Academy at just 6 years old. Although Blazing Fire Academy had previously admitted geniuses with high innate full soul power, and not just 1 or 2, none of them were related to the academy's high-ranking officials. Moreover, their admission age was significantly older than Mu Yang's. If nothing unexpected happens, Mu Yang's status as a student of Blazing Fire Academy would likely last him several years. After all, even 10 years later, he would only be 16 or 17 years old, still younger than most of the academy's students. As they exited the administrative building, Musa said, "Zhao Yang, wait here for a while. I still have some matters to attend to today. I'll have someone call Wang and Zhou over shortly to show you around the academy." "Okay, Andy, go ahead with your work." Mu Yang replied with a nod. His uncle, Huo, who was also the academy's headmaster, had gone off to attend to his duties upon their arrival. As one of the vice principals, Musa was also busy. She not only had her own cultivation to manage but also needed to handle academy affairs or lead students to hunt soul beasts. Unlike Mu Yang, she wasn't free to idle. Before long, 2 figures, a young boy and girl, approached from a distance. They were Wang and Huo. "Eh? Zhao Yang, what are you doing here?" Seeing Mu Yang, Wang asked in surprise. "Brother, I am now a student of Blazing Fire Academy. Why wouldn't I be here?" Mu Yang replied matter-of-factly. "PFFT Mom, the back door you and Dad opened is way too blatant. Letting a kid who just awakened his martial soul join an advanced soul master academy? Aren't you afraid other academies will laugh at us?" Huo couldn't help but laugh as she teasingly remarked to Musa. "Laugh? Silly girl, do you have any idea how valuable a true genius is? They'd be envious, not mocking us." Musa flicked Huo's forehead with a smile. "Besides, it's not just our Blazing Fire Academy. If Emperor Zhu knew about Zhao Yang's talent, the Heavened Imperial Academy would open its doors wide for him." Musa wasn't exaggerating. This was a child with innate full soul power and twin martial souls, which, despite the risks, promised even greater potential. As long as he didn't perish prematurely, he was destined to become a titled Luo. In fact, if word got out, even the imperial consort's position might be offered. If Mu Yang agreed, Emperor Zhu would happily grant it. After all, the empire would eventually need a consort for its princess. Why not secure someone who could one day become a guardian-level powerhouse for the empire? "Hey, little brother, your sister wants to latch onto you now while there's still time. What do you think?" Huo hugged Mu Yang's neck, playfully tilting his head as she spoke. "This is how you try to latch onto someone?" Mu Yang rolled his eyes as he endured her antics. "Haha, we're family, right? Don't sweat the small stuff." Huo replied nonchalantly. "You'll only get to bully me for a few more years." Mu Yang muttered under his breath. From his perspective, the saying "strike while the younger sibling is still weak" was flawed. There's cause and effect, If an elder sibling never bullied a younger one growing up, why would the roles reverse later? What did you say? Huewu's face darkened as she glared at him. I said I was wrong. I'm sorry. Mu Ying immediately chose to admit defeat. Good, good. I approve. Huewu nodded in satisfaction at his quick submission. With an older brother to spoil her and a little cousin she could bully, life couldn't get any better. Alright, wash Wang, Ziu, show Zhao Yang around the academy. He'll be staying here from now on. Muzu instructed. Mom, don't worry. Leave Zhao Yang to us. Huewu promised, patting her chest confidently. The Blazing Fire Academy had a unique architectural style, with every building resembling a red tower, even the dormitories. Unlike primary Soul Master academies, advanced Soul Master academies housed older students and didn't restrict romantic relationships. Thus, the dormitories were designed to ensure privacy. Being well-funded, the academy provided single rooms for all students, though not luxurious private villas. As a privileged insider, Mu Ying didn't have to live in the same dormitories as the ordinary students. Instead, he stayed in the tower reserved for the academy headmaster, Huo Lai. This smaller tower was about 20 meters tall, including its pointed top. It had 2 floors and a layout of 1 main bedroom and 3 smaller rooms on the 2nd floor. Mu Ying chose one of the smaller rooms. After unpacking his belongings from his soul tool storage bracelet and setting up his bed, Huo Shuang and Huewu took him on a tour of the academy. The Blazing Fire Academy spanned an impressive area, with its oval-shaped main campus covering over 2,000 mu, about 330 acres, excluding the dormant volcano at the back. Despite this, the combined number of students and teachers was only 500 to 600. For a regular school, such a large campus would be unnecessary. However, for a Soul Master Academy, especially an advanced one, it was essential. Facilities like simulated training grounds and numerous battle arenas required significant space. Midday, in the academy cafeteria. Here, Zhao Yang, eat more. You look so frail. Huo Shuang said, placing a large chicken leg on Mu Ying's plate after noticing it mostly consisted of vegetables. In Huo Shuang's eyes, his little cousin's pale face and lack of vitality clearly indicated malnutrition. If only Zhao Yang ate like him, feasting on fish and meat at every meal, he'd surely grow strong. Brother, I'm not frail. Mu Ying said, helplessly. Hey. Huo Shuang chuckled but said nothing. With your pale complexion and listless demeanor, if you're not frail, I'll start writing my name backward. Of course, this was his little cousin, so he kept his thoughts to himself. No need to embarrass him. Exactly. Brother is right. Here, Zhao Yang, have my favorite spicy rabbit head. Huewu said, adding the delicacy to Mu Ying's plate to show her support. Chapter 13, Blossoms of Fire and Silver. A spicy rabbit head? Upon hearing this, Mu Ying was stunned. Eat it. It's delicious. Huewu was eagerly munching on a rabbit head, speaking indistinctly as she enjoyed her meal. Looking at the spicy rabbit head on his plate, which seemed quite appetizing, Mu Ying couldn't help but think of a certain rabbit that shared the same nickname as his cousin. Both had the name Wu. However, while Huewu, nicknamed Zhao Wu, loved spicy rabbit heads, the other Zhao Wu couldn't bear to see anyone eating rabbits, let alone smell them. Zhao Wu, rabbits are so cute. How could you eat them? Huewu, cute rabbits should be braised or cooked spicy. This little butterfly, Mu Ying, had been careful not to flap his wings recklessly. Aside from discreetly giving the derived extreme flame meditation technique to his uncle Huo Lai, he hadn't caused any significant ripples in the Douluo continent, at least not yet. Following the original story's timeline, Zhao Wu should have already enrolled at Notting Academy and been discovered by a certain titled Douluo who realized her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. He had already begun plotting to use her as a soul ring and soul bone for his son. A 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, what soul master wouldn't covet them? After all, didn't Tang San's 9th ring also come from such a source? But Mu Ying thought it might be best to ruin Tang Hao's plans in the future and take Zhao Wu for himself. In the original story, 3 deities emerged from the continent's soul master world: the angel god, Qian Renxu, the sea god, Tang San, and the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong. From Mu Ying's perspective and the stance of Blazing Academy, none of these 3 were allies, whether it was Bibi Dong and Qian Renxu or Tang San. If there were one person Mu Ying hoped wouldn't ascend to godhood, it would undoubtedly be Tang San. It wasn't that his values aligned with his preferences, but purely from a self-interest perspective. If the original ending changed and Bibi Dong and Qian Renxu still became gods, Mu Ying couldn't predict what they would do. However, he had heard all too well about what Tang San, as the sea god, would do. The Douluo continent became the Tang Clan continent, and the Douluo divine realm became the Tang Clan divine realm. How was he supposed to play in such a setup? Sure, Tang San's actions made sense on a personal level. After all, people naturally act in their own interests. If it were Mu Yang, the Douluo continent and divine realm would also be renamed after him. Thus, if Mu Yang didn't want the continent to become Tang Clan territory or the divine realm to bear Tang Clan's name, he naturally couldn't let Tang San continue his miraculous rise. Capturing Zhao Wu and taking her 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone would significantly hinder Tang San's development. Without Zhao Wu's sacrifice, there would be no subsequent sacrifices from the Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python. Without these 100,000-year soul beasts continuously sacrificing themselves, even if Tang San followed the original path and embarked on the Sea God trials, he wouldn't reach the level of a titled Douluo with 9 rings. By then, Qian Renxu and Bibi Dong would likely have already ascended to godhood, right? Maybe not Qian Renxu. If her infiltration plan in the Heaven Empire didn't fail, the burden of managing the empire might delay her ascension to angel godhood. But Bibi Dong probably wouldn't be affected much. After all, the widowed queen had long since begun the Rakshasa god trials. Of course, eliminating Tang San entirely would be ideal. It's worth trying. But the person to act couldn't be Mu Yang himself or someone he cared about, lest the hammer-wielding Tang Hao turned him into a pancake. In the original, Tang Hao appeared to have left Tang San's side, but he showed up at key moments more than once. It was hard to believe he wasn't secretly guarding Tang San. Otherwise, how could so many coincidental rescues occur? After eating his fill, Mu Yang left the academy cafeteria with Huo Shuang and Huo Wu, heading toward the core area of the Flaming Plant Garden mimic training grounds. The Flaming Plant Garden covered almost the entire Blazing Academy. However, not all areas had the same training enhancement effects. For example, the outer edges of the academy provided almost no benefits. Following the red cobblestone path, Mu Yang arrived at a paradise of fire attribute plant soul beasts with the 2 siblings. The moment he entered, his gaze was drawn to a towering plant at the center of the garden. Its fiery red branches and leaves were adorned with countless blooming silver flowers. A gentle breeze carried a faint, peculiar fragrance that lifted Mu Yang's spirits. Noticing his reaction, Huo Wu's face lit up with a knowing smile. With a touch of pride, she introduced, Zhao Yang, this fire silver blossom tree isn't ordinary. It's our Blazing Academy's treasure. A treasure? Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. Huo Wu nodded. That's right. It's the Academy's treasure. According to my father, this fire silver blossom tree has existed since the Academy's founding. After centuries of cultivation and immense resource investment, it has now reached 50,000 years of age. If it's such a treasure and the Academy invested so much, what's special about it? I've never heard of such a plant-type soul beast before. Mu Yang asked curiously. Of course. As far as I know, besides this one in the Academy, there isn't a second fire silver blossom tree on the continent. It's probably a mutated fire attribute plant soul beast. As for why the Academy cultivated it, Huo Wu deliberately lengthened her explanation, teasingly trying to pique Mu Yang's curiosity. Seeing this, Mu Yang rolled his eyes. Teasing someone was truly annoying. Huo Wu chuckled, then proudly revealed, see the countless silver flowers blooming on the fire silver blossom tree? The faint fragrance they release has a soul-nourishing effect. It can slightly extend a soul master's daily meditation time. The fallen petals are treasures too. Once dried, they can be used to brew tea with the same soul-nourishing effect. Although the effect isn't significant and is less useful for higher-ranked soul masters, for academy students, the cumulative impact over time is considerable. Soul-nourishing? Mu Yang's eyes lit up, and his gaze at the fire silver blossom tree filled with an inexplicable gleam. Wasn't his frail appearance due to the excessive consumption of his spiritual and soul power? If he had a sufficient supply of these silver blossoms, couldn't he finally shed his frail reputation? Chapter 14, Roll as hard as you can. However, the silver flower with its soul-nourishing effect belonged to the public property of the Blazing Fire Academy. Without proper and reasonable justification, it wouldn't be appropriate to ask his uncle and aunt for special privileges. Moreover, exposing his ability to deduce soul power techniques just to obtain the silver flower felt not worth it to Mu Yang. After all, since the silver flower could remain safely in the Blazing Fire Academy, its actual value was unlikely to be particularly high. At least, its effects wouldn't be significant for high-level soul masters, otherwise, it would have long been taken by other major powers on the continent. Although the Blazing Fire Academy was not a small force on the continent, it couldn't compare to the 2 empires, the Spirit Hall, or the 3 sects of the continent. It wasn't even on par with the Elephant Armored Sect, a second-rate force in the Soul Master world. After all, the Elephant Armored Sect, as one of the 7 great sects, also had an Elephant Armored Academy, which was comparable in reputation to the Blazing Fire Academy. Come on, little brother, Let me show you something cool. By the way, you better work hard on your cultivation in the future. Your big sister is counting on you to make it big. With that, Huo pulled Mu Yang toward the greenhouse where the silver fire tree stood. Mu Yang. Huo Shuang. The next morning, in his bedroom, Mu Yang sat cross-legged on his bed, activating his innate ability to deduce a spiritual power cultivation technique. Considering the issue of soul force recovery, Mu Yang adjusted his daily deduction schedule. Instead of his original plan of pushing himself to the limit through uninterrupted nightly deductions using reviving soul ginseng, he now decided to perform deductions with less intensity, splitting them into 2 sessions, one in the morning and one in the evening. This was akin to climbing a 1,000-meter mountain. Climbing it in one go would obviously be more exhausting than climbing 500 meters, resting for half a day, and then completing the remaining 500 meters. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, followed by Muse's voice from outside. Zhao Yang, are you awake? I'm awake. Halting his deductions, Mu Yang replied. With a soft click, Muse pushed open the door and walked in. Zhao Yang, change your clothes. The tutor I arranged for you will arrive soon. Don't be impolite. Noticing that Mu Yang was still in his pajamas, Muse reminded him. A tutor? Okay. Mu Yang nodded. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Yang, now seated in the living room on the first floor, saw a bespectacled young woman walk in. Danzō. The young woman greeted Muse respectfully as soon as she entered. For the academy's regular teachers, a deputy dean was still addressed as dean. Miss Shuping, hello. This is my nephew, Mu Yang. Zhao Yang, from now on, Miss Shuping will teach you about soul masters and soul beasts. Muse introduced the two. Hello, Miss Shuping. Mu Yang greeted her politely. Hello, Mu Yang. Danzō, aside from the first class every morning, I'm free. When would you like me to come to tutor Zhao Yang? Smiling, Shuping turned to ask Muse. Hearing this, Muse didn't respond immediately. Instead, she turned to Mu Yang and asked, Zhao Yang, what do you think? Miss Shuping, you can come after your morning class. As for the afternoons, I'll be meditating during that time. You can come after 3 o'clock. Mu Yang gave it some thought and replied. The Blazing Fire Academy's schedule wasn't very heavy, with only 2 morning classes, from 8:00 to 9:30 a.m. and from 10:00 to 11:30 a.m. If Shuping came after her class ended at 9:30 a.m. it would align perfectly with Mu Yang's plan to start his morning deductions early. The Extreme Flame Meditation Technique was a fire attribute meditation technique. Practicing during the hottest part of the day might yield slightly better results than practicing in the morning or evening. After finishing his meditation, he could start his afternoon study sessions, continuing until dinner. Following dinner, he could perform another round of deductions before heading straight to bed, ready for the next day. Thus, as a transmigrator who had just turned 6, Mu Yang set up a schedule even tougher than a 996 work routine. However, Mu Yang believed his hard work would be worth it. All this was for a brighter tomorrow. Not all hardworking people are successful, but all successful people have endured hardships at least at some point. With talent, a little cheat, and a drive to outwork everyone, if Mu Yang didn't succeed, who else could? Mu Yang, roll as hard as you can. You seem quite eager to learn, Zhao Yang. Danzō, what do you think? Shuping praised Mu Yang, then turned to Muse. Concerned about overly long teaching hours. Not really. Shuping's tutoring fee wasn't fixed but charged by the hour. The longer the teaching time, the more golden cuties she earned. It's settled. Miss Shuping, Zhao Yang will be in your care starting tomorrow. Muse finalized the arrangement. You're too kind, Danzō. It's my honor to teach a prodigy. This wasn't mere flattery. Shuping genuinely felt this way. Before coming, she had learned about Mu Yang's background. With innate full soul power, he was destined to become a titled Luo revered by thousands on the continent. Becoming his knowledge tutor and earning a generous tutoring fee? This deal couldn't be better. That evening, after enjoying a hearty meal at the academy cafeteria, Mu Yang returned to his residence with Huo and Huo Shuang. Seeing his aunt, Muse, sitting in the living room, Mu Yang approached, greeted her, and said goodnight before preparing to head upstairs to continue his technique creation endeavors. Zhao Yang, don't rush off to rest just yet. Muse called out to stop him. Andy, what's the matter? Mu Yang looked at her. You're so frail. Andy got you something to strengthen your body. As she spoke, Muse picked up a jade box from the coffee table in front of her. Strengthen my body? Mu Yang's expression froze. He only appeared frail, he wasn't actually weak. There was no need for special supplements. And even if supplements were necessary, ordinary ones wouldn't work. They had to have soul-nourishing effects. Otherwise, the frailty would persist. Noticing Mu Yang's awkwardness, Musa smiled and didn't press the issue, opening the jade box in her hands. Inside was a translucent, golden yellow solid. It looked a bit like a bar of yellow soap. Mom, what did you buy for Zhao Yang to strengthen him? Glancing at the unknown item in the jade box, Huo asked curiously. This is whale glue. Musa replied. Whale glue? Hearing this, Mu Ying's expression froze again, his gaze returning to the jade box in her hands. If he remembered correctly, consuming whale glue could improve physical constitution? Chapter 15, Whale Glue, Passing Down the Technique, Part 1. Zioyang, do you know what whale glue is? Noticing that Maiyang seemed to recognize whale glue, Muxayu's expression immediately darkened. Damn it, her nephew was just over 6 years old. Who on earth told him about this? Not exactly, but I've heard that fish can be boiled into glue. I guess whale glue must be made from the bodies of whale-type sea soul beasts, right? Maiyang quickly denied it with a calm face. He, Maiyang, was pure and innocent. How could he possibly know that whale glue was a well-known stimulant? Absolutely impossible. This piece of whale glue was golden in color but not too dark. It seemed that the whale-type sea soul beast it came from hadn't reached 10,000 years of cultivation, otherwise, it would have been deep yellow. Hearing this, Muxayu's expression eased slightly. She said, whale glue is a special substance produced in the brains of whale-type sea soul beasts. It's not the same as fish glue. Maiyang's expression stiffened, thinking, if I didn't say that, wouldn't it mean I knew too much? Muxayu took the whale glue out of the jade box. As soul power surged around her, a flame of orange-golden color ignited in her hand, roasting the whale glue. At room temperature, whale glue was solid and hard. To consume it, it needed to be softened with high heat, otherwise, it was difficult to ingest. And ordinary flames wouldn't work either. If the temperature was too low, the glue couldn't be softened properly. But this was no problem for Muxayu. As a 7-ring soul sage with fire attributes, roasting a piece of whale glue was a trivial matter. She could incinerate the whale soul beast that produced this glue if it appeared. Under the roasting of the orange-golden flame, the hard millennium whale glue quickly softened, turning into a golden-yellow gelatinous mass. At the same time, a peculiar fragrance wafted from the softened whale glue. The scent was rich yet concentrated, not dispersing far, making Maiyang and the nearby Huo and Huo drool uncontrollably. Seeing it was about done, Muxayu retracted the flame and, with a flick of her soul power, shaped the softened whale glue into over 100 bead-sized balls, placing them back into the jade box. So fragrant Huo swallowed her saliva, gazing longingly at her mother. Seeing her daughter's eager expression, Muxayu rolled her eyes. It's not for you. You're not weak, this is to nourish Zioyang. A young girl eating such a thing? Absolutely not. Maiyang. Did she really have to keep mentioning weak? Pointing to the jade box filled with whale glue balls, Muxayu handed one to Maiyang. Zioyang, whale glue shouldn't be consumed in large amounts, or your body won't be able to handle it. I'll roast one for you each night. Got it. Taking a whale glue ball, Maiyang nodded and promptly popped it into his mouth. As soon as the whale glue entered his mouth, Maiyang frowned. Though it smelled fragrant, it tasted slightly fishy and slippery, leaving a strange sensation. Fortunately, the fishy taste soon faded, replaced by a strong fragrance. Shortly after, Maiyang felt a surge of heat in his abdomen, rapidly spreading to his limbs and entire body. This scorching and comfortable sensation felt like being in a sauna while getting a full-body massage extremely pleasant. Unconsciously, Maiyang let out a muffled groan of satisfaction, exhaling a faintly fragrant breath. Little sweet talking. But soon, the heat in his body subsided, replaced by an inexplicable restlessness. Unlike the previous comforting heat, this restlessness brought no pleasure. If he were older and more physically developed, it could have been quite embarrassing. Thankfully, the amount of whale glue he consumed wasn't much. Although the sensation was somewhat uncomfortable, it didn't cause significant issues. As for the improvement to his physical constitution from the whale glue, that wasn't something instantaneous like gaining points in a game. It required a gradual, subtle process over time. Besides, the amount he had wasn't large, so the effect wouldn't be immediately noticeable. After a while, confirming he could handle it, Maiyang looked at Muxayu again. You're still a child. You can't eat too much. Muxayu said, shaking her head as she stored the jade box of whale glue into her soul tool. TSK Maiyang clicked his tongue in disappointment. There was no doubt that whale glue was a good thing. But Muxayu was right, it really couldn't be overconsumed, or he wouldn't get any sleep tonight. After consuming whale glue for a while and noticing significant improvements in his physique, he'd reveal its true effects to his aunt. That way, the two kids, Huo and Huo, who were currently salivating like little puppies, could also attach soul rings that surpassed the usual best ratio in the future. After all, while whale glue was expensive, the Huo family was wealthy enough to provide their 3 juniors with regular consumption of it. 2 days later. In the mountain cave behind Blazing Academy, within a lava mimicry training field. In a stone chamber, Huo opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance gleaming in them. How is it? Seeing Huo emerge from his meditation, Muxayu quickly asked. What an extraordinary extreme flame meditation technique. That trip to Sunset Forest was undoubtedly the greatest opportunity of my life. Blazing Academy might see a titled Douluo again in the future. No, definitely more than one. Feeling the faint changes in his soul power, Huo excitedly exclaimed to Muxayu. Although the extreme flame meditation technique that Maiyang had secretly passed on was very detailed and included all the key points of cultivation, its complex soul power pathways had taken Huo until now to fully grasp it. But after just one meditation session, Huo noticed how remarkable the technique was, far exceeding his expectations. It seemed that the realm of a 9-ring titled Douluo wasn't as distant as he once thought. Moreover, he was already past the golden age of cultivation. If his children, who also possessed fire attribute martial souls, learned this, the innate full soul power Maiyang wouldn't even need mentioning. His son and daughter might also have a chance at becoming titled Luos in the future. Hearing this, Muxayu raised an eyebrow. Is the extreme flame meditation technique really that miraculous? Though her husband's talent wasn't that, starting with innate 8th level soul power and even following the usual path, he might have a chance at becoming a titled Luo. But Muxayu knew her husband wasn't someone who exaggerated. If he wasn't at least 80% confident, he wouldn't say such things. Clearly, the extreme flame meditation technique had given Huo immense confidence. Absolutely. For fire attribute martial soul masters, this is undoubtedly a supreme manual. Huo praised without hesitation. The extreme flame meditation technique was undeniably excellent. However, Huo couldn't help but wonder, was such a divine skill truly something owned by 2 soul masters who perished to a pack of Millennium Firewolves? Well, it no longer mattered. The extreme flame meditation technique was now his, and the question would forever remain unanswered. With the technique in hand and proven effective, dwelling on it was pointless. Soon, after mastering the extreme flame meditation technique and confirming its efficacy, Huo began guiding Muxayu in cultivation. Chapter 16, Whale Gel, Passing the Technique, Part 2, compared to Huo, Muzu, being 1 soul ring lower and having weaker spiritual power, lacked the same sensitivity. Additionally, the specific soul power circulation paths of the extreme flame meditation method were quite complex. Even with guidance, it still took her a week to master it. That morning, Huo and Muzu summoned Mu Ying and the other 2 to the underground quiet chamber. Afterward, Huo circulated his soul power and laid a barrier within the chamber to isolate the interior, ensuring no eavesdropping. Dad, Mom, why are you 2 being so secretive? Did something big happen? Seeing how serious his father was, Huo asked in confusion. There is indeed something, but it's good news. Huo replied as his gaze fell on Mu Ying. Had it not been for his nephew needing to add a soul ring for advancement, he might have completely missed the mysterious and extraordinary extreme flame meditation method. Oh? Uncle, and how did you know I had good news to share with you 2? At that moment, Mu Ying had already guessed the good news they were referring to. Most likely, the couple had finally mastered the extreme flame meditation method he had secretly provided and were now planning to pass it on. However, Mu Ying decided to steer the tropic a bit. For the past 10 days, Muzu had roasted a piece of whale gel for him to consume every evening. Though the doses were small, Mu Ying could clearly feel an improvement in his physical constitution. Now, it was the perfect time to rationally and convincingly bring up the true effects of whale gel. For high-level soul masters, slight improvements in physical constitution might not seem significant since higher-level soul rings naturally bring superior attributes, reducing the impact of a few 100 or 1,000 years difference. However, for lower-level soul masters, even an increase of just 100 years in the maximum bearable age of a soul ring could result in significant changes. It's similar to the snowball effect. Once a soul master gains an initial advantage in soul ring years, this advantage becomes more pronounced later on. Under normal circumstances, soul masters need to cultivate to level 90 as quasi-titled Luos to bear a 100,000-year soul ring. But with an initial advantage, that threshold could be lowered significantly, perhaps even to level 80 as a quasi-souled Luo, without considering spirit bones. Geniuses, after all, need to be nurtured from an early age and given a lead at the starting line. Although his older cousin Huo Shuang and older cousin Huo Wu weren't particularly young anymore, it still wasn't too late for them. Huh? Zhao Yang, you have good news to share too? Huolai was slightly stunned and asked with a bit of surprise. Is it about your weakness being cured? Musa asked excitedly. Andy, I told you I'm not weak. Haven't I been taking whale gel regularly these days? I accidentally discovered the true effects of whale gel. Mu Ying said, feigning surprise. Oh? The true effects of whale gel? Aside from nourishing the body, what other effects could it have? Musa frowned slightly, puzzled. It's precisely about nourishing the body. Since it nourishes, doesn't that mean it improves physical constitution? My strength has noticeably increased lately. Mu Ying explained matter-of-factly. It's not that no one on the continent had repeatedly consumed whale gel before. However, those who did often viewed it as a tonic for a specific purpose. Due to its high cost, they typically consumed it sparingly. Furthermore, any improvements were often overshadowed by the exhaustion caused by certain vigorous activities, leading to the misconception that whale gel had no other value. Little brother, your body was already weak. Maybe the whale gel just replenished what was lacking, making you think your physical constitution improved. Huo said, jumping into the conversation. Sister, I already said I'm not weak. My physical condition isn't any worse than other soul masters at my level. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bear a 400-plus-year soul ring as my first. If I consistently take whale gel, it'll definitely enhance my constitution. Besides, if it were just replenishing deficiencies, wouldn't I look healthier by now? Mu Ying pointed at his still slightly pale face. Hearing this, all four of them turned to look at Mu Ying's face. Indeed, the little guy's complexion still looked as sickly as before, as if the words "I'm terribly weak" were etched on his forehead. Could it really work? Huolai frowned, unsure. Unlike Huolai was well aware of Mu Ying's physical condition. In his opinion, Mu Ying didn't look weak due to a physical problem but rather an unknown martial soul ailment. If his constitution had genuinely improved, it was likely due to the whale gel's effects, just as Mu Ying had claimed. Why don't we have my cousins try it and see for themselves? Mu Ying gestured toward Huo Shuang and Huo. Exchanging glances, Huolai and Musa nodded. Whether it worked or not could easily be verified with a simple test. Since the cost of testing was negligible and wouldn't result in any side effects, there was no harm in trying. If it proved effective, they would have hit the jackpot. As advanced soul masters and core members of Blazing Academy, the couple had far greater knowledge and insight than ordinary soul masters. They were well aware of the importance of a strong physical constitution for soul masters. Temporarily setting this topic aside, Huolai straightened his expression, his gaze sweeping over the three before speaking seriously. Today, I will teach you a special meditation technique. This technique far surpasses ordinary meditation methods, so you must practice it diligently. However, you must remember never to share it with anyone else or mention it to outsiders, lest it bring trouble upon you. A special meditation technique? Huo raised an eyebrow and asked, Dad, what's special about it? Does it have a specific name? No need to ask so many questions. Just learn it and practice well. Musa interjected, cutting off Huo's curious inquiries before Huolai could respond. The extreme flame meditation method's origins were somewhat dubious. After discussing it, the couple decided not to reveal its name or origin to the three children, in case the information leaked and attracted trouble. It's like accidentally acquiring the dragon transformation secret technique of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If you practice it quietly and discreetly, it's fine. But if the news gets out, unless your strength surpasses theirs, the clan will inevitably hunt you down to eliminate the risk of their exclusive technique spreading. Moreover, not knowing the name or origin wouldn't affect the extreme flame meditation method's actual efficacy. Chapter 17, The Monopoly Plan. 1 week later. In the dean's office of Blaze Academy, 5 figures were seated. Besides Huolai and Musa, there was a middle-aged woman with elegant features and 2 other men, one brawny and the other lean. What's the reason brother called us all here today? Is it something important? Glancing at Huolai, who sat at the head of the table, the middle-aged woman, Yan Ruyo, turned to Musa and asked. It is something important, but it's good news. If executed properly, in the coming decades, our Blaze Academy will have the strongest students among the 5 great elemental academies. It might even surpass all others and claim the title of the best academy on the continent. Musa said with a smile. Best on the continent? Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? The burly middle-aged man, Yan Zhenming, raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with disbelief. While Blaze Academy was indeed strong, its overall performance in past all-continent Advanced Soul Master Academy competitions had consistently lagged behind Thunderclap Academy and Godwind Academy. It was on par with Skywater Academy and only had a clear edge over Elephant Armored Academy. To claim the top spot among the 5 elemental academies was one thing, but to outshine Heaven Imperial Academy, Starluo Imperial Academy, And especially the Invincible Spirit Hall Academy seemed utterly unrealistic. Spirit Hall Academy often fielded students at the Soul King, 5-ring, level for these tournaments. In contrast, the last time Blaze Academy had a Soul King represent them was 3 decades ago, and even then, the student was at the age limit for eligibility. Coincidentally, that Soul King was none other than the man at the head of the table, Hueco himself. Decades into the future? Zhu, are you saying this plan has a limited window? Kai Chengyan, the lean middle-aged man, caught on to an important detail and curiously asked. Brother Lai, you explain it. Musa said, smiling as she turned to Hueco. With that, Hueco scanned the 3 of them with a serious expression and said, everyone here is a key figure in the academy. What I'm about to share must remain a strict secret until the plan is finalized. Yan Ruyo, Martial Soul, Hellfire Vine, 7-ring Control Soul Sage, Vice Dean of Blaze Academy. Yan Zhenming, Martial Soul, Flame Banner, 7-ring Assault Tool Soul Sage, Vice Dean of Blaze Academy. Kai Chengyan, Martial Soul, Scarlet Flame Bird, 7-ring Assault Battle Soul Sage, Vice Dean of Blaze Academy. These 3, alongside Vice Dean Musa and Dean Hueco, made up Blaze Academy's current leadership. Seeing Hueco's stern demeanor, the 3 nodded gravely. Anything that concerned the Academy's interests was their shared responsibility as its leaders. Moreover, any benefits for the Academy would indirectly benefit them as well. A recent fortunate discovery of mine may just shock the entire Soul Master world. The value of this discovery rivals that of a typical soul bone. Yan Ruyo, you manage the Academy's finances. How much money do we currently have available? As he spoke, Hueco's gaze fell on Yan Ruyo. We have just over 5 million gold soul coins at our disposal. If needed, with our Academy's reputation, we could secure loans from the Empire or the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan. Borrowing 10 or 20 million shouldn't be a problem. Yan Ruyo replied after some thought. Blaze Academy wasn't like the poverty-stricken Shrek Academy. As one of the continent's renowned elemental academies, Blaze received substantial annual funding from the Heaven Empire. After all, most of Blaze Academy's graduates wouldn't stay in the academy but would instead join the Empire's ranks. The Empire's financial support was effectively an investment in its own future. Additionally, Blaze Fire City wasn't under any noble's control. While administratively part of the Heaven Empire, all its tax revenue directly funded the academy instead of the Imperial Treasury. Even if funds were tight, borrowing from wealthy patrons like Emperor Zuyi or the lavish Ning Fengzi of the 7th Treasure Glaze Tile clan would be straightforward, given Blaze Academy's impeccable reputation. Brother Lai, what exactly is this treasure? Kai Chengyan asked, looking at Hueco. At this point, Kai Chengyan had a good guess. Hueco must have discovered something that significantly benefited Soul Masters. His plan was likely to buy up all available stock before the secret got out, achieving a market monopoly. Whether to use the resource exclusively for their academy or resell it at exorbitant prices could be decided after the monopoly was secured. After testing the effects of whale glue on Huo Shuang and Huo Wu over the past few days, Hueco's thoughts had aligned with this idea. Hiding the discovery to quietly improve his 3 juniors' physical capabilities seemed too short-sighted for someone in his position. Enhanced physical attributes meant they could withstand higher soul ring ages, and anyone knowledgeable about Soul Masters would notice the difference in their soul ring colors. Soul rings beyond the best configurations were bound to attract attention. While Hueco could avoid explaining to outsiders, evading questions from those within the academy, who knew the students' backgrounds, would be far more challenging. Instead of hiding, why not embrace the opportunity and involve Blaze Academy in a grand scheme? By monopolizing the whale glue supply now, the academy could prepare for the inevitable surge in demand once the secret got out. This way, the academy could stockpile for its own use while potentially profiting as a supplier when the time came. After all, whale glue's ability to enhance physical strength without conflicting with soul bones made it a treasure no affluent force on the continent could ignore. When the secret eventually leaked, the demand for whale glue would undoubtedly skyrocket, and so would its price. Chapter 18, It's too small, the perspective is too small. It is often said that wealth is just an external possession, and this saying holds some truth. But for Blazing Fire Academy, gold soul coins are absolutely indispensable. Maintenance of the mimetic cultivation field, teachers' salaries, the wear and tear of the spirit battle training grounds. There isn't a Soul Master Academy whose dean would complain about having too much funding for education. Moreover, if Blazing Fire Academy holds a large amount of whale glue while other academies have little, using whale glue as a reward for outstanding students will undoubtedly attract more talented Soul Masters to enroll in Blazing Fire Academy, thereby enhancing the academy's overall strength. Indeed, a dean who doesn't aspire to lead the strongest academy on the continent is not a good dean. This treasure is whale glue. Huo revealed without further concealment. Whale glue? At these words, Yan Ruyo, Kai Changyan, and Yan Zhenming widened their eyes in disbelief. All three were experienced and knowledgeable individuals, well aware of what whale glue was. But wasn't whale glue merely an aphrodisiac? How could its value rival that of ordinary soul bones? At first, I didn't believe it either. You've all met my nephew Miu Yang. The boy always looks frail, so Zhu and I decided to buy him some whale glue to nourish his body. Unexpectedly, after taking it for about 10 days, he told us his physical constitution had improved. Skeptical, I had Wash Wang and Zhao Wu try it for a few days, and the results were the same. Their physical fitness improved significantly. For high-level soul masters, the enhancement may not seem too noticeable, but for low-level soul masters, it's quite substantial. Imagine if the outside world learned that whale glue could enable a soul master to attach a first soul ring with 500 or 600 years, a second soul ring with 1,000 years, a third soul ring with 3,000 to 4,000 years, or even a fourth soul ring with 8,000 to 9,000 years. How sought after would it become among soul masters? And how much would its price soar? Even without considering buying low and selling high for massive profits, keeping whale glue for the academy's use or as a reward for outstanding students would make Blazing Fire Academy the top choice for talented soul masters on a continent when selecting an academy. When Huo confirmed the effects of whale glue, even as the knowledgeable dean of Blazing Fire Academy, he was stunned. For individuals, aside from lacking a soul bone skill, the benefits of whale glue were nearly comparable to ordinary soul bones. As for the price of soul bones, well, anyone in the know would understand. Even the most useless 100-year soul bone far surpassed whale glue in price. Granted, most soul masters who are lucky enough to obtain a soul bone rarely sell it for money. But few soul masters would actually buy soul bones unless they were immensely wealthy and had an excess of gold soul coins. Brother Lai, whale glue can only be made from the bodies of whale-type sea soul beasts. Its market availability is scarce and highly favored by nobles. If we plan to purchase it on a large scale, we might not achieve significant results. Instead, why not adopt a two-pronged approach? After digesting the revelation of whale glue's effects on enhancing soul masters' physical fitness, Yan Ruyo regained her composure and addressed Huo Lai. Ruyo, are you suggesting that we send our academy's experts to the sea to hunt whale-type sea soul beasts? Kai Chenyan asked, stroking his chin. Before Yan Ruyo could respond, Yan Zhenming shook his head. That's unwise. Our academy consists of fire element soul masters, and going to the sea to hunt would severely handicap our abilities. Moreover, sea soul beasts have the advantage of their natural habitat. A six-ring fire element soul emperor would likely struggle against even a newly advanced 10,000-year sea soul beast. Additionally, most whale-type sea soul beasts are notoriously difficult to deal with. Acting alone would not only be inefficient but also highly risky. At this moment, a gleam of excitement flashed in Yan Ruyo's eyes as she suggested, I never said we should act alone. Let's collaborate with Sky Water Academy. Water and ice element soul masters are far better suited for hunting in the sea than us fire element soul masters. Moreover, with Spirit Hall growing increasingly powerful in recent years, even the Clear Sky sect has been forced into seclusion. I believe the continent will inevitably descend into chaos. Lu, your nephew is a born full soul power genius with twin martial souls. He's destined to become one of the rare top-tier powerhouses on the continent. I say we annex Skywater Academy. If the two academies merge, and the continent truly falls into chaos, we would become a force to be reckoned with, deterring anyone from acting rashly. I even have a name in mind, Ice Fire Academy. Huo Lai and the others. What an appetite this woman has. Huo Lai was nearly floored by Yan Ruyo's bold idea. His perspective was indeed too small. Compared to Yan Ruyo, as the academy's dean, his ambitions seemed laughably limited. While he had only considered stockpiling whale glue or profiting from it, Yan Ruyo was already envisioning the merger of two elemental academies. Still, Huo Lai admitted he was tempted. After all, a dean who doesn't dream of leading the strongest academy isn't a good dean. Ahem. Let's set aside the matter of this Ice Fire Academy for now and revisit it later. As for whale glue, we'll take a dual approach. First, we'll discreetly purchase whale glue from the market. Second, we'll post bounties in coastal cities to acquire the bodies of whale-type sea soul beasts through hired sea soul masters. The sea is dangerous, and any mishaps would be undesirable for all involved. Clearing his throat, Huo Lai set the plan in motion. Gold soul coins were external possessions. If gold soul coins could solve the problem, Huo Lai would not risk his academy's experts' lives. After all, Blazing Fire Academy's objective was simply to obtain whale glue. The method of acquisition was irrelevant. Moreover, as a fire element soul master, Huo Lai admitted he harbored an innate fear of the sea. This fear was justified by countless lessons from history, warning soul masters of the perilous nature of the vast ocean, especially for fire element soul masters who lacked flight capabilities. Take himself, an 8-ring-souled Luo. Against an ordinary land-based soul beast under 80,000 years, he could confidently emerge victorious alone. But against a sea soul beast in the ocean, even a 50,000-year beast would be a questionable match for him. This imbalance in strength, coupled with the oceanic advantage of sea soul beasts, explained why the many 100,000-year sea soul beasts remained unchallenged by the continent's quasi-titled Luo of rank 90. Without the power of a rank 97 titled Luo or higher, challenging a 100,000-year sea soul beast would only amount to offering oneself as a sacrifice. Chapter 19, Lunar Refining Technique. Over 10 days later. 2 days after Huo Shuang also mastered the extreme flame meditation method. Upon seeing that his elder cousins had both successfully learned it, Mu Yang pretended to master the technique the following night as well. Thus, his act of secretly passing the extreme flame meditation method to his 4 close relatives came to an end. At the same time, Mu Yang had legitimized his own use of the meditation method. From now on, he could practice it openly in front of his aunt and cousins. Meanwhile, in Heaven City, within a luxurious prince's mansion, what did you say? No more whale gelatin available? Inside an opulent hall, Prince Zushing asked his steward with a look of disbelief. Your Highness, I've scoured all the major merchant guilds in Heaven City, and whale gelatin is out of stock everywhere. After some inquiries, I learned that someone has been buying it up, seemingly intending to monopolize the supply. Discreetly wiping the sweat from his forehead, the middle-aged steward reported truthfully. Even the 7 Treasure Business Guild has no stock? Zushing persisted. As a man entering his twilight years, there were some things he could no longer do as he once had. With whale gelatin to aid him, Zushing could transform into a vigorous youth. Without it, however, he could only lament his fading vitality. The steward shook his head silently. Damn it! Which bastard dares to ruin my mood? Zushing cursed angrily. After all, tonight, he had plans to entertain a pair of delicate twin cat-eared beauties. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have wasted the previous night hosting a grand banquet, exhausting his mansion's supply of whale gelatin. This was akin to depriving an old warrior of his sword right before battle. Completely unacceptable. Do we know which power is behind this? Amidst his curses, Zushing directed his inquiry to the steward. The middle-aged steward once again shook his head. Due to its niche use and relatively high cost, whale gelatin was typically purchased by wealthy clients. Merchant guilds were careful not to disclose customer information lightly. Furthermore, as a steward, he lacked the influence to extract such details. Additionally, merchants were not always aware of their customers' backgrounds. As long as the buyer paid, their identity didn't matter. Zushing was not the only influential figure to hear of the whale gelatin monopoly. Ning Fengzi, the master of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan, also received a report from the president of the 7 Treasure Business Guild. Typically, the whale gelatin trade was a niche market, far from significant enough to catch the attention of someone of Ning Fengzi's stature. However, Ning Fengzi himself had a personal interest in the product. Though he appeared youthful, the reality was that Ning Fengzi was over 50. Without the aid of whale gelatin, how else could he sustain his regular rescue missions for young ladies at the Heaven Grand Auction? Clan Master, the President requests your instructions. Should we investigate the buyer's identity? A disciple of the 7th Treasure Glaze Tile clan, working within the guild, asked Ning Fengzi. There's no need. It's just whale gelatin. Let them be. Ning Fengzi waved dismissively. Unlike Zushing, Ning Fengzi was a forward-thinking individual. Even if the market's supply of whale gelatin were entirely bought out, his private reserves would last him several years. Given that, why waste effort investigating? Besides, someone spending lavishly at his guild only benefited him as a hidden owner. As for others in need of whale gelatin? What did that have to do with him, Ning Fengzi? As long as his needs were met, nothing else mattered. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Under the moonlight, Mu Yang sat cross-legged on a soft cushion on his balcony, eyes closed, silently circulating his spiritual cultivation method. He absorbed the moonlight's essence into his spiritual power. Half a year ago, through relentless effort and his innate talent for deduction, Mu Yang successfully devised a spiritual cultivation technique. The method, named Lunar Refining Technique, harnessed moonlight under the night sky to refine spiritual power, manifesting a lunar star within the sea of consciousness. Unlike the extreme flame meditation method, which directly tied to soul power levels, the Lunar Refining Technique consisted of 5 stages: illusory moon, crescent moon, full moon, radiant moon, and lunar star. Stage 1, illusory moon, forming a vague, illusory moon in the sea of consciousness. Achieving clarity in this stage corresponds to the spiritual power of a level 30 soul elder. Stage 2, Crescent Moon, solidifying the illusory moon into a crescent moon corresponds to a level 60 Soul Emperor. Stage 3, Full Moon, transforming the crescent moon into a solid full moon corresponds to a level 90 Soul Douluo. Stage 4, Radiant Moon, refining the full moon to radiate dazzling light represents the peak before breaking into the 100th level. Stage 5, Lunar Star, elevating the radiant moon into an eternal lunar star signifies surpassing the 100th level, granting eternal life to the soul. Mu Yang stopped developing the technique after completing the 5th stage. Given his current level, further refinement had no practical use and would only waste time. Perhaps due to his innate spiritual strength surpassing ordinary people, Mu Yang reached stage 1's peak illusory moon clarity within half a year. His spiritual power rivaled that of a level 30 Soul Elder. However, the lunar refining technique had its limitations. The method could only be practiced at night. During the day, it merely aided recovery. Its efficiency was also affected by the lunar phase and weather. For instance, cloudy skies or a new moon reduced its effectiveness. In contrast, the technique was twice as effective during a full moon compared to a crescent moon. Chapter 20, Returning to Sunset Forest. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that the difficulty of deducing the spiritual power cultivation technique lunar refining technique was significantly higher compared to the extreme flame meditation method. The reason lunar refining technique took about a year and a half to deduce, while the less challenging extreme flame meditation method took several years, is primarily due to his strengthened spiritual power post-martial soul awakening. This increase significantly improved the efficiency of his innate deduction talent. Of course, the most critical factors were his first soul skill, Recovery Soul Ginseng, which could restore spiritual power, and the rewards given by Blazing Academy to its outstanding students. The Academy's treasure, silver blossoms from the fire sliver tree, had a nourishing effect on the mind, substantially extending Mu Yang's daily deduction time. After a while, Mu Yang concluded tonight's training and prepared to return to his room for sleep. On any other night, as a self-proclaimed workaholic, he wouldn't feel sleepy at this hour. At the very least, he would push through and make progress on the incomplete body tempering technique he had been working on. After all, with a meditation method and a spiritual power cultivation technique in hand, achieving balance in energy, spirit, and body required a complementary body tempering technique. But tonight, Mu Yang couldn't afford to stay up late. He had an important task the following morning and needed proper rest. Just then, a figure appeared on the neighboring balcony. In the next moment, Hueco, dressed in pajamas, climbed over the balcony railing and landed beside Mu Yang. Mu Yang, staying up late again? No wonder you're so frail all the time. Seeing her little cousin once again burning the midnight oil, Hueco spoke with a disapproving look. I'm heading to bed right now. Mu Yang replied. Having been labeled frail for years, he was used to it and didn't even bother to argue. Good. Go on, quickly. You have to go soul hunting tomorrow morning. Seeing Mu Yang obediently agree, Hueco, as a sister who cared about her younger brother's health, nodded in satisfaction and pushed him toward his room. Yes, tomorrow was the day. After cultivating for over 2 years since reaching the rank of a one-ring soul master, Mu Yang's soul power had now reached level 20. He was ready to add a second soul ring and advance further. The next morning, after breakfast, Mu Yang followed Hueco to the gates of Blazing Academy. Standing there was a slender teenager with short, reddish-brown hair, seemingly waiting for them. Dean. When the teenager noticed Hueco approaching with Mu Yang, he stepped forward and greeted him. Then, smiling, he extended his right hand toward Mu Yang. Hello, Junior Mu Yang. I'm Hueco. Mu Yang, being the youngest and most talented student in the academy, was naturally known to Hueco. However, the two hadn't interacted before. Hello, Senior Hueco. Though unfamiliar with the teenager before him, Mu Yang smiled and extended his hand in return. Zhao Yang, Hueco has also reached the level of a rank 30 Soul Master. He'll be accompanying you to Sunset Forest for soul hunting. Also, if nothing unexpected happens, both of you will likely be teammates in the next Soul Master tournament. Hueco explained. Hearing this, Mu Yang gained some clarity. When Hueco first mentioned Hueco, Mu Yang couldn't recall who he was. After all, there were too many students with the surname Hueco in Blazing Academy, most with red-toned hair. Some even shared names, and Mu Yang, being quite reclusive, hardly kept track of them. But if this was the Hueco from the original storyline who participated in the Soul Master tournament representing Blazing Academy, Mu Yang did have a faint recollection. If memory served, Hueco's martial soul was a fire attribute flying bird, specializing in agility. During the tournament, his soul power exceeded level 40, didn't it? Of course, the soul power level during the tournament didn't tell the whole story. Contestants' ages varied widely. Among 4-ring soul masters, some were already in their 20s, while others were only 14 or 15. The value of a soul power level greatly depended on the age of the soul master. And if there was someone particularly frustrating, it had to be Feng Zioxian. It was one thing for him to be infatuated with Mu Ying's older cousin, but the worst part was his obsession with creating self-made soul skills instead of focusing on soul power cultivation. Despite being born with full innate soul power, by the age of 24, he was only at level 44, seriously undercutting the prestige of his innate talent. Had Feng Zioxian dedicated himself to soul power cultivation, he might not only have reached 5-ring Soul King status but could even have competed in the tournament as a 6-ring Soul Emperor. 2 days later, in the inner regions of Sunset Forest. Boom. A dull thud resounded as a fire sparrow soul beast was struck solidly in midair by Huo, whose one-horned fire dragon martial soul was in possession state. Even though it was merely a basic dragon claw attack rather than a soul skill, the fire sparrow, a 2,000-year-old soul beast, couldn't withstand the blow and plummeted from the sky. For an expert at the rank of innate ring-souled Luo, dealing with a millennial soul beast was a trivial matter. With a loud crash, dust and debris scattered as the severely injured fire sparrow hit the ground, unconscious. Glancing at the incapacitated soul beast, Huo turned to Huoyan and gestured. Go ahead. 2 years ago, Huo wouldn't have hunted a 2,000-year-old soul beast for a student. After all, such a soul ring far exceeded the optimal allocation for a 3rd ring and couldn't be absorbed by a rank 30 soul elder. As a 4th ring for a soul ancestor, its age was far too low. But times had changed. After the Academy's successful resource consolidation, while most students remained on the same track as before, a select few promising ones received special training. This so-called special training involved granting exceptional students access to whale glue to enhance their physical constitution, allowing them to bear soul rings exceeding optimal allocation limits. Huoyan was one such recipient. His enhanced physique was strong enough to absorb a 2,000-year-old 3rd soul ring. Had Huoyan joined the academy before becoming a 2-ring Grand Soul Master and received the whale glue treatment earlier, the compounding benefits might have allowed his 3rd soul ring to exceed 3,000 years. Thank you, Dean. Huoyan bowed in gratitude before activating his fire crane martial soul. 2 yellow century-year soul rings flared to life as his hands transformed into sharp, crimson crane talons. Approaching the fire sparrow, he struck its vulnerable underside. Slash. A spray of crimson blood blossomed as the talons pierced deep, reaching the creature's brain. Soon, countless golden light particles gathered to form a 1,000-year purple soul ring above the fire sparrow's lifeless body. Chapter 21 Uninvited Guests. Not long later, seeing that Huoyan, with the added fire sparrow soul ring, showed no signs of collapsing, Huo, who had been anxiously watching, finally relaxed. Although it was known that using whale gel could improve a soul master's physical quality, whale gel was rare, and the Blaze Fire Academy wasn't generous enough to give it out freely to any student. This time, Huoyan adding a 3rd soul ring of over 2,000 years was the first case where a soul master used whale gel to attach an over-limit soul ring. While it was still in the theoretical stage, with no real-world testing, Huo had a bit of worry in his heart. But now, he was completely reassured. Though the 3rd soul ring Huoyan was attaching was only about 600 to 700 years beyond the usual optimal pairing limit, the over-limit range wasn't too large. However, it still proved that whale gel's effects were real and undeniable. After all, Huoyan hadn't refined any soul bones. If he hadn't used whale gel, the upper limit for his 3rd soul ring would have been no more than around 1,400 years. Time passed slowly, and several hours later, Huoyan's soul power surged violently, successfully refining the fire sparrow soul ring of over 2,000 years, officially advancing to soul elder at the 3-ring level. Dean, I did it. As soon as he woke up, not even taking time to properly experience the changes from his soul power breakthrough, Huoyan couldn't suppress his excitement. Looking at the bright purple 3rd soul ring that shone more intensely than those of other soul elder in the academy, he excitedly called out to Huo. Huo rubbed his chin and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. A 3rd soul ring over 2,000 years. If you continue using it, though a 10,000-year 4th soul ring is impossible, a 9,000-year 4th soul ring should still be fine. Saying this, Huo couldn't help but glance at Mu Yang standing by. His nephew, not only was his cultivation talent excellent, but his luck was also incredibly good. Back when he brought the boy to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts, they unexpectedly found the profound extreme flame meditation technique, which gave him the opportunity to reach the 9-ring titled Luo in the future. Buying some whale gel to improve his body had no obvious change in his appearance, but it uncovered the true effect of whale gel, which was absurd. It seemed like all the good fortune in the world was being taken by this kid. Suddenly, a faint sound of insect chirps and bird calls ceased, and the entire forest fell into silence. A heavy, oppressive feeling rose in the air as though a peerless dangerous creature had suddenly appeared. Then, a low voice echoed through the ears of Mu Yang and the others, a 9,000-year fourth soul ring should still be fine? Could you explain this to me in detail? Immediately, the three of them were shocked. They turned toward the source of the voice and saw an old man and a young girl standing not far away in the forest. The old man wore a gray robe and had a tall, thin figure, resembling a steer. His hair and beard were both dark green, and his eyes shone like green gemstones. The girl beside him appeared valiant, with deep purple short hair and a pair of green eyes, giving her another worldly charm. This is Jugubo? No, the immortal herb grandpa. Though Mu Yang had never met Jugubo, he was certain that the old man, with green hair and a deep aura, was indeed the imperial court's guest elder, poisoned Luo Jugubo. Of course, Mu Yang was more concerned about Jugubo's other identity, the immortal herb grandpa. Jugubo, easily picked. Huo Lai from Blaze Fire Academy, greetings, Your Excellency the poisoned Luo. As expected, just as Mu Yang confirmed the old man's identity in his mind, Huo Lai respectfully greeted Jugubo. Jugubo, as one of the fame-titled Luos in the Soul Master world and a guest elder to the imperial family, Huo Lai naturally recognized him. Immediately afterward, both Mu Yang and Huo Yun also bowed to Jugubo. This bow was out of respect, acknowledging Jugubo's position as a powerful titled Luo. Blaze Fire Academy? Jugubo raised an eyebrow but didn't seem to care much. To ordinary soul masters, the name of Blaze Fire Academy was quite big, and its strength was impressive, but for a titled Luo, well, it was just Blaze Fire Academy. Even though his own strength as a titled Luo wasn't the strongest, it certainly wasn't at the bottom. Of course, Blaze Fire Academy still had some depth, even if the current academy only had an 8-ringed souled Luo. But that was just the current academy leadership. As for the former leaders like the previous dean and vice deans, they weren't dead. They had just retired due to age. But Jugubo wasn't here to deal with Huo Lai, he just wanted to ask a question. If, as you say, it's possible to add a 9,000-year fourth soul ring without using soul bones, and if this method has no side effects, I would owe you a favor. After thinking for a moment, Jugubo said to Huo Lai. Jugubo's granddaughter, Jugu Yan, had just broken through level 30 and had yet to add her third soul ring. If Huo Lai's method was truly effective, Jugubo would gladly owe him a favor to ensure a brighter future for his granddaughter. Well, hearing this, Huo Lai hesitated. It wasn't that Huo Lai wasn't willing to answer, but he couldn't give a quick answer. He had to make Jugubo feel that this method is very valuable, and unless absolutely unavoidable, I wouldn't tell you. Jugubo, being a bit of a morally gray figure, was in no position to reject. Moreover, since this was the Sunset Forest, a perfect place for killing and silencing people, Huo Lai had no choice but to agree. Furthermore, once Huo Yun returned to the academy, unless he stopped using his martial soul, the over-limit soul ring configuration would be impossible to hide, and the true effects of whale gel would leak sooner or later. Since that was the case, there was no harm in telling Jugubo now. Seeing Huo Lai hesitate, Jugubo felt pleased rather than annoyed. Because Jugubo understood, Huo Lai wouldn't, and couldn't, refuse him now. Moreover, Huo Lai's hesitation indicated that the method to add a 9,000-year fourth soul ring was real and had no side effects, or else Huo Lai would have spoken up immediately. After a brief hesitation, Huo Lai gritted his teeth and said, "This method really has no side effects. I will tell Your Excellency, but I hope you can keep it confidential for a while." "No problem. If anyone asks, I will certainly keep the secret." Jugubo agreed without hesitation. He only had one granddaughter, Jugu Yan, so keeping it a secret from others wasn't a big deal. Moreover, he could tell that Blaze Fire Academy didn't intend to hide the method for long, otherwise Huo Lai wouldn't have just said keep it confidential for a while. Chapter 22, A Favor from a Titled Luo. Did Jugubo suffer a loss? Just to gain information he would eventually learn, he ended up owing someone a favor? No, Jugubo would never lose out. After all, if he hadn't encountered Huo Lai today, his granddaughter, Jugu Yan, would have broken through to become a 3-ring soul elder and missed the opportunity for an over-the-limit third soul ring. Moreover, since he had already made the promise, there was no way to take it back. As a titled Luo, Jugubo valued his reputation. Owing a favor was not worth breaking his word. Your Eminence, consuming whale glue can improve a soul master's physical fitness. The higher the quality of the whale glue, the better the effect. With enhanced physical strength, a soul master can naturally withstand higher quality soul rings under 10,000 years. Without hiding anything, Huo Lai explained the actual effects of whale glue. Whale glue? Jugubo raised an eyebrow, his face showing surprise. Isn't his stuff supposed to be an aphrodisiac? How could it improve physical fitness? After a moment's thought, Jugubo's figure flashed, and he appeared next to Huoyun, grabbing his arm to investigate. When Huoyun suddenly saw Jugubo appear beside him, he almost jumped in fright. Fortunately, realizing that Jugubo likely wouldn't harm him, he didn't resist. After a moment, Jugubo released Huoyun's arm and secretly nodded. What Huolai said was true. He did not detect any signs of soul bone fusion in Huoyun. Yet, without a fused soul bone, Huoyun was able to attach an over-the-limit soul ring. Thus, the claim that whale glue could improve physical fitness was undoubtedly genuine. However, since it concerned the safety of his beloved granddaughter, Jugubo wasn't completely reassured. Once again, his figure flashed, this time appearing beside Mu Ying. He grabbed Mu Ying's arm for another careful inspection. You're only 8 years old? Noticing Mu Ying's bone age, Jugubo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As a titled Dalu, Jugubo instantly saw through Mu Ying's soul power level at 20th ranked, near Soul Grandmaster. Children can only awaken their martial souls at the age of 6. This meant that the red-haired brat before him had cultivated for just over 2 years to become a 2-ring Soul Grandmaster. Another innate full soul power genius had emerged on the continent. Kid, what martial soul did you awaken? Jugubo asked Mu Yang. Innate full soul power was a clear sign of potential to reach the titled Dalu realm, warranting his special attention. Senior, I awakened a food-type martial soul. As he spoke, soul power glimmered in Mu Ying's hand, and a 4-inch-long, earthy yellow ginseng sprouted. A food-type martial soul? TSK, what a pity. Jugubo shook his head with a hint of regret. While a future food-type titled Dalu was certainly valuable, in Jugubo's view, they paled compared to a high-level battle-type titled Dalu. After all, the difference between a level 91 food-type titled Dalu and one above level 95 wasn't significant. At most, the higher level one would have more durable soul power and could produce more soul power food at once. But if it were a battle-type titled Dalu, the gap between level 91 and level 95 or above was vast. From a certain perspective, a food-type soul master with innate full soul power was wasting their cultivation talent. Mu Ying. What? Pity? What's that supposed to mean? Are you looking down on food-type soul masters? One day, when I become a titled Dalu, I'll challenge you with my food-type martial soul. Of course, this was just a thought Mu Ying kept to himself. He wouldn't dare say it aloud for fear of being taught a harsh lesson. Though Jugubo felt regretful about Mu Ying's martial soul, his investigation further confirmed the effects of whale glue. Even though Mu Ying looked pale, as if overworked, his physical fitness was far superior to an average 20th level soul grandmaster. Compared to a 30th level soul elder, the difference was minimal, meaning he could handle a second soul ring over 1,000 years old. Jugubo then turned to Huolai and said, my promise still stands. If you ever need anything, come to Jugu Mansion in Heaven City. Your Eminence, you're too kind. Huolai cupped his hands respectfully. Yan, let's go. We won't be hunting for soul beasts today. Nodding slightly, Jugubo turned and left with his granddaughter, Jugu Yan. Soul hunting could wait. Once his beloved granddaughter consumed the whale glue and greatly improved her physical fitness, she could attach a higher quality soul ring. After all, even without a new soul ring, a soul master's meditation would not go to waste. The soul power cultivated would remain hidden in their body, surfacing once they gained a new ring. Moreover, higher quality soul rings contained more energy, leading to greater soul power growth after a breakthrough. Delaying the hunt wouldn't negatively impact her cultivation. Once Jugubo left, Huolai exhaled deeply. Fortunately, nothing went wrong, otherwise, today could have ended badly. But on second thought, it seemed he hadn't lost out in this deal. Since the whale glue's effects would eventually be exposed, the Academy had long planned for this. Although the reveal came earlier than expected, it wouldn't cause significant issues. In return, he gained Jugubo's favor, which might prove invaluable someday. While Jugubo's strength wasn't among the top titled Dalu on the continent, he was still a titled Dalu. No ordinary 8-ring soul Dalu could compare. Whether inviting Jugubo to lead a soul hunt or seeking his help during a crisis, this favor would be incredibly useful. Huolai wasn't the only one who felt this way. Mu Ying also thought they'd hit the jackpot. As a transmigrator, Mu Ying had no intention of missing out on the countless immortal herbs at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well. Previously, he had worried about how to trick Jugubo into handing over these treasures. Now, it seemed using this favor as collateral would suffice. After all, Jugubo didn't understand the true value of immortal herbs. Using this favor to exchange for a few among the countless rare plants in his herb garden was something Jugubo would likely agree to. To ease his conscience, Mu Ying decided that after obtaining the immortal herbs, he would teach Jugubo how to store toxins in soul bones to alleviate his poison. In the future, once he figured out the soul core technique, he would share that with Jugubo as well, repaying the favor for the herbs. There was just one small problem. Like Jugubo, Mu Yang was clueless about identifying immortal herbs. Even if they were placed before him, he could only recognize a few with distinctive features. Seek Tang-san's help for immortal herb knowledge? TSK, forget it. Compared to Tang Buddha, Mu Yang felt that Chrysanthemum Luo Yuguan from Spirit Hall, who also recognized immortal herbs, was a more reliable choice. Of course, Yuguan was a secondary option. The best choice would be Yang Wudi of the Breaking Clan. Since immortal herb knowledge wasn't the Breaking Clan's core skill, it was an external resource. With Blazing Academy's reputation and sufficient compensation, it might be possible to convince Yang Wudi to help. Chapter 23, Blood Supplement. The next day, in the afternoon. In a dark and damp forest within the Sunset Forest, Mu Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, refining his soul ring. Not far away lay the corpse of a soul beast over 5 meters long, covered in brown wrinkled skin. It was a 1,000-year-old Earth Dragon soul beast. After a long time, Mu Yang finally finished refining the Earth Dragon soul ring. When he opened his eyes, his soul power level had officially advanced to that of a 2-ring Grandmaster. It was a slight pity that although the second soul ring exceeded the optimal limit, its age wasn't particularly high. Coupled with the additional soul power requirements of cultivating the extreme flame meditation technique, Mu Yang's soul power only reached mid-level 21 instead of advancing directly to level 22. Nevertheless, to achieve the rank of a 21st level soul grandmaster shortly after turning 8 years old was an extraordinary feat in the history of soul masters. In this era, apart from potential cheaters who fused soul bones in advance, perhaps only Qi-on Renxu, with her innate rank 20 soul power, could surpass him in cultivation level at the same age. Glancing at his ginseng martial soul, Mu Yang noticed that after attaching the second soul ring, its plump, earthy yellow root now bore faint brown lines. The previously numerous fine roots had reduced in number but had grown slightly thicker. A soul master's martial soul evolves over time with increased cultivation and additional soul rings. However, since Mu Yang's soul power level was still relatively low and the ages of his 2 attached soul rings weren't particularly high, his ginseng martial soul hadn't undergone any dramatic transformations compared to when it first awakened. Essence of the 8 Desolations and Heavens, Blood Supplement. Chanting the incantation, Mu Yang activated his 1,000-year second soul ring, causing a surge of soul power. A red glow emanated from his hand, condensing into a blood-red ginseng 3 inches long. It looked identical to the recovery ginseng from his first soul skill, except for its color. His second soul skill, Blood Supplement Ginseng, could rapidly heal injuries and restore physical stamina. At first glance, Mu Yang's recovery ginseng and blood supplement ginseng seemed inferior to Oscar's recovery sausage in the original story. After all, Oscar's recovery sausage combined the effects of restoring soul power, physical stamina, and healing injuries all in one. However, the effectiveness of soul power food wasn't solely determined by its range of effects. Generally, the broader the range of effects, the weaker each individual effect would be, assuming similar martial souls and soul ring ages. Specialization often surpassed generalization. Without hesitation, Mu Yang popped the blood supplement ginseng into his mouth. Earlier, during the process of attaching the soul ring, he had missed lunch. The ginseng served as a handy snack to stave off hunger. Although his soul power ginseng only restored soul power, mental energy, stamina, and injuries, it could also function as a substitute for regular food. Hunger stems from the body's need for energy. Since soul power food contains energy, it can replace meals and do so more effectively. However, most soul power foods were primarily designed for combat support rather than satisfying hunger. 1,000-year second soul ring, excellent. Watching the purple glow of Mu Yang's second soul ring, Huo Lai nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Huo Lai felt even more confident that Mu Yang could eventually master his twin martial souls. After all, twin martial soul masters risk death due to their bodies being unable to bear the load of double soul rings. This was similar to how ordinary soul masters would explode if they attached soul rings that exceeded their limits. Since Mu Yang could use whale glue to withstand over-the-limit soul rings, it proved that the unverified theory about twin martial souls was correct. As long as the body was strong enough and sufficient 100,000-year soul beasts were available, a twin martial soul master could theoretically attach 900,000-year soul rings to their second martial soul after reaching the 9-ring titled Douluo rank, becoming an unrivaled powerhouse. As for bottlenecks? Ridiculous. The immense energy contained in 100,000-year soul rings would be more than enough to push a level 98 peak titled Douluo through the barrier to level 99. For twin martial soul masters, attaching a soul ring after each bottleneck made the path to level 99 nearly guaranteed. With a full set of 100,000-year soul bones, a configuration of 9 red soul rings, and the soul power of a level 99 peerless Douluo, Even the legendary Sky Invincible and Land Invincible would no longer truly deserve their titles. Unless gods descended to intervene, such a soul master would be utterly unbeatable. Once the soul hunt was over, Huo Lai led Mu Yang and Huo Yun out of the Sunset Forest. That evening, after returning to the academy, Huo Lai immediately convened the academy's senior staff for a meeting. When everyone had arrived, Huo Lai got straight to the point. "Gentlemen, we must advance our plans. Brother Lai, has something unexpected happened?" Yan Ruyo asked, frowning. "Yes. Today, while hunting in the Sunset Forest, I encountered the poisoned Luo, Jugubo, who was hunting soul beasts with his granddaughter. He discovered that the soul ring exceeded its optimal limit. Left with no choice, I explained the effects of whale blue to him. However, it wasn't a total loss, as Jugubo now owes us a favor. Still, while he promised to keep this a secret, it won't stay hidden for long. Once his granddaughter, Jugu Yan, attaches an over-the-limit soul ring, the truth about whale glue will inevitably spread. Therefore, the academy must quickly implement our original plan." Huo Lai's tone was serious. If it were just a personal matter, he might have nobly announced the effects of whale glue to the world. But as the principal of Blazing Academy, he had to prioritize the academy's interests. There was a proper way to disclose the information, who to tell, and how to tell it. If handled correctly, Blazing Academy could reap enormous benefits. For some factions, Blazing Academy could openly sell the information as a commodity. For others, it might be better to give it away for free. Of course, what's free often comes at a higher cost. By sharing such vital information, the recipients would be obliged to reciprocate. After all, failing to show proper appreciation wouldn't align with their stature. Chapter 24, Ambitious Plans. Due to the predetermined direction of the plan, the high-level meeting of Blazing Academy ended quickly. Afterward, Huo Lai began writing letters with great vigor, addressing the various factions across the continent. The content of the letters varied depending on the recipient, broadly categorized into 4 types. The first type was addressed to the Heavened Empire and the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect. The letters explicitly detailed the effects of whale glue, with no mention of any request for compensation. Instead, it merely asked the 2 factions to keep the information confidential for the time being. The Heavened Empire annually allocated funds to Blazing Academy, and Huo Lai understood that even without the Academy explicitly asking, Emperor Zuyi would undoubtedly provide some form of acknowledgement. While Emperor Zuyi had his shortcomings, he was adept at handling interpersonal relationships. As for the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect, Sect Master Ning was famously generous, to the point where Huo Lai didn't know how to broach the subject. Should they talk about money? That felt crass and inappropriate. Asking for too little might seem demeaning, while asking for too much could leave a bad impression. Besides money, however, there wasn't much else the Blazing Academy could seek from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect. After some discussion among the 5 Academy executives, they decided not to include any conditions, leaving the matter to Sect Master Ning's discretion. If Sect Master Ning didn't mind being perceived poorly, then Blazing Academy wouldn't mind being taken advantage of this one time. The second type of letter was sent to Spirit Hall, the Starluo Empire, the Holy Dragon sect, and other prominent forces in the Soul Master world. These letters didn't specify the exact details but stated that Blazing Academy had made a significant discovery that could bring monumental changes to Soul Masters. If interested, these factions could send representatives with 5 to 10 million gold soul coins to the Academy. Blazing Academy pledged on its reputation as one of the elemental academies that there was no deception involved. This approach was purely about leveraging their reputation for profit. Wealthier factions, such as Spirit Hall and the Starluo Empire, were required to bring 10 million gold soul coins. For second-tier factions like the Holy Dragon sect, 5 million gold soul coins would suffice. Huo Lai understood that all the recipients of these letters would be intrigued. After all, the reputation of Blazing Academy preceded it. However, while interest was inevitable, not all of them would be willing to spend money. For example, the Holy Dragon sect, a second-tier force and one of Spirit Hall's lackeys, wouldn't need to pay if Spirit Hall purchased the information. They could simply obtain it from Spirit Hall or conduct an internal trade. Information, unlike tangible goods, has no replication costs. The third and fourth types of letters were addressed to the other elemental academies, Skywater Academy, Divine Wind Academy, Thunderclap Academy, and Elephant Armor Academy. Although Blazing, Skywater, Divine Wind, Thunderclap, and Elephant Armor were all considered elemental academies, they operated independently. Their relationships could be likened to 4 people in a dormitory creating numerous group chats but rarely communicating in person. Elephant Armor Academy was founded by the Elephant Armor sect, one of the lower 4 sects of the 7 great sects, with most of its faculty and students being members of the sect. The Elephant Armor sect was one of Spirit Hall's staunch allies. As such, The relationship between Elephant Armor Academy and the other elemental academies was distant, to the point where some even excluded Elephant Armor Academy, referring to themselves as the four elemental academies. Thunderclap Academy, meanwhile, was affiliated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, one of the upper three sects on the continent. Blazing, Skywater, and Divine Wind Academies, however, lacked such affiliations, which created a spectrum of closeness among the academies. If the elemental academies' relationships were to be ranked by intimacy, Blazing, Skywater, and Divine Wind Academies were the closest. The three academies maintained friendly ties with Thunderclap Academy. As for Elephant Armor Academy, its relationship with the other four academies wasn't outright hostile but could be described as cold indifference, a familiar stranger at best. Because of these varying degrees of closeness, Huolai's letters to the four academies conveyed two distinct attitudes. The letters to Thunderclap and Elephant Armor Academies invited them to a meeting at Blazing Academy in a month, urging them to send representatives along with their top students. In addition to the meeting, they were asked to bring their wallets, as Blazing Academy had a significant discovery to share. Meanwhile, the letters to Skywater and Divine Wind Academies were far more forthright, directly detailing the effects of whale glue and inviting them to the meeting. Huolai wasn't being generous but rather ambitious. As Yan Ruyo had said, the continent was destined for chaos. By forming strong alliances and growing stronger together, they could deter potential adversaries. Huolai had great faith in his nephew, Mu Ying. Once Mu Ying, a twin martial soul wielder with innate full soul power, grew to his full potential, Huolai would be ready to retire. At that point, Mu Ying could officially take over, using his unparalleled strength to integrate the three academies and establish the strongest Soul Master Academy on the continent. As one of the key players in this effort, Huolai would secure his place in history. Would Skywater and Divine Wind refuse? What a joke. Did they not understand the value of invincibility? In the Soul Master world, where strength reigned supreme, sayings like better to be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail didn't hold water. A chicken was still a chicken, and a phoenix was still a phoenix. Even a single feather from a phoenix was something a chicken couldn't compare to. Take factions like the Elephant Armor Sect or the Holy Dragon Sect, weren't they still serving Spirit Hall as loyal subordinates? Moreover, Blazing Academy wasn't asking Skywater and Divine Wind Academies to serve them but rather to become equal partners in a new institution. This collaboration would inevitably yield further profits, which could be used to expand the academy or even establish a new one in a better location. 5 days later. In the early hours of the morning, moonlight streamed into the bedroom through the window. Mu Ying, a model of diligence, had yet to sleep. He sat cross-legged on his bed, radiating faint waves of spiritual energy as he worked on deducing a new ability. After a long time, as his spiritual energy was once again half depleted, the fluctuations around Mu Ying's body gradually subsided. He had completed the deduction of a new secret technique. Opening his eyes, Mu Ying's expression turned serious as he activated the secret technique he had recently developed at the expense of setting aside his body tempering cultivation for a few days. Immediately, a faint red glow of soul power enveloped Mu Ying's body, forming a thin, translucent, red membrane over his skin, as delicate as a cicada's wings. Chapter 25, The House is Haunted. Afterward, Mu Ying began to carefully test the defensive strength of this layer of soul power membrane on his body. Not bad. Even just in terms of defense, this soul light body protection technique should rival a 2-ring defensive soul skill. After experimenting for a long time, Mu Ying nodded to himself with satisfaction. The defensive technique, soul light body protection, was specifically developed by Mu Ying for a particular step in his upcoming Immortal Herb plan. However, the primary function of this technique was not to resist physical attacks but to isolate internal and external substances, offering strong resistance to toxins and corrosive materials. Previously, during the trip to Sunset Forest to explore the secret of attaching ultra-limit soul rings, Jugubo owed his uncle a favor. In Mu Ying's view, with a well-thought-out plan against an unsuspecting Jugubo, who didn't know the true value of the immortal herbs, convincing him to trade that favor for access to the ice and fire yin yang well and its various immortal herbs shouldn't be too difficult. Perhaps Jugubo might even generously say, take whatever herbs you like. There's plenty in the garden. My favor still stands. Jugubo, what are a few herbs to me? My garden is full. Do you think my favor is that cheap? Although Mu Ying knew the ice and fire yin yang well nurtured numerous immortal herbs, he himself was quite clueless about their specifics. Furthermore, the sheer variety of strange flowers and grasses growing there made identifying and harvesting the immortal herbs without damaging their properties a significant challenge. Fortunately, besides Tang San, there were other soul masters on the continent with considerable knowledge of immortal herbs such as Yu Guan and Yang Wudi. Without overthinking, Mu Ying decided to target Yang Wudi of the Breaking Clan. Compared to Chrysanthemum Liuo Yu Guan of the Spirit Hall, Yang Wudi and the Breaking Clan were less powerful and easier to negotiate with. However, Yang Wudi wouldn't share knowledge about immortal herbs for no reason. The Breaking Clan wasn't just any random group that could be swayed by Blaze Academy's reputation alone. Thus, Mu Yang decided to propose a fair trade with Yang Wudi. His bargaining chips were the practical effects of whale glue and the newly developed Soul Light body protection technique. Ever since the Clear Sky clan was forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall, the 4 great single-attribute clans, including the Breaking Clan, who were once vassals of the Clear Sky clan, had not had an easy life. Fortunately, the Breaking Clan specialized in medicine. Thanks to this craft, they managed to live fairly comfortably, at least without financial troubles. However, as medicine refiners, they inevitably had to deal with poisonous herbs. No matter how careful they were, accidents could still happen. If it were just ordinary toxic herbs, errors could usually be remedied in time. But with highly poisonous herbs, one wrong step could lead to disaster. Considering this, Mu Yang addressed their urgent needs and specially developed the Soul Light body protection technique, which isolates external substances. Though this technique couldn't guarantee complete immunity to all toxins while refining extremely poisonous herbs, it would be effective in most situations. With these 2 bargaining chips, Mu Yang was 80% confident Yang Wudi would agree to share knowledge about immortal herbs. After all, for the Breaking Clan, knowledge of immortal herbs wasn't their core foundation. Sharing it with Mu Yang wouldn't result in any actual loss. The reason Mu Yang rushed to develop the Soul Light body protection technique was that he knew the effects of whale glue would soon be leaked after the Hueco attached an ultra-limit soul ring. If he delayed the trade with Yang Wudi, one of his bargaining chips might lose its value. Now, the question is, how do I bring this up? Although the technique was already developed and the trade was essentially ready to proceed, Mu Yang found himself troubled once more. Lying in bed, he pondered for a long time before coming up with 2 words: imagination. Some things didn't need to be explained too clearly. Introduce a topic, state what you want to do, your objective, and the terms you offer that should suffice. As for the rest, leave it to the listener's imagination. Let the big brain fill in the gaps. At that point, all Mu Yang needed to do was nod and say, yes, you're absolutely right. The next day, before dawn, Mu Yang, who had stayed up late, got up early. After recording the Soul Light body protection technique he developed the previous night, Mu Yang called Huo Lai, Muzu, Huo Wang, and Huo Wu into his bedroom. Seeing Mu Yang closing the door and pulling the curtains in a mysterious manner, the 4 of them couldn't help but look curious. Zhao Yang, what are you up to, being all secretive? Muzu couldn't help but ask. Believe it or not, my room was haunted last night. After pulling the curtains, Mu Yang began his performance. Your room was haunted. And then? Did a beautiful ghost take you away? Is that why you look so drained today? Immediately, Huo Wu nodded seriously with an expression full of mischief, then teased him. Mu Yang. Sis, I'm being serious. Mu Yang glared at Huo Wu irritably. Alright. Go on. We're listening. Huo Wu covered her mouth and chuckled. Forget it. Last night, I had a dream. Someone asked me to do something in the dream. What's strange is that I remember this dream clearly, unlike my usual dreams where the details are fuzzy after waking up. And? Mu Yang paused. And what? Huo Wang asked. And when I woke up, this mysteriously appeared next to my pillow. Walking to the bedside table, Mu Yang picked up a few sheets of paper filled with handwriting and handed them to the 4 of them. Huo Lai raised an eyebrow and took the pages from Mu Yang. Looking at the title Soul Light Body Protection, Huo Lai skimmed through the contents. It seemed to describe a self-created defensive technique. Wait a second. Why did it feel familiar? Suddenly, Huo Lai recalled 2 years ago when they had stumbled upon the extreme flame meditation technique in Sunset Forest. The style and structure of this Soul Light body protection technique were almost identical, differing only in content. Even the handwriting was similarly neat and precise, worthy of a perfect score if graded. Of course, his admiration had nothing to do with the fact that the extreme flame meditation technique had given him hope of reaching 9 rings and becoming a titled Luo. Immediately, Huo Lai looked at Mu Yang with a complicated expression. Chapter 26, Crazy Speculations. Zhao Yang, can you tell me more about the dream you had? After thinking for a moment, Huo Lai asked Mu Yang. It was a figure sitting on a majestic throne, wearing splendid armor, but I couldn't see their face. I could feel their terrifying strength, far surpassing the jade phosphorus Luo we encountered before. Just sitting there, they gave me the impression of being the ruler of all heaven and earth. Afterward, they said they would grant me a secret technique and asked me to seek out Yang Wudi of the Breaking Clan to exchange it for knowledge about immortal grade herbs. Mu Yang replied with a completely fabricated tale. You ask me who this figure is? Even I don't know who I'm talking about. But if I say they exist,
then they exist. Whether you believe it or not, I certainly do. After pausing for a moment, Mu Yang asked Huolai, Uncle, who is this Yang Wudi? And what are immortal grade herbs? Are there levels to herbs as well? Hearing this, Huolai's eyelid twitched. A figure stronger than the poisoned Luo, Jugubo? It must be known that Jugubo is a titled Luo with 9 soul rings. Even though his strength is not top tier among titled Luo, he's still a titled Luo. Someone countless times stronger than a titled Luo would at least need to be someone on the level of Qian Daliu, the Sky Invincible of the Spirit Hall, or Tengchen, the Land Invincible of the former Clear Sky Sect Continental Peak powerhouses. And that's being conservative, it might even be one of the legendary gods. Huolai couldn't be blamed for overthinking. The extreme flame meditation method he had stumbled upon in the Sunset Forest was simply too extraordinary. Huolai had long wondered why 2 small fry who had perished under the claws of a pack of thousand-year wolf beasts possessed such an incredible meditation method. If this extreme flame meditation method were the work of an unknown god, it would all make sense. Surely, this must mean that his clever and talented nephew, Mu Yang, had caught the eye of this deity. Through the hands of those 2 deceased individuals and Mu Yang, the deity had passed down the extreme flame meditation method. And now, this so-called haunting must also be the deity bestowing benefits upon Mu Yang. As for immortal grade herbs, Huolai didn't know what they were, but just hearing the term, he could tell they were extraordinary. Otherwise, how could they be worthy of the word immortal? At this moment, Huolai's imagination began running wild. The more he speculated, the more he felt his guesses aligned with the truth. Mu Yang, masterful, truly masterful. After a while, snapping out of his wild thoughts, Huolai smiled and said, Zhao Yang, don't worry about this. I'll handle it for you. As far as I know, the Breaking Clan was once affiliated with the Clear Sky Sect. They're fairly well known in the Soul Master world. Although I don't currently know where they've relocated, it shouldn't be difficult to find out. Plus, with the secret technique as an exchange, I doubt the Breaking Clan would hesitate to share their knowledge about those immortal grade herbs. If it were during the Clear Sky Sect's prime, Huolai might not have had this confidence. But things are different now. Without the Clear Sky Sect as their backing, the Breaking Clan's strength likely doesn't even compare to his Blazing Fire Academy. Not to mention trading sincerely with the secret technique if push came to shove, Huolai wouldn't mind using force to settle the matter. Uncle, don't you think my dream sounds a bit absurd? Mu Yang was stunned, staring at Huolai in disbelief. He had prepared for a drawn-out debate with his uncle, but unexpectedly, Huolai agreed immediately. Huolai patted Mu Yang's shoulder and said, Zhao Yang, there's no need for you to say more or mention this to anyone else. Just focus on your cultivation from now on. Your uncle and aunt will handle everything. With that, Huolai turned to Huo Shuang and Huo Wu, his expression serious as he said, the 2 of you as well. Once you leave this room, forget everything about this incident. In Huolai's eyes, there are always intelligent people in the world. Even the slightest mention of this could lead someone to piece together the truth. Even if the chances were slim, Huolai didn't want to risk it. He just wanted to ensure the steady growth of Mu Yang, who had been blessed by a great deity. Perhaps, in the future, worldly invincibility would not be the end for Mu Yang. He might even glimpse the legendary deity realm of the Soul Master world. TSK. Just imagining it made him a little excited. Huolai wasted no time. After copying down the secret technique, Soul Light Body Shield, he promptly arranged his academy affairs and took a carriage to Arid City, the capital of the Hanmer province, where Blazing Fire City was located. In the world of Soul Masters, the Breaking Clan wasn't a major power, but they weren't nobodies either. Their reputation ensured that intelligence networks of various factions would pay some attention to them. While their secrets might be elusive, public information about them would certainly exist. When it came to intelligence capabilities within the Heaven Empire, the best sources were the Heaven Empire's government, the Spirit Hall, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Blazing Fire Academy had no ties with the Spirit Hall, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect was far away in Heaven City. Naturally, Huolai sought help from the Empire's government. The administrative centers of provincial capitals ranked only below the imperial capital of Heaven City in terms of importance. For intelligence that wasn't too secretive, the Lord's mansion in such cities often maintained archives. That night, under the moonlight, on the balcony of his bedroom, bathed in the moon's glow, Mu Yang quietly cultivated the lunar refinement technique. Time passed silently, and suddenly, the faint fluctuations of mental power emanating from Mu Yang intensified dramatically, followed by a surge in the strength of his spiritual energy. Second phase, half moon, achieved. In his spiritual sea, Mu Yang observed the semi-materialized illusory full moon, which had begun transforming into a crescent moon. He nodded in satisfaction. As his cultivation progressed, The illusory full moon in his spiritual sea would become more solid while transitioning into a crescent moon. Once it turned into a fully materialized crescent, it would signify that his lunar refinement technique had reached the second phase, half-moon stage. At that point, his mental strength would rival that of an ordinary soul emperor with 60 soul ranks. Before breaking through to the soul grandmaster stage, Mu Yang had already cultivated the lunar refinement technique to its first phase illusory moon stage. Originally, he thought that advancing his soul power would naturally allow him to break into the second phase half-moon stage. However, due to the disparity between his high spiritual level and his relatively lower soul power, the spiritual boost from his soul power advancement wasn't enough for a breakthrough. Fortunately, the gap wasn't large, and he managed to bridge it within a few days. Eagerly, Mu Yang began experimenting with the body refining technique he had been forced to pause earlier. The efficiency of deductions has indeed improved significantly. The moment he activated his deduction talent, Mu Yang noticed a qualitative leap in its efficiency after his mental strength reached the second phase half-moon stage. In addition to the faster deductions, his spiritual energy also became more durable, indirectly increasing his deduction endurance. With the overall improvements brought by this breakthrough, it wouldn't take long for his body refining technique to come to fruition. Chapter 27, Trouble. Half a month later, Huo returned to Blazing Academy. Zioyang, the thing you asked for, I brought it back. Taking out a thick herbal compendium from his storage soul tool, Huo handed it to Mu Yang. Uncle, does recording information about immortal grade herbs really require such a thick book? Feeling the weight of the book, which was as heavy as a large dictionary in his previous life, Mu Yang couldn't help but ask in surprise. Not exactly. Clan leader Yang said that this book records most of the herbs known in the Soul Master world, with only the last part detailing the immortal grade herbs. Huo explained. During his return journey, Huo had flipped through the book out of curiosity. He had to admit, the descriptions of the immortal grade herbs and their effects in this book had genuinely shocked him. Consuming them not only boosted soul power levels without side effects, but could also enhance a soul master's cultivation talent. If the consumed herb had high compatibility with their martial soul, there was even a significant chance for the martial soul to evolve. Even if the martial soul did not evolve due to already being of extremely high quality, the herb could still strengthen it to a certain extent. Half a month ago, if someone had told Huo how extraordinary these immortal herbs were, he would not have believed it without proof. But now, Huo believed it wholeheartedly even without seeing it firsthand or consuming it himself. Others might deceive him, but the great god wouldn't joke about something like this. The great god had specifically visited Mu Yang in a dream and granted him a secret method in exchange for knowledge. Therefore, the effects of these immortal grade herbs had to be real. Is clan leader Yang really this generous? Flipping open the compendium and taking a quick glance, Mu Yang couldn't help but ask. Even though the book only recorded information about herbs and did not contain recipes for refining medicine, its value was still undeniable. After all, collecting so much detailed information on herbs would take someone a lifetime if it was even possible. Huo nodded and added, yes, he's quite generous. But we also offered a significant price. Besides the soul light body protection secret method, I also told clan leader Yang about the whale glue. Moreover, you need to understand something, Zioyang, in this world, aside from strength, everything else is meaningless. This book isn't as precious as you think. Hearing this, Mu Yang fell into thought. Indeed, he had overestimated it. In a world where strength was paramount, professions like herbalists were far from being as respected as soul masters. Unless herbalists advanced to alchemists capable of refining pills that aided soul master cultivation, they were seen as little more than a lowly profession by soul masters. This was in stark contrast to blacksmiths, a profession that underwent a remarkable transformation in later generations. With the development of soul tools and the creation of battle armor, an essential tool for soul masters to challenge higher-level opponents, ordinary blacksmiths might still be looked down upon, but high-level forging masters were now figures most soul masters sought out eagerly. With knowledge of immortal herbs now in hand, Mu Yang returned to his bedroom and began to examine the book carefully. The compendium detailed many types of immortal grade herbs, some of which had not even appeared in the original story. But Mu Yang wasn't too concerned about this. Apart from the ice and fire yin yang well, the chances of encountering immortal grade herbs elsewhere were minuscule, far lower than winning the lottery in his previous life. He wasn't overly greedy. If he could acquire the immortal grade herbs from the ice and fire yin yang well in the future, that would already be enough. Besides, due to their potent effects, immortal herbs couldn't be consumed recklessly unless they complemented each other. Recalling the various immortal herbs from the original story and combining this knowledge with his ginseng and fire shadow martial souls, Mu Yang quickly determined which herbs were best suited for him. When it came to the strength of individual herbs, lovesick heartbroken red, known as the king of flowers, was undoubtedly the strongest. However, This herb was special, it required recognizing a master before it could be consumed. And the condition for it to recognize a master? NMMP, he didn't even have a girlfriend yet. Where was he supposed to find true love to fulfill the condition? Given that he didn't meet the requirements, lovesick heartbroken Rid was immediately ruled out. Among the remaining immortal grade herbs, the combination of blazing delicate apricot and 8-petal ice crystal grass was the most suitable for him. The purely yang-natured phoenix crown sunflower was also a good fit, especially since his fire shadow martial soul was fire attributed. But how could one phoenix crown sunflower compare to the ice-fire combination of 2 immortal grade herbs? If he was going to consume them, he might as well go for the best. Of course, the spirit-enhancing autumn dew tear was also a must-have. A 2-ring Grand Soul Master heading to soak in the ice and fire yin-yang, well, isn't that a bit too soon? Mu Yang couldn't help but think to himself. If he were like Tang San in the original story, consuming 8-petal ice crystal grass and blazing delicate apricot before soaking in the ice and fire yin-yang, well, there seemed to be some risk involved. After all, his current soul power level was only that of a 2-ring Grand Soul Master, a full level lower than Tang San's at the time. What if his body couldn't handle the medicinal power in time and he exploded? I'll wait a bit longer. Once I finish deducing the body refining method, then I'll go. With the help of these 2 herbs, the improvement to my physique will definitely be even greater. After much consideration, Mu Yang made up his mind. Half a month after Taiyin refining spirit reached its 2nd stage, the efficiency of his innate ability, deduction, had improved significantly. Spirit is external, while soul is internal. As his spiritual power grew stronger, his soul power also improved. Now, his maximum deduction time twice a day had increased considerably compared to when he was at the 1st stage, Illusory Moon. With the progress he had already made, Mu Yang could sense that it would only take 2 more months at most for the body refining method to be complete. Waiting this long was no big deal. 10 days later. Around noon, after finishing his morning lessons with his private tutor, Mu Yang headed to the academy cafeteria to eat. As soon as he reached the entrance of the cafeteria, Mu Yang saw his uncle Huo and his aunt Musil approaching alongside a beautiful blue-haired woman in blue clothes. Following behind them were Huo Shuang and Huo Wu, along with 2 blue-haired girls who looked somewhat similar to each other. Skipping over the younger, sweet-looking blue-haired girl, Mu Yang's gaze fell on the older one. She had long, flowing blue hair cascading down her back, and her pale face was adorned with delicate features. Her elegant blue dress made her look like a princess from an icy world. Mu Yang, oh no. I don't want to become a copper refining sorcerer. Chapter 28 Shui Binger Ziyang, come here. When Mu Yang saw a group of people, Musa also noticed Mu Yang and quickly waved her hand to call out. Uncle, aunt. Hearing the call, Mu Yang snapped out of his thoughts, walked up quickly, and greeted them. Then his gaze landed on the blue-haired beautiful woman dressed in blue. Judging by the color of her attire alone, Mu Yang immediately assumed that this blue-haired beautiful woman likely possessed a water or ice attribute martial soul. And anyone his uncle and aunt would personally receive must possess both high status and strength. Without a doubt, she was from Skywater Academy. After all, a few days ago, his cousin Huo Wu mentioned that Blazing Fire Academy had invited the other 4 elemental academies for a meeting, and the timing matched perfectly. Dean Yan Yu, let me introduce you. This is my nephew, Mu Yang, and he is also the youngest and most talented student at our Blazing Fire Academy right now. Ziyang, this is Dean Shui Yanyu of Skywater Academy. You should call her Aunt Yanyu. Musa smiled while introducing them. When mentioning Mu Yang, Musa couldn't help but straighten her back, her tone laced with pride. It couldn't be helped, her nephew was just too outstanding, with innate full soul power and possessing twin martial souls. Of course, even if Musa wanted to show off her nephew, she would only mention his innate full soul power. As for the twin martial souls, that was a secret. Aunt Yanyu. Mu Yang greeted her. Immediately noticing Mu Yang's 2nd ring soul power level, Shui Yanyu raised her eyebrows and asked, Mu Yang, how old are you this year? 8 years old. Mu Yang replied directly. Instantly, Shui Yanyu's face showed a hint of surprise. An 8-year-old soul grandmaster with 2 rings. If he had just turned 8, he must have innate full soul power. Even if it was near the end of his 8th year, he would still possess at least level 9 innate soul power, the mark of a titled Luo candidate. What an impressive talent, little one. But why do you look a bit pale? Are you unwell? Noticing Mu Yang's slightly pale complexion, Shui Yanyu asked with curiosity. It had been a long time since Shui Yanyu had seen a soul master looking this fragile unless they were injured. As soon as Shui Yanyu spoke, the 2 blue-haired girls behind her also looked at Mu Yang. This little brother is quite handsome, but he looks rather weak, what a pity. However, because he appeared unwell, it also stirred a strange desire to protect him. Seeing this, Mu Yang felt a bit embarrassed. Damn it. Why does everyone focus, or wonder, so much on my appearance? Honestly, it's strange. Zioyang has always been like this since he was little. We've never figured out the reason. But Zioyang is healthy. If there's a problem, it might be on a spiritual level. Seeing Mu Yang's awkward expression, Huolai explained. Of course, Huolai used to worry about Mu Yang's condition, but now he didn't anymore. It was laughable. His nephew had been blessed by a great deity multiple times, in fact. A minor issue like this surely didn't matter. Ahem. Hello, I'm Mu Yang. Clearing his throat, Mu Yang addressed the two blue-haired girls. Hello, little brother. I'm Shui Yuer, and this is my sister, Shui Binger. Seeing that Mu Yang looked 3 to 4 years younger than them, the sweet-looking Shui Yuer introduced herself while holding on to her sister Shui Binger. Hello. Shui Binger nodded slightly. So it really is you. Automatically ignoring the little brother remark from Shui Yuer, Mu Yang thought to himself, with her Skywater Academy background, blue hair, and a younger sister with a similar appearance, this was undoubtedly the Ice Phoenix girl who appeared in the original Soul Master tournament. Speaking of Shui Binger, her talent for cultivation was indeed remarkable, on par with Daimabai or Ma Hongjun if they had not consumed any immortal herbs. Unfortunately, she hadn't been given a protagonist role. Though her entrance was stunning, she ultimately faded into the background. Of course, this wasn't Shui Binger's fault. The main issue was that Tang-san and the others, as protagonists, grew too quickly. As a result, every peer-level Soul Master except Kion Renksu, who played the antagonist, paled in comparison. Smack. Seeing her cousin staring at Shui Binger, Hua Wu showed a look of disdain and smacked Mu Yang on the head, saying irritably, Hey, why are you staring at Binger like that? Haha. Zu, it looks like your little prodigy nephew has been enchanted by my Binger. Shui Yanyu covered her mouth with a laugh, teasing Mu Yang. I didn't. Hearing this, Shui Binger blushed slightly, lowering her head shyly. If he's enchanted, so be it. Zioyang's a boy, after all. We at Blazing Fire Academy won't lose out. Musa said nonchalantly. It wasn't like her own cabbage was being stolen. Her nephew was the pig going after someone else's cabbage, so why would she worry? Wishful thinking. Shui Yanyu rolled her eyes at Muzu, then looked at Mu Yang and said, Mu Yang, if you're willing, I can make an exception and let you join our Skywater Academy. Unlike Blazing Fire Academy, Skywater Academy had much stricter entry requirements. Talent was, of course, the top priority. Beyond that, Skywater Academy only accepted female students with water or ice-attributed martial souls, and they also had to meet beauty standards, otherwise, they were directly ugly rejected. However, geniuses like Mu Yang couldn't be viewed as ordinary soul masters. With his displayed talent, even if his martial soul was fire-based and even though he was male, he had the qualifications to make Shui Yanyu bend the rules. As for breaking the rules were made by people, after all. Recruiting a titled Luo prospect and poaching him directly from Blazing Fire Academy? The other senior members of Skywater Academy would definitely approve without question. Thank you, Aunt Yanyu, but I'll pass. Mu Yang shook his head, declining Shui Yanyu's offer. Skywater Academy's strength was on par with Blazing Fire Academy, and its students were all girls. If he went there, he would be like the lone man in a kingdom of women. What a comfortable life that would be. But Mu Yang wouldn't go. For one, Skywater Academy's mimic cultivation grounds all featured water and ice attributes. If he joined Skywater, where would he get fire attribute cultivation grounds to help him train? Dean Shui, let's talk more later. Let's have the meal first. At this moment, Huolai interjected. Very well. Mu Yang, Skywater Academy's doors will always be open for you. As she spoke, Shui Yanyu reached out to pat the heads of her two nieces, subtly gesturing toward Shui Binger. In Shui Yanyu's view, regardless of how things turned out in the future, she should first lure him to Skywater Academy. Even if it meant involving her eldest niece, it would be worth it. A titled Luo prospect was certainly qualified to become the son-in-law of the Shui family in Skywater City. Mu Yang. Do I look like someone who can be swayed by beauty? In this story, Shui Binger has an innate soul power of level 8 and is 18 years old during the Soul Master tournament, making her 4 years older than the protagonist, Mu Yang. Additionally, Shui Yuer is her younger sister, 1 year younger than Shui Binger. Their character designs are based on the anime. Chapter 29, No Pain, No Gain. Afterward, the group entered the Academy dining hall and reserved a private room on the 3rd floor. Before long, the dishes were served. Lai, Zu, thank you for this time. On behalf of Skywater Academy, I offer you a toast. Pouring herself a glass of wine, Shui Yanyu raised her cup toward the two of them in gratitude. What Shui Yanyu was thanking them for was naturally the fact that Blazing Fire Academy had shared the true effects and uses of whale gelatin with Sky Water Academy free of charge. Dean Shui, you're being too polite. As fellow elemental academies, helping each other is only natural. Huo Lai responded courteously. What a pity, the news came too late. Binger has already become a two-ring soul grandmaster. After the toast, Shui Yanyu glanced at Shui Binger, who was sitting beside her eating obediently, and thought to herself with a hint of regret. The martial soul inherited by the Shui family of Skywater City was an ice attribute flying martial soul, the Ice Sparrow. However, when Shui Binger awakened her martial soul, it mutated and evolved into an ice attribute top-tier assault-type beast martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. With a top-tier martial soul and innate level 8 soul power, she undoubtedly had the potential to become a titled Luo in the future. If her second soul ring had been over the limit, it would have further solidified her path to becoming a titled Luo. Fortunately, starting with her third soul ring, it was not too late to attach over-limit soul rings. After all, even with the physical enhancements brought by consuming whale gelatin, there were still limits. Without strong enough spiritual power, her fourth soul ring's age would also be capped below 10,000 years. A small goal, I'll aim to attach a 5,000-year third soul ring and a 9,000-plus year fourth soul ring for my niece. At this moment, Shui Yuer, sitting to the left of her sister Shui Binger and separated by her, glanced at Mu Yang. Her ice blue eyes sparkled mischievously as she placed a piece of braised wild beef into his bowl and asked, Mu Yang, little brother, can you tell me what your martial soul is? Seeing Shui Yuer put food in his bowl, Mu Yang was caught off guard. In his life, aside from his late mother, only his Aunt Muzu and cousin Huo had ever served him food. Now Shui Yuer had become the fourth. Don't want to tell me? Shui Yuer pouted, pressing him for an answer. It's not that. I'm just not used to it. Mu Yang replied, shaking his head before answering, my martial soul is a food-type ginseng. Also, just call me Mu Yang. Mu Yang was fine with just his name anything but little brother. Even if she called him little friend, he'd accept it, but little brother was a no-go. Food-type martial soul? Hearing this, not only Shui Yuer but even Shui Binger and Shui Yanyu looked surprised. After all, compared to other types of martial souls, food-type martial souls were notably harder to cultivate. For Mu Yang to advance so quickly, he must have innate full soul power. Innate full soul power practically guaranteed the future attainment of titled Luo status. This had already been proven among other types of soul masters. If a food-type soul master could achieve the same, the continent might soon witness the first ever food-type titled Luo. This thought crossed Shui Yanyu's mind. Upon learning that Mu Yang was a food-type soul master and seeing his somewhat pale, frail appearance, Shui Yuer couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of protective affection. A handsome little brother paired with such a weak and gentle look, along with his lack of combat ability as a support-type soul master, deeply satisfied Shui Yuer's desire to protect someone. If only Mu Yang were a girl, she mused. Then I could dress him up every day as a beautiful little princess. Ugh, I really want to take this little brother back to Skywater Academy. Looking at Mu Yang, Shui Yuer thought secretly. Even though food-type soul masters had no combat power, no battle soul master would refuse an outstanding food-type soul master as a teammate or partner. When all else was equal, a battle soul master paired with a food-type soul master might lose to two battle soul masters in a direct fight. But as group battles grew larger, such as in a 7-on-7 scenario, 6 battle soul masters with various effects of soul food boosts could easily defeat 7 opposing battle soul masters. Coincidentally, Shui Yanyu's thoughts were very similar to Shui Yuer's at this moment. Earlier, when she saw Mu Yang's red hair, she assumed he had awakened the same fire shadow martial soul as his Aunt Muzu. Who would have thought his martial soul would turn out to be food type? If he were a future combat-oriented titled Luo, Skywater Academy would certainly struggle to pry him away from Blazing Fire Academy. To win him over, they'd probably have to involve her exceptionally talented niece, a gamble that could backfire spectacularly. But if he were a powerless food-type titled Luo, things might be different. In this world where strength was paramount, power dictated everything. Between a male and a female soul master who were companions, the one with the greater strength was often the decision-maker. If sacrificing her talented niece meant securing a future food-type titled Luo, would Skywater Academy not take that chance? At this moment, Shui Yanyu's mental abacus was clicking furiously. Eat up, Binger, Yuer. Since the older sisters were serving him food, Mu Yang returned the favor, placing a serving in each of their bowls. Thank you. Shui Binger thanked him softly. Shui Yuer, however, gave him a meaningful look and teased, little Mu Yang, my sister and I are both older than you. You don't want us calling you little brother. But shouldn't you at least call us sister in return? After a pause, Shui Yuer grinned mischievously and added, or have you been a little brother for so long that you want to be the big brother now? Mu Ying, no, I want you to call me brother-in-law. And I want your sister to call me daddy. Of course, Mu Ying wouldn't dare say that out loud. Just as he was about to reply, Huo wrapped her arm around his neck, pointed at the sister's bowls, and then pointed to her own. Mu Ying, I'm still sitting here, you know. Binger and Yuer got food, so where's mine? How could I forget? I've got you. Without hesitation, Mu Ying served Huo a portion of food, satisfying her instantly. The next second, Huo Shuang, looking at his own empty bowl, muttered, so, I guess I'm just the unnecessary older brother here? Enough already, I'm not going to bother with you. Mu Ying rolled his eyes at his older cousin in exasperation. Why would I serve you, a grown man? His older cousin Huo was a girl, so of course, he had to give her some face. The two sisters were guests, so as the host, he had to show proper hospitality. But you, Huo Shuang? Well, you can just stay out of the way when you're not needed. Huo Shuang. My little cousin is getting less and less adorable. Chapter 30, a role model for us. After lunch, the group left the academy cafeteria. Shuang, Ziuang, we still have matters to discuss with Dean Shui. You three take Binger and Yuer for a tour of the academy. Musa said to the trio. As she spoke, Musa gave Mu Ying a look of encouragement. Encouragement from his aunt. Mu Ying? Then, Huo Lai and Musa left together with Shui Yin. At this moment, Huo tugged on Huo Shuang's sleeve, turned to Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, and said, Ahem Binger, Yuer, my brother and I still have some things to take care of. Why don't we let Zioyang show you around? Ah, yes, Huo and I have things to do as well. Let Zioyang keep you company. Huo Shuang immediately agreed, clearly understanding the implication of Huo's words. Then, the two patted Mu Ying on the shoulder and left without looking back, leaving the task of hosting the sisters to him. Mu Ying, it's confirmed Huo, what a great cousin. Huo Shuang, you're also a great cousin. The two of you may have only 7th ranked innate soul power, but you definitely have the qualifications for a titled Luo. Mu Ying, say so. After Huo and Huo Shuang left, Shui Yuer glanced at Mu Ying, then at her sister, and covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. Sister, do you think I should also have something to take care of? Shui Yuer teased Shui Binger. Yuer, are you itching for a beating? Shui Binger glared at her sister, clearly embarrassed by her comment. No, sister. I just thought of something funny. Shui Yuer quickly waved her hand, suppressing her laughter before turning to Mu Yang. Mu Yang, take us around. This is our first time at Blazing Academy. Nodding slightly, Mu Yang led the sisters on a tour of Blazing Academy's scenery. As for the afternoon meditation training? Training isn't something accomplished in a single day. Skipping one day wouldn't hurt. As they strolled, Mu Yang started a conversation. Binger, Yuer, what types of soul masters are you two? Mu Yang asked curiously. Ahem, let me formally introduce myself. Shui Yuer, 11 years old, martial soul, glazed jade dolphin, 23rd level agility attack system grand soul master. As she spoke, Shui Yuer stopped walking, cleared her throat, and water element soul power surged around her. A blue dolphin-like shadow appeared behind her as 2 yellow century-old soul rings glowed brightly. Crying at the same time, a phoenix cry echoed as an icy blue phoenix appeared behind Shui Binger. A chilling aura spread from her as she introduced herself. Shui Binger, 12 years old, martial soul, ice phoenix, 28th level control system grand soul master. An 11-year-old 23rd level grand soul master, a 12-year-old 28th level grand soul master. There was no doubt that the two sisters were incredibly talented, among the rare geniuses on the continent. However, the 5-level soul power difference between them despite just a 1-year age gap showed that Shui Binger's talent was superior to Shui Yuer's. Of course, Mu Ying already knew this from the original story, where Shui Binger had reached the 4-ring soul ancestor level during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, while Shui Yuer, who was 1 year younger, was still a 3-ring soul elder. You two are sisters, right? Why are your martial souls different? Mu Ying asked, puzzled as he examined their martial souls. Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix was a top-tier avian beast martial soul, while Shui Yuer's Glazed Jade Dolphin, though strong, clearly fell short in comparison. If they were half-sisters, their father's martial soul likely wasn't the Ice Phoenix, otherwise, based on martial soul inheritance principles, Shui Yuer wouldn't have such a different and less powerful martial soul. If Shui Binger's mother's martial soul was the Ice Phoenix, then why would their father marry a second wife? After all, those with top-tier martial souls either came from prestigious families or were naturally blessed, where a lower martial soul evolved perfectly during awakening. The former wouldn't allow polygamy, and the latter, being a rare genius, wouldn't permit it either unless their father was the protagonist of some story. So Shui Binger's case was likely similar to Ma Hongzhen's, a perfect martial soul evolution that happened at awakening. And since Shui Binger came from a decent family, the initial martial soul quality was far higher than Ma Hongzhen's inferior evil fire phoenix, resulting in a flawless mutation without side effects. The sisters exchanged glances before Shui Binger explained, "Yewer and I are half-sisters, sharing the same father but different mothers. My mother and Yewer's mother are sisters who married my father together. My mother and my aunt's martial souls are glazed jade dolphins, while my father's martial soul is the ice sparrow. The two martial souls are fairly equal in quality. Yewer inherited our aunt's glazed jade dolphin martial soul, while I inherited our father's ice sparrow. However, during my martial soul awakening, a positive mutation occurred, and my ice sparrow martial soul evolved into the ice phoenix." Hearing this, Mu Ying was stunned. Not because Shui Binger's ice sparrow evolved into the ice phoenix, he had already anticipated that, but because their father had managed to marry both sisters. Mu Ying felt he must pay his respects to Shui Binger's father. Mu Ying, a true role model for us. The next morning, at the center of Blazing Academy's plant garden mimicry cultivation field, Mu Ying was seated beneath the academy treasure, the fire tree silver flower, meditating. Cultivation wasn't something done overnight. Skipping one day wasn't a big deal, but skipping every day wasn't proper. As the half-host, Mu Ying couldn't leave his guests unattended either. So, he slightly adjusted his schedule for the 5-element academy meeting period, temporarily pausing his private lessons. His morning routine of simulations and nighttime lunar refining technique practice remained unchanged. However, he moved his afternoon meditation to the morning, spent the afternoons hosting the guests, and resumed nighttime training as usual. Suddenly, during his meditation, Mu Ying noticed the sound of hurried footsteps. A moment later, his cousin Hua Wu's voice rang out, "Zioying, stop cultivating. There's excitement today at the academy." "What excitement?" Mu Ying opened his eyes, curiosity evident in his voice. "Last night, the people from Godwind, Thunderclap, and Elephant Armored Academies all arrived. Together with the early arrivals from Skywater Academy, the 5-element academies are now all here. Other than Skywater Academy, the other academies brought their top students. With so many rivals together, there's bound to be some disagreements. They've already started fighting at the central training ground." As she spoke, excitement flashed through Hua Wu's eyes. Fights? As long as she wasn't the one being beaten, it was her favorite kind of entertainment. Chapter 31, Battle Wolf Feng's Ocean Fighting? Mu Ying was stunned for a moment and then asked, "Are they really fighting, or is it a soul duel?" The two had very different meanings. A soul duel was a sparring exchange, while a plain fight would appear quite improper. Come on. They're the top students of the elemental academies. Fighting would be so embarrassing. It's just a soul duel. Hua Wu rolled her eyes at Mu Yang. If students from the elemental academies actually fought within Blazing Academy, that would be an utter disgrace. Even if there were significant tensions, they would resolve it in a soul duel on the training field or the arena. No matter how serious the fight got, they could always say they couldn't hold back during sparring, and it would save face for everyone involved. Come on, let's go check out the excitement. Before Mu Yang could ask anything more, Hua Wu grabbed him and hurried toward the central training field. Not long after, at Blazing Academy's central training field, Swift Wind Demon Wolf 18 slashes. As soon as Mu Yang entered, he heard a booming shout. Looking toward the training field, he saw a silver-haired youth dressed in cyan hovering midair, a pair of cyan-like wings manifesting on his back. His arms combined with his wings into sharp blades of wind, and he descended upon a burly youth whose defensive soul skill was active. The silver-haired youth spun rapidly like a top with blades, slashing furiously. Clang! 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 A series of collisions rang out, and under the silver-haired youth's assault, the burly youth's protective soul shield trembled violently. Boom! The silver-haired youth broke through the burly youth's defensive skill after just 10 strikes. Seizing the opening, he adjusted his position mid-air and delivered a vicious kick. Bang! The burly youth was struck squarely in the face. A splash of red appeared as his nose bled profusely, and his body flew backward, rolling across the floor like a spinning top. Is this all the Elephant Armored Academy has? Who's next? After easily defeating another opponent of the same rank, the silver-haired youth landed lightly on the ground, arms crossed, his sharp wolf-like eyes scanning the crowd with an arrogant look. Swift Wind Demon Wolf 18 slashes? Is this Battle Wolf Feng's Ocean? Looking at the arrogant, masked silver-haired youth in the center, Mu Yang couldn't help but muse. The reason he called Feng Ziotian a battle wolf rather than a simp was simple. In the original story, Feng Ziotian eventually won the heart of his cousin Hua Wu. If a pursuer fails to win over their love interest, They're merely a simp. But if they succeed, they become a battle wolf who triumphantly earns the beauty's affection. Of course, that's a future event. For now, Feng Xiaoshan hadn't even met his cousin Huo yet. The next moment, as Mu Yang noticed Feng Xiaoshan's soul rings yellow, purple, he couldn't help but inwardly complain. After all, in the original story, Feng Xiaoshan was 24 during the Soul Master tournament. At this point, there were still nearly 6 years until that tournament, meaning Feng Xiaoshan was already an 18-year-old young man. An 18-year-old born with innate full soul power, yet he still hadn't reached the 4th soul ring. He was likely far from rank 40, which left Mu Yang puzzled as to how Feng Xiaoshan trained. Even if he spent all his time perfecting the so-called Swift Wind Demon Wolf 18 slashes, it didn't explain why his soul power progress was so slow. To Mu Yang, someone with innate full soul power who hadn't reached the Soul Ancestor rank, 4 rings, by 16 was a definite failure. Even Daimabai, a notorious libertine, had reached rank 37 at the age of 15. And Daimabai didn't have innate full soul power, he wasn't even born with rank 9 soul power. If he had been born with rank 9 or above, as someone with the potential to inherit a titled Luo legacy, the competition for the Starluo Empire's throne would have ended the day he awakened his martial soul. If Shui Binger, Huo, and others had gotten typical supporting roles, then Feng Xiaoshan, with his innate full soul power, seemed to have received a poorly written side character script. Wasting his prime training years perfecting a self-created soul skill while neglecting soul power cultivation was baffling. And to top it off, Feng Xiaoshan's self-created soul skill, despite all his effort, wasn't particularly outstanding. It didn't even seem as effective as Tang Hao's Disorder's splitting wind hammer technique. Big sis, this guy's so arrogant. Why doesn't anyone deal with him? Pointing to Feng Xiaoshan, who stood in the center like he owned the world, Mu Yang asked Huo. This young man was far too cocky, he clearly needed a good beating. Smirking, Huo replied, before I came to find you, a senior from our academy with rank 39 soul power had the same thought. But guess what? He lasted less than a minute before losing. To be fair, Feng Xiaoshan's soul power might not be very high, but his combat strength was solid. His 3rd soul skill gave him a flying advantage, and his self-created skill had decent power, making him a formidable opponent among 3-ring soul elders. Few of the same rank could defeat him. Moreover, since Feng Xiaoshan hadn't reached rank 40, older students who were already soul ancestors couldn't step in. After all, it was just sparring. Using rank suppression to win would be shameful. And if they lost despite their rank advantage, it wouldn't just be an individual humiliation, it would shame the entire academy. Suddenly, Mu Yang caught a glimpse of 2 blue-haired figures approaching. It was Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Good morning, Binger, Yuer. Mu Yang greeted the sisters. Good morning, Zhao Mu Yang. Huh? Why do you look even paler than yesterday? Shui Binger was about to respond when she noticed Mu Yang's slightly worse complexion compared to the day before. Concern filled her voice. Really? I think I've always looked like this. Mu Yang shook his head. In reality, there was a difference. Yesterday when they met, it was already noon, several hours after Mu Yang had finished using his ability to deduce cultivation methods in the morning, giving his spiritual energy time to recover. But now, only an hour or so had passed since his morning deductions, so his condition naturally looked slightly worse. It wasn't very obvious, though. If there was any time of day when Mu Yang's physical and mental state was at its peak, it was right before he began his evening deduction practice. Chapter 32, earlier, I was speaking too loudly. Binger, Yuer, didn't anyone else from Skywater Academy come? Not seeing any other students from Skywater Academy in the training ground, Mu Yang couldn't help but ask. No, since there's less than a year left before the Soul Master tournament, the current Skywater team had already gone out for training before we came to Blazing Academy. Shui Binger shook her head. Sending tournament teams out to train was not unique to the Heaven Imperial Academy, most advanced Soul Master academies did the same. Firstly, it was to find different opponents and accumulate real combat experience. Secondly, of course, it was to compete in large city arenas and earn money, alleviating the academy's financial pressure. If the team was strong enough, they could easily earn some side money through bets or duels, moving from one place to another. While it might not make the academy instantly rich, earning a little extra was certainly possible. Besides, students also had to eat. Unless they were from extremely wealthy families, who would mind earning some extra money while gaining combat experience. With the background of advanced Soul Master academies, as long as they played by the rules, the arenas absolutely wouldn't dare to refuse payment or force them into rigged matches. Otherwise, even if the academy's strength was lacking, the Heaven Empire's officials would not sit idly by. For this year's Skywater team, only exceptionally talented but young students like Shui Binger remained at the academy. As for the mediocre leftovers, Shui Yanyu naturally didn't want to bring them along. After all, with the 5 elemental academies gathered, students from each academy would inevitably spar and exchange techniques. If the mediocre leftovers couldn't hold their own, it was better not to bring them at all. At this moment, a commotion once again broke out in the training ground. On the field, seeing no one step up to challenge him, the continuously victorious Feng Zioshan arrogantly boasted again, "There are so many people here, yet no 3 ring soul elders dare to fight me?" As expected, below the 4 rings, I, Feng Zioshan, am invincible. After a pause, Feng Zioshan continued, "TCH, in my opinion, the leader of these elemental academies still has to be my Divine Wind Academy. By the way, where are the people from Blazing Academy? You're the hosts here, is this how you treat your guests? Of course, if you Blazing Academy folks are too afraid to fight, just say so. I won't take it to heart," he added, showcasing his magnanimity, arrogance, to the fullest. "White-haired freak, what nonsense are you spewing? I've seen arrogant people, but never someone as shameless as you. Being a 3-ring soul elder is such a big deal? When I advance to 3 rings, I'll definitely hang you up and beat you." Hueco couldn't stand Feng Zioshan's provocations, especially when he directed his words at her academy. Hands on her hips, she retorted mercilessly. Regardless of whether she could actually defeat him after advancing to 3 rings, Hueco would never lose her momentum. "Oh? I'll be." Feng Zioshan began to respond with his usual arrogance, but when his gaze shifted to the girl beside Mu Ying, he froze. A delicate figure, fair skin, exquisite features, and a pair of silver-tinged bright eyes. Her golden patterned red dress, coupled with her fiery short hair, was like a flame that scorched his heart. Though she seemed a bit temperamental, Feng Zioshan saw her as a girl of genuine character, which only enhanced her charm in his eyes. Feng Zioshan, uh-oh, this is the feeling of falling in love. Humphrey. Noticing this white-haired freak staring at her lecherously, Hueco frowned and snorted coldly. Her already low opinion of him instantly dropped to rock bottom. Coming back to his senses, Feng Zioshan awkwardly stepped off the field and walked toward Mu Ying and the others. "Hello, beautiful girl. My name is Feng Zioshan, from Divine Wind Academy. May I know your name? Earlier, I was speaking too loudly. Please don't take it to heart." Feng Zioshan tried to play the gentleman, bowing politely to Hueco. Hearing this, Mu Ying's face showed a strange expression. "Good grief," he thought. "You just provoked Blazing Academy and annoyed my cousin Hueco. Now you're smitten and trying to flirt? If you think you have a chance, I'll eat my hat upside down. Zhao Yang, we'll keep this grudge in mind for now. Train hard and teach him a lesson in the future." Hueco ignored Feng Zioshan completely and turned to pat Mu Ying's shoulder. Though Feng Zioshan was indeed arrogant, Hueco had to admit that his self-created soul skill and flying ability gave him a dominant advantage at the 3-ring stage. But that was it. Judging by his age, Feng Zioshan was clearly several years older than her, yet his soul power hadn't reached 4 rings. This showed his cultivation talent wasn't all that exceptional. She might not be able to beat him, but Hueco believed her little cousin Mu Ying would easily surpass Feng Zioshan in the future. Seeing her confidence, Mu Ying nodded slightly, looking at Feng Zioshan with a hint of pity. When pursuing a girl, the worst outcome isn't rejection, it's being completely ignored, treated like air. Perhaps the reason Feng Zioshan had such difficulty pursuing Hueco in the original storyline was not just because of his low emotional intelligence. His atrocious first impression likely sealed his fate. Otherwise, given his overall qualities, chasing Hueco wouldn't have been that hard, right? While Mu Ying silently mourned for Feng Zioshan, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer next to him looked confused. Little Mu Ying is a food-type soul master. Even if he cultivates well in the future, he won't be able to teach Feng Zioshan a lesson, right? Why does Hueco seem so confident? We don't get it. Hey, are you trying to chase my cousin? Mu Ying asked Feng Zioshan. Hearing this, Feng Zioshan, stuck in an awkward silence, gratefully looked at Mu Ying for breaking the tension. Nodding, he replied, "A fair lady is a gentleman's desire. But little one, I'm not Hey. I'm Feng Zioshan. What's your name?" "Hey." Mu Ying chuckled softly and curled his lips. "I called you Hey. I didn't call you white-haired freak. And that's already considering Divine Wind Academy's face. Otherwise, based on what you just said, Blazing Academy could kick you out right now. After all, the reason the 5 elemental academies had gathered today was all thanks to the whale glue. Blazing Academy's relationship with Divine Wind Academy was similar to its relationship with Skywater Academy. Previously, Huolai had told him that the academy shared the whale glue secret with Skywater Academy for free. If they shared it with Skywater Academy, then Divine Wind Academy must have received it as well. In other words, Divine Wind Academy was taking advantage for free. As beneficiaries, Feng Zioxian's disrespectful words toward Blazing Academy were disgraceful. If Divine Wind Academy's upper management had been present, they would have been ashamed to no end. Seriously, you got something for free and this is how you thank us? Chapter 33, Are You Even Capable, Scrawny Wolf? Hey Feng Zioxian let out an awkward laugh, unsure of how to respond. How old are you? Ever dated a girl before? What's your soul power level? Any family members? Oh, right, take off that mask. You're young, what's with the mystery? Mu Yang bombarded him with a series of soul-piercing questions. Feng Zioxian? Well, I'm 18, never dated anyone, I'm a rank 36 assault-type battle soul elder, and I'm an orphan. Feng Zioxian said awkwardly after taking off his mask and sneaking a glance at Hueco. To be fair, Feng Zioxian didn't wear the mask because he was ugly. While he wasn't some unparalleled heartthrob, he could still be considered decently handsome. TCH 18 years old and only a rank 36 soul elder? Are you even capable, scrawny wolf? Mu Yang teased, shaking his head. If it were someone else, Mu Yang wouldn't have said this. After all, soul masters couldn't control their cultivation talent. The vast majority of soul masters couldn't even reach rank 36 by 18, and many soul masters had a lifetime ceiling far below that. Saying this might hurt someone's pride. But Feng Zioxian was different. Mu Yang knew he was born with full innate soul power. Even if Feng Zioxian currently had no connection to his cousin Hueco, Mu Yang couldn't help but feel regret for him. With innate full soul power as a starting point and his first soul ring close to the optimal limit, boosting him 2 levels, followed by his second and third soul rings adding 1 level each, that would total 14 levels of soul power. In other words, Feng Zioxian had spent roughly 12 years since awakening his martial soul, yet he had only improved 22 levels on his own, averaging less than 2 levels per year. Seriously? This is called innate full soul power? Who says I'm not capable? I have innate full soul power. Feng Zioxian stiffened his neck and defended himself. Also, he was a wolf, not a dog. TCH, you're claiming innate full soul power? Come on, tell me, how is it that you're already 18 and only at rank 36? Mu Yang asked with disdain. Unconvinced, Feng Zioxian replied, that's because I focused on creating my own soul skill. PFFT. Hearing this, Mu Yang clicked his tongue and shook his head. If someone with innate full soul power focuses on proper cultivation, they'd reach the 5-ring level before 20, no problem. By 18, you'd definitely be above rank 45. I don't know what kind of guys my cousin likes, but I can tell you for sure she won't like someone who spouts nonsense. If you're really born with innate full soul power, prove it to me. Forget next year's Soul Master tournament. In the tournament after that, if you advance to a 5-ring Soul King, then I'll believe you're truly innate full soul power. You have almost 6 years to go from rank 36 to rank 50. For someone born with full innate soul power, that shouldn't be any pressure at all. Also, let me give you some advice, you're in your prime cultivation years. Don't waste your energy creating soul skills. Focus on cultivation, that's the right path. Even if you want to create your own soul skills, do it later, when your soul power levels are higher, and your advancement slows down. After this lengthy speech, Mu Yang wasn't trying to be mean. He genuinely hoped Feng Zioxian would get back on the right track. From the original storyline, Mu Yang knew that Feng Zioxian was a good man. And judging by his persistent simping, Mu Yang figured there was a good chance his cousin Hueco wouldn't resist him forever. He might just end up as her future husband. Even putting that aside, Mu Yang still valued Feng Zioxian. Having read the original, Mu Yang knew the continent would fall into chaos in the future. Excluding Elephant Armor Academy, which backed the Elephant Armored Sect, and Thunderclap Academy, tied to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the remaining Elemental Academies, Blazing Academy, Skywater Academy, and Divine Wind Academy would inevitably merge into a single entity. When that time came, he and Feng Zioxian would essentially be on the same side. Naturally, Mu Yang didn't want Feng Zioxian to waste his prime cultivation years. Zhao Yang, why are you even talking to this white-haired freak? Binger, Yoer, let's go. Still angry at Feng Zioxian, Hueco pushed Mu Yang, Shui Binger, and Shui Yoer to leave. Hey Zhao Yang's sister, I'll prove myself to you. Watching Hueco's retreating back, Feng Zioxian shouted loudly. Since he didn't yet know Hueco's name, he could only call her Zhao Yang's sister. Hearing Feng Zioxian's words, Hueco's footsteps sped up slightly. What is this white-haired freak babbling about? Does he really think I'd like someone so arrogant and rude? Elsewhere, inside a meeting room, the headmaster of Blazing Academy, Huo, along with 4 vice headmasters including Muzu, sat alongside Skywater Academy's headmaster Shui Yinyu, Divine Wind Academy's headmaster Feng Zhen, Thunderclap Academy's headmaster Lei Bashan, and Elephant Armor Academy's headmaster Hu Yanhong.
Behind Huo Lai stood a slightly nervous red-brown-haired youth. Huo Lai, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop beating around the bush. The dark-skinned, towering Hu Yanhong, easily over 2.4 meters tall and resembling a black gorilla, spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. Initially, Hu Yanhong hadn't planned on coming when he received the invitation from Blazing Academy. After all, Elephant Armor Academy and Blazing Academy never saw eye to eye, so there was no need to waste time fostering goodwill. But when he noticed the letter mentioned a significant discovery to be shared with the elemental academies, he changed his mind. Bringing his wallet? No big deal. If Blazing Academy truly had a remarkable discovery that could benefit them, Elephant Armor Academy would be willing to pay the price. Once Hu Yanhong spoke, the burly Lei Bashan nodded. That's right, Huo Lai. Just say it. If this significant discovery of yours is worthwhile, Thunderclap Academy is willing to pay for it. Hearing this, Shui Yinyu and Feng Zan exchanged a subtle look. It seemed Blazing Academy planned to make Elephant Armor Academy and Thunderclap Academy pay for this discovery. But this was understandable. Those two academies were different from the other three. They were backed by two of the 7 great sects on the continent, meaning their academies' allegiances followed their respective sects. Especially Elephant Armor Academy, which might as well be considered a branch of Spirit Hall rather than a Heavened Empire Soul Master Academy. With differing allegiances, it was only natural their relationship was less amicable, and paying a tuition fee was to be expected. Alright, then I won't hold back. Huo Yan, release your soul rings. Nodding, Huo Lai gestured toward the youth behind him. Yes, Headmaster. Fire Crane, possess. With a soft shout, fire element soul power surged around Huo Yan as a crimson crane spirit manifested. His index fingers turned into crane talons, and 3 soul rings yellow, purple rose and moved rhythmically around him. Chapter 34, on the correct way to free ride. Isn't it just a 3-ring soul elder? What's so impressive about that? After glancing at Huo Yan, unable to discern anything special, the blunt Hu Yanhong asked in confusion. At this moment, compared to Hu Yanhong, Lei Bashan, who had been observing carefully, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He turned to look at Huo Lai and asked solemnly, a 3rd soul ring of around 2,000 years? Is this the major discovery you mentioned? Even though both were Millennium soul rings, upon closer inspection, it was possible to distinguish the difference between a 1,500-year soul ring and a soul ring of over 2,000 years. Both appeared purple, but the latter's shade was undoubtedly deeper. Although it wasn't impossible to attach an over-limit soul ring by refining a soul bone to enhance one's physical fitness, in this situation, it obviously wasn't due to a soul bone. Otherwise, Huo Lai wouldn't have specifically brought it up. Brother Lei has sharp eyes, it is indeed a 3rd soul ring of over 2,000 years. And Huo Yan hasn't refined any soul bones. Huo Lai said with a smile. These words immediately caused Lei Bashan and Hu Yanhong to widen their eyes. They might not be the most knowledgeable, but as experienced individuals, they clearly understood the benefits of soul masters being able to attach over-limit soul rings. Moreover, unlike the rarity of refining valuable soul bones, this method discovered by Blazing Academy was likely applicable to most soul masters, rather than being an isolated case. In fact, it wasn't just Huo Yan in Blazing Academy who had attached an over-limit soul ring. Mu Ying had done so as well. And compared to a 2nd soul ring of 1,000 years, a 3rd soul ring of over 2,000 years was even less able to reflect the full effect of the whale glue. However, if possible, Huo Lai didn't want Mu Ying to enter the sights of certain powers too early. Yes, he specifically meant the ambitious Spirit Hall. Hu Yanhong was a direct member of the Elephant Armor Clan, and the Elephant Armor Clan was essentially a lackey of the Spirit Hall. If Blazing Academy produced such a genius, Hu Yanhong would undoubtedly report it to the Spirit Hall. To the Spirit Hall, geniuses outside their ranks were unpredictable variables. Even if Mu Ying appeared to be only a food-type soul master, there was no guarantee that the Spirit Hall wouldn't take covert actions. Preemptively eliminating talented soul masters not belonging to their forces, especially potential threats, was a practice loved by all major powers. Of course, purely academy-based forces were exempt from this practice. Academy-based forces were merely platforms for nurturing soul masters and generally did not conflict with other powers' interests. Without conflicts of interest and with their respectable strength, most forces dared not provoke them, so they rarely had enemies. As long as no one caused trouble, even if other powers produced super geniuses, it wouldn't significantly impact the academy itself. You fight your wars, I only train students. As for where graduates go after leaving, that depends on what conditions you offer to attract them. Because of this, the renowned advanced soul master academies on the continent had vast networks. Their graduates were scattered across all major powers, with some exceptional ones even reaching high positions. Snapping back to the moment, Lei Bashan quickly stood up, walked over to Huo Yan, and grabbed his arm to inspect it carefully. After a while, Lei Bashan let go, turned to Huo Lai, and said, "Indeed, there are no signs of soul bone refinement. Brother Huo, name your price for this method of attaching over-limit soul rings. My Thunderclap Academy will buy it." Thunderclap Academy was backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, one of the 3 upper clans on the continent. Though not as extravagant as the 7th Treasure Glaze Tile Clan, they were by no means short on gold soul coins. Moreover, if Thunderclap Academy bought it, it would essentially mean the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan bought it as well. After reporting this method, Thunderclap Academy would likely even get reimbursed by the clan. My Elephant Armor Academy as well. Hu Yanhong chimed in. If Lei Bashan thought this way, Hu Yanhong certainly did too. Compared to Thunderclap Academy, the Elephant Armor Academy had not only the Elephant Armor clan as its backer but also a greater reliance on an even larger backer. If they bought this method, the Elephant Armor Academy could share it with the Elephant Armor clan, and the clan would pick up the tab. When the Elephant Armor clan obtained this method, reporting it to the Spirit Hall would likely earn them praise from the Pope herself. At this moment, Hu Yanhong's little schemes were practically audible as he calculated. However, what Hu Yanhong didn't know was that the envoy from the Spirit Hall, carrying gold soul coins, was already on the way to Blazing Academy. Later, while the Elephant Armor clan might pay on behalf of the Elephant Armor Academy, whether the Spirit Hall would reimburse them or how they would react after discovering they had paid extra due to communication delays was still an unknown. Haha, thank you, Brother Lei and Brother Hu, for your generosity. To be honest, our Blazing Academy made a significant investment to achieve this discovery. Huo, explain it to the 2 Academy Masters in detail. Huo Lai laughed and turned to Yan Huo beside him, signaling for her to take over. Negotiation was a matter of bargaining, and he wasn't skilled at that. It was better to leave it to Yan Huo, whose tongue was much sharper and who was far better at it. After half an hour of haggling, they finally settled on the price of 5 million gold soul coins per academy. Lei Bashan handed over 3 1 million gold coin cards to Huo Lai and said, "Brother Huo, I didn't bring enough funds on this rush trip. Thunderclap Academy will first pay 3 million, and we'll send the remaining 2 million later." As he spoke, Lei Bashan glanced at Shui Yanyu and Feng Zhen, who were sitting there leisurely. It was clear that these 2 had likely already negotiated with Huo Lai. Even if they hadn't gotten it for free, they must have received an internal discount. Lei Bashan didn't envy them much, though. Compared to Thunderclap Academy, the Skywater Academy and the Godwind Academy were indeed closer to Blazing Academy. Moreover, 5 million gold soul coins weren't an outrageous amount. Since the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan would reimburse them, Thunderclap Academy certainly wasn't losing out. Similarly, because Huo Lai hadn't been specific beforehand, Hu Yanhong hadn't brought enough funds either. He had even less than Lei Bashan, being short by 1 million. He also planned to pay the remainder later. Huo Lai didn't hesitate to agree. After all, they were reputable individuals. Since an agreement had been reached, they wouldn't renege over a mere 2 or 3 million gold soul coins. Of course, it wasn't so much that Huo Lai trusted their character as it was that Thunderclap Academy and Elephant Armor Academy wouldn't dare lose face over such a matter. Chapter 35, Departure. This time, Blazing Academy successfully squeezed out 10 million gold soul coins from Thunderclap Academy and Elephant Armored Academy. Moreover, this was only the beginning. Representatives from forces like Spirit Hall and the Starluo Empire had not yet arrived. Even if not every force could be milked, the eventual gains would undoubtedly be considerable. With the transaction concluded, the matter was temporarily settled. Huo Lai turned to Feng Zhen and the others, saying, "Everyone, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament is approaching, and several outstanding students have also come with the academies. Why don't we hold a small competition? Consider it a rehearsal for the tournament. Unfortunately, this time I only brought 2 of my clan's children. The Skywater team has been out for training for a while now, so you all go ahead." Shui Yanyu replied, "I think it's a great idea, but let me tell you, our Divine Wind Academy is definitely the strongest among the elemental academies." Feng Zhen nodded confidently, his tone full of pride. "Humphrey, don't flatter yourself so much. If your Divine Wind Academy is the strongest, then what about my Thunderclap Academy? Don't forget, in the last Soul Master tournament, your team lost to ours." Lei Bashan sneered disdainfully. "Don't you forget either. The tournament before that, and the one before that, our Divine Wind Academy consistently had the best results among the elemental academies. Besides, I recall that 2 tournaments ago, your Thunderclap Academy didn't even make it far enough to face us." Feng Zhen retorted sharply. Hearing this exchange, Hu Yanhong also wanted to speak up to boost Elephant Armored Academy's morale. However, remembering their past performances in the Soul Master tournament, he swallowed his words. Among the 5 elemental academies,
Divine Wind Academy and Thunderclap Academy were the strongest contenders for the top spot. Blazing Academy and Skywater Academy followed closely, leaving Elephant Armored Academy at the bottom. Occasionally, Blazing Academy and Skywater Academy would overperform and claim the top position among the elemental academies. However, Elephant Armored Academy had never done so. The reason was their inherent disadvantage. Elephant Armored Academy was backed by the Elephant Armored Sect, which itself was subordinate to Spirit Hall. If talented students did not wish to join Spirit Hall, they typically avoided enrolling in Elephant Armored Academy. While Spirit Hall did boast over half of the continent's Soul Masters under its banner, the vast majority of these were commoners with limited potential. Soul Master cultivation relied heavily on inheritance. Outside of a few lucky individuals, most talented Soul Masters came from established Soul Master clans. Fortunately for Spirit Hall, its ranks included several powerful clans led by the Angel Clan, supplemented by some recruited civilian geniuses. This gave Spirit Hall an extensive core of high-level and mid-level combat power. Without this, Spirit Hall would have been all quantity but no quality. Those intending to join Spirit Hall would prioritize Wuhan City's Spirit Academy. After all, it was the strongest advanced Soul Master Academy on the continent, without peer. Meanwhile, less talented individuals who attended Elephant Armored Academy rarely made the Academy's representative team. As a result, while Elephant Armored Academy occasionally produced excellent students, most of them hailed from the Elephant Armored Sect itself. The Elephant Armored Sect's inherited martial soul, the Diamond Mammoth, was a defensive-type martial soul. Although it had some offensive capabilities, its primary strength lay in defense. A team entirely composed of defensive Soul Masters lacked flexibility and adaptability, leaving them vulnerable to teams that could exploit this weakness. Luckily, the Heaven Division's preliminary rounds offered 5 qualifying spots, with Heaven Imperial Academy's Royal Battle Team receiving a direct pass to the finals. This allowed the otherwise disadvantaged Elephant Armored Academy to consistently secure a spot in the next stage of the competition. 3 days later, early in the morning. Binger, Yoer, come visit Blazing Academy whenever you have the time. Mu Yang waved as he bid farewell to Shui Binger and Shui Yoer. At their prime cultivation age, the two sisters could not afford to remain at Blazing Academy for long. Without a suitable training ground for their water and ice element martial souls, staying too long would only delay their progress. Now it was time for them to leave. As for the small competition between the 4 elemental academies, the participants were all talented students under the age of 20 who were set to compete in the Soul Master Tournament and had already reached the rank of 4-ring Soul Ancestor. Unsurprisingly, Thunderclap Academy claimed first place, followed by Divine Wind Academy, with Blazing Academy in third and Elephant Armored Academy at the bottom. Little Mu Yang, I think you just want my sister to visit, and I'm just an afterthought, aren't I? Shui Yoer teased. Yoer, stop talking nonsense. Shui Binger chided, tapping Shui Yoer's head with a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. How could that be? You're both welcome anytime. Mu Yang waved his hands to deny the accusation. Little Mu Yang, are you sure you don't want to join Skywater Academy? If you're worried about being far from home, you don't have to. I've been friends with Z for years since you're Z's nephew, you're also my nephew. I'll take good care of you. Besides, Binger would really like it if you joined us at Skywater Academy, wouldn't she? Shui Yanyu gave Mu Yang one last pitch, unwilling to give up. And, don't say such things. Shui Binger's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly objected. She was only 12 years old, and she had no plans for romance. Besides, Mu Yang was only 8. Even if she were to consider such things, she wouldn't pick a child. Oh? Binger, are you saying you don't want little Mu Yang to come to Skywater Academy? Shui Yanyu teased further. Shui Binger. Really, aunt? If you want to recruit him to Academy, why drag me into it? No matter how she answered, it felt like the wrong choice. If she denied it, wouldn't that ruin their friendship? But if she admitted it, that wasn't right either. She definitely didn't have those kinds of feelings for a child. Enough, Yanyu. Give up already. Mu Yang isn't suited for Skywater Academy. Muza intervened, looking exasperated as she addressed Shui Yanyu. Mu Yang's second martial soul, Fire Shadow, was fire element, and he cultivated the fire attribute Extreme Flame Meditation method. Danshui Academy had no suitable training grounds for fire element soul masters, so attending there was out of the question. TCH, what a pity. Shui Yanyu clicked her tongue in disappointment before boarding the carriage with her nieces. Soon, 2 heads poked out from the carriage window. Goodbye, little Mu Yang. Goodbye. Mu Yang waved back. Chapter 36, the sun body refinement. Time flew by, and a month and a half passed. In the afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky. In Blazing Fire Academy's Fire Plant Garden simulated cultivation field, Bathed in the blazing sunlight, Mu Ying sat cross-legged on a sturdy branch of a fire tree silver flower, practicing the recently developed body refinement technique. After over half a year, Mu Ying had finally deduced the body refinement method, the sun body refinement, this very morning. Thanks to his increasingly powerful spiritual power and the frequent consumption of silver flowers from the fire tree silver flower, which had nourishing effects on the mind, the deduction speed of the sun body refinement was much faster compared to the lunar refinement technique. The sun body refinement technique consisted of two parts. The first part was the training method, where soul power circulated through specific routes in the body, tempering all the flesh, blood, bones, and organs comprehensively. The second part was the nourishing method, which converted the sunlight shining upon the body into a special form of blood energy to nourish the body refined through soul power. The two methods complemented each other, following a train first, nourish after approach to strengthen the physique and improve physical attributes. If one only trained without nourishing, it would be no different from ordinary overtraining. While no immediate effects might appear, eventually, the body would collapse, leaving behind various ailments. Perhaps due to the involvement of soul power, the sun body refinement's stages were directly aligned with soul power levels. Unlike the lunar mind refinement, which was unrestricted by soul power levels and was almost independent of the soul master system, this body refinement technique was peculiar, as it imposed a cultivation threshold linked to soul power levels. When one's physical strength was below the corresponding threshold for their soul power level, the sun body refinement offered tremendous benefits. For instance, at the beginning stages of his practice, because his physical strength was below the threshold, Mu Ying could clearly sense subtle changes occurring in his body with each passing minute of training. However, as physical strength improved and reached the threshold, the benefits of the sun body refinement would drop significantly. Moreover, when physical strength exceeded the threshold corresponding to one's soul power level, the benefits of the sun body refinement would become negligible or even ineffective. The reason the sun body refinement displayed thresholds tied to soul power levels was because the strength of the physique was enhanced through the tempering of soul power, much like a strong horse easily pulling a small cart, whereas a weak horse struggles to move a heavy load. However, to be precise, the thresholds of the sun body refinement were not actually tied to soul power levels but to the quality of a soul master's soul power. For the vast majority of soul masters, higher soul power levels often correlated with higher soul power quality. Because the thresholds were linked to soul power quality, another problem arose. Due to individual differences among soul masters and variations in martial souls, soul power quality varied. Thus, even for soul masters at the same level, the thresholds of the sun body refinement differed. Those with higher quality soul power had higher thresholds, while those with lower quality soul power had lower ones. Undoubtedly, the ones who would benefit the most from the sun body refinement were not low-level soul masters like Mu Ying but rather titled Luo with 9 soul rings. For them, the technique could quickly elevate their physical strength to terrifying heights. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was sunset. How did it get so late already? Mu Ying looked up at the crimson sun hanging in the western sky and couldn't help but exclaim. This technique was dangerous. It made practitioners whose physical strength had not yet reached the threshold become addicted to the steady and visible improvements in their physical attributes. Moreover, the sensation of the special blood energy, converted from sunlight, nourishing the body was far more comfortable than an expert masseuse delivering a full-body massage. It made his entire body feel warm and relaxed, so much so that he had completely forgotten about his afternoon meditation practice. Fortunately, the extreme flame meditation method could also be practiced at night, though with reduced benefits compared to midday. Otherwise, he would have skipped his cultivation today. Pinching his arms and legs and sensing the clear improvements in his physical condition, Mu Ying nodded in satisfaction. This time, his physical attributes had indeed been boosted by his 22nd level soul master cultivation. Of course, given that his soul power level of 22 was not very high and that he had previously consumed a fair amount of whale gelatin, his physical attributes were already decent. At this current pace of training, Mu Ying estimated that within a week, he would reach the threshold corresponding to his soul power level. At that point, the benefits of the sun body refinement would decline significantly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Mu Ying quickly retrieved a mirror from his soul tool storage bracelet. The next moment, gazing into the mirror and seeing his ruddy complexion, one that clearly reflected good health, with no trace of pallor, Mu Ying was overjoyed, a wide smile revealing his bright teeth. Sure enough, after receiving the nourishment of the special blood energy converted from sunlight, the pale complexion caused by his frequent overuse of spiritual power had completely vanished. Yes. With the sun body refinement in hand, who would dare call him frail again? He would smash their heads. Compared to the extreme flame meditation method and the lunar mind refinement, could it be that the sun body refinement is the most heaven-defying technique? Admiring his own reflection in the mirror for a while, Mu Ying finally put it away, a thought forming in his mind. There is something that all living beings in all worlds pursue. It's not power, not wealth, nor strength, it's longevity. The higher one's status and strength, the more they desire eternal life. In some worlds, the strongest beings even resorted to dark acts, slaughtering the masses and plundering life energy to achieve it. For soul masters specifically, every one of them who died of old age did so because their body functions deteriorated, not because their souls decayed. If they could exchange for a healthy, youthful body, even with a soul weathered by the passage of time, they could live another lifetime. The nourishing aspect of the sun body refinement converts sunlight into special blood energy to nourish the body. If the body's functions age more slowly, one's lifespan would naturally extend accordingly. In other words, the sun body refinement was not only a body refinement technique but also a method of extending life. Good heavens! Thankfully, no one else knew about the effects of this technique, or even its existence. Otherwise, with Blazing Fire Academy's current strength, there was no way they could protect the sun body refinement, let alone Mu Yang, who deduced it. Chapter 37, Oracle 6 days later, in the afternoon. I really don't want to stop. Pulling himself out of cultivation, savoring the euphoric comfort from earlier, Mu Yang clicked his tongue with regret. After 7 days of training, his physical strength had already reached the threshold corresponding to the 22nd level of soul power in sun body refinement. If his soul power didn't increase, continuing the training would yield diminishing returns. Thus, even as a self-proclaimed grind king, Mu Yang temporarily lost the motivation to continue cultivating. Besides, if his upcoming Immortal Herb plan went smoothly, his physical attributes would experience another major boost, far surpassing the threshold corresponding to his current soul power level. Only after his soul power increased further would he find it appropriate to continue cultivating sun body refinement. The following morning, Mu Yang sought out Huo and explained that he had encountered another haunting incident. As soon as Huo heard that Mu Yang had dreamed again, he grew incredibly excited and quickly asked, "Zhao Yang, did that lord in your dream tell you about the immortal herbs this time?" To Huo, Mu Yang encountering another haunting event was not strange at all. In fact, just days earlier, he had been wondering why that great being, after bestowing miracles, had yet to issue any divine oracles. Since cultivating sun body refinement, Mu Yang had completely shed his previously frail appearance. Such a significant change had naturally been noticed immediately by Huo and the others. In Huo's mind, this transformation could only mean one thing: the revered deity had performed a great miracle and cured Mu Yang's martial soul ailment. Combining this new miracle with the previous oracle regarding the exchange of immortal herb knowledge with the breaking clan's Yang Wudi, Huo had a hunch perhaps he was about to witness the legendary immortal herbs described in the herbal record. Hearing Huo's words, Mu Yang couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He had only mentioned a dream. And before he could start spinning his tale, Huo already knew what it was about. Impressive, this man's even answering before the questions finished. "Yes, it is about the immortal herbs. That imposing figure told me that in the central region of the Sunset Forest, there is a treasured land with a strange spring. Around this spring grow many rare and exotic herbs, including a significant number of immortal grade herbs. Furthermore, he mentioned that the leader of the sensitive clan, Bei, possesses an immortal herb called the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng." Mu Yang relayed to Huo. If Bei's immortal herb had turned out to be something like the fragrant Silk Beauty Immortal or the Snowy Swan Kiss, which either didn't enhance strength or couldn't be consumed directly, Mu Yang wouldn't have bothered to scheme for it. After all, the numerous immortal herbs within the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well were not only sufficient for him but also enough to benefit those he cared about. But Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng was different, it was not to be missed. Firstly, Huo and Huo Shuang's martial souls were both one-horned fire tyrant dragons. Although the one-horned fire tyrant dragon was a top-tier beast martial soul, it still fell short compared to the blue lightning tyrant dragon soul, barely making it as a gatekeeper among top-tier martial souls. From Mu Yang's knowledge, while the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well held numerous immortal herbs, the only one with a high probability of evolving the one-horned fire tyrant dragon martial soul was the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Though the Earth Dragon Golden Melon had an earth attribute, and the one-horned fire tyrant dragon had a fire attribute, the fusion of earth and fire could create magma. If all went as planned, consuming the Earth Dragon Golden Melon could very likely evolve their martial souls into dragon-type martial souls with a magma attribute. Would a magma attribute clash with the extreme flame meditation method? Simple, he would later develop a magma meditation method. Using the extreme flame meditation method as a foundation, creating a magma-based meditation method would be far easier and faster than when he originally developed the flame attribute method. But there was only one Earth Dragon Golden Melon, and it couldn't be split between two people. Thus, Mu Yang turned his sights toward Bei. Without a doubt, the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng was highly suitable for dragon-type martial souls.
With one person consuming the Earth Dragon Golden Melon and the other consuming the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, Huolai and Huo Wushwang's one-horned fire tyrant dragon martial souls would very likely evolve into some of the most powerful beast martial souls on the continent. The Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng also seemed compatible with his Ginseng martial soul. But compared to the complementary effects of the octagonal mysterious ice grass and blazing delicate apricot, the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng paled in comparison. Additionally, it would offer little to no help to his fire shadow martial soul, so Mu Yang didn't consider it for himself. As for the Earth Dragon Golden Melon and the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng not being fully mature 10,000-year herbs, if they could trigger a martial soul evolution, that far outweighed consuming more mature yet less compatible herbs. A slight lack of potency was insignificant. Secondly, Mu Yang didn't want Tang San to have the opportunity to obtain any immortal herbs in the future. After all, Beihe was Tang San's great uncle. With Tang San's innate full soul power and twin martial soul talent, Beihe would likely invest in him just as he did in the original story, gifting the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. Without Mu Yang around, all the good fortune in the world would still go to Tang San. But with Mu Yang in the picture, how could Tang San still consume immortal herbs? Impossible, absolutely not. Diligent cultivation, seizing opportunities, strengthening himself, and undermining potential rivals, this was Mu Yang's path to power. Tang San, you walk the path of death. Beihe. Sunset Forest? Touching his chin, Huolai muttered to himself. Alright, Zhao Yang, let's head to the Sunset Forest first. As for Beihe of the Sensitive Clan, he has ties to Yang Wudi of the Breaking Clan. I'll figure out how to approach him later. After some thought, Huolai concluded. Mu Yang shook his head and said, that lord also mentioned that the treasured land in the Sunset Forest isn't unclaimed, it's currently occupied by the Jade Phosphorus Douluo. Jugubo? Hearing this, Huolai's brows furrowed tightly. Jugubo came from no notable background, yet he had become a titled Douluo with 9 soul rings. Did he, too, once consume immortal herbs? If so, the situation could get tricky. The immortal herbs were far too valuable. Even if Jugubo owed Huolai a favor, it was unlikely he'd part with them willingly. Don't worry. The Jade Phosphorus Douluo doesn't actually understand the medicinal value of these immortal herbs. He's clueless. Noticing Huolai's hesitation, Mu Yang added this clarification. Well, that makes things much easier. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Huolai's face. Clueless? Perfect. If Jugubo knew what those herbs were worth, the situation would be far more difficult and might require some underhanded methods. Chapter 38, Jugubo's enthusiasm. By the way, Uncle, what is your current soul power rank? Mu Yang asked Huolai. He only knew that Huolai was an 8-ring soul Douluo, but he really wasn't clear about his exact soul power level. Level 88, close to level 89. What's the matter? Huolai answered directly without hiding anything. Nothing, just curious. Mu Yang waved his hand. A soul power level close to 89, after consuming the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, he would most likely reach level 90 and become a quasi-titled Douluo. Afterward, he could attach his 9th soul ring, TSK, attaining the honor of a titled Douluo. Then, with the strength of a 9-ring titled Douluo, he could approach Beihe to demand the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. If Beihe was willing to cooperate, Mu Yang could trade the useless fragment Slick Beauty Immortal product in exchange, as it didn't enhance combat power. The Snow Swan Kiss. This thing couldn't be given to Beihe. Otherwise, if someone got their hands on it and carelessly threw it into the Hell Road's Blood River in the Slaughter City, that would be a huge problem. In Mu Yang's view, the reason the evil soul masters ran rampant in the future was not only because the Spirit Hall, which strictly suppressed evil soul masters, had vanished, but also because the Slaughter City, a human trash disposal center where entry meant no return, was no longer functioning. It was just that this matter wasn't known to the world. In addition, Tang San ascended to godhood in the original story, and with the sea god's divine decree, none dared to defy him, otherwise, he would have been condemned forever. And if Beihe refused? Even without being a titled Douluo, one still couldn't refuse a titled Douluo's face. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Beihe was stubborn, he wasn't foolish enough to act so unwisely. Of course, if he didn't want the Fragment Silk Beauty Immortal product, Mu Yang could simply buy it using gold soul coins, as the Minutes clan was impoverished. That same morning, Huolai arranged matters at the academy and took Mu Yang by carriage to Heaven City. Since Jugubo didn't recognize the value of certain things, there was no need to resort to underhanded tricks. After all, Huolai had a status to uphold. It would be inappropriate for someone of his position to act like a thief. He could simply use the favor Jugubo owed him as payment. The distance between Blazing City and Heaven City wasn't too far. By the evening of the third day, the two arrived in Heaven City.
After checking into the Heaven Grand Hotel, Huo wrote an invitation letter and had the hotel attendant deliver it to Jugubo's residence. Zhao Yang, the jade phosphored Luo, is currently at his mansion. We'll visit him tomorrow morning. That evening, after receiving Jugubo's reply, Huo informed Mu Yang. Alright. Mu Yang nodded. The next morning, outside Jugu Mansion. When Mu Yang and Huo stepped off the carriage, they immediately saw Jugubo waiting at the mansion gates, as if he had been there for a while. Apostrophe? Seeing Jugubo, Mu Yang's eyes showed a hint of surprise. If his uncle Huo were a 9-ring titled Luo, Mu Yang could understand why Jugubo would come out to greet them. After all, when a strong individual visits, the host showing courtesy is only proper. But the problem was, Huo wasn't a titled Luo. In terms of status, even if Huo was the dean of the Blazing Academy and an 8-ring sold Luo, he was still far below Jugubo. Could it be that another distinguished guest was visiting Jugu Mansion today? At that moment, when Huo and Mu Yang lighted from the carriage, Jugubo smiled warmly and approached enthusiastically. Huo cupped his fists and said, "Forgive us for visiting unannounced, Your Eminence." Mu Yang saluted, "Greetings, Senior." Haha. "Since we parted in the Sunset Forest, I've missed you both. Brother Huo, young friend, welcome, welcome. Come, let's talk inside." Jugubo smiled, waved his hand, and ushered the two into the mansion. Seeing this, Mu Yang couldn't help but grow even more confused. What's going on? Could this old man be an imposter? Even if Jugu Yan had attached a super-limit soul ring, confirming the effectiveness of the whale gum, it still shouldn't warrant such enthusiasm. Shortly after, inside the guest hall of Jugu Mansion. After ordering the maid to serve fine tea, Jugubo chatted casually with Huo. During the conversation, Jugubo's gaze occasionally drifted toward Mu Yang. Mu Yang. What exactly is going on here? Why does it feel like this old man has his eyes on me for some reason? After a while, just as Mu Yang began to feel uneasy, Jugubo's expression turned serious. He dismissed the maids in the hall, then turned to look at Mu Yang. "Young friend, what's your name?" Jugubo asked Mu Yang. "Senior, my name is Mu Yang." Mu Yang replied. "Mu Yang, I recall your martial soul is a food-type martial soul, correct?" Saying this, Jugubo's eyes gleamed as he looked at Mu Yang. When he met Mu Yang in the Sunset Forest last time, he had overlooked one key detail. By the time he realized it, he had already left with his granddaughter. Originally, Jugubo had planned to visit Blazing Academy at a later date. Who would have thought Mu Yang would deliver himself to his doorstep? Yes, it's a food-type martial soul. Mu Yang nodded, breathing a slight sigh of relief. Noticing Jugubo's interest in his martial soul, Mu Yang more or less guessed why the jade phosphored Luo was so enthusiastic. The key point lay in his ginseng martial soul and his innate full soul power talent. Jugubo had a fatal weakness: his body was plagued by poison backlash. This poison didn't come from others but from his own Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor martial soul. The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor was a beast martial soul. Unlike tool martial souls, beast martial souls required a host body for activation. However, Jugubo couldn't achieve absolute control over his soul power. As a result, every time he used his martial soul, his body would absorb traces of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor's poison. If Jugubo were a low-level soul master, it would be easy to find other soul masters with detoxifying soul skills or food-type soul masters capable of creating detoxifying food. Unfortunately, low-level soul masters attempting to use soul skills on high-level soul masters would find the effects drastically reduced or even completely ineffective except for a few special martial souls. Jugubo was a 9-ring titled Luo, and unfortunately, there were no food-type titled Luos or auxiliary-type titled Luos with detoxifying abilities on the continent. In other words, Jugubo couldn't rely on detoxifying soul skills to solve his poison backlash issue. But now, things were different. Jugubo had met Mu Yang and learned that he was an innate full soul power food-type soul master. Innate full soul power guaranteed the potential to reach the titled Luo level. While no food-type soul master had yet achieved titled Luo status, if even an innate full soul power food-type soul master couldn't do it, then a food-type titled Luo might as well be an impossible dream. So today, Jugubo's enthusiasm was most likely because he saw Mu Yang as a future food-type titled Luo who could detoxify both him and Jugu Yan in the future. Chapter 39, Just pick whatever you want. Sure enough, in the next second, Jugubo brought up this matter. Little friend Ma Yang, do you have any plans for your soul skills? Suppressing his emotions, Jugubo asked. Senior, I'll need your guidance for that. After hesitating for a moment, Ma Yang replied. Soul power food capable of removing abnormal statuses was definitely something Ma Yang planned to have, and he had already planned it as his third soul skill. Don't underestimate this kind of soul power food. While it might not always show its effectiveness, when the need arises, it could very well save lives. Abnormal statuses aren't limited to just poisoning. Conditions like illness, curses, or invasive foreign energies are also types of abnormal statuses. What is invasive foreign energy? Take Bibi Dong's 6th soul skill, Eternal Wound, from her soul-devouring Spider Emperor as an example. It is undoubtedly a very powerful soul skill. This skill ignores physical defense, reduces energy defense by 50%, and once it hits, the wounds will spread endlessly. The only way to resist is through soul power until the soul power is completely drained, leading to death by exhaustion. At first glance, this soul skill seems terrifying, but if you have a soul skill capable of removing abnormal statuses, then this skill wouldn't be that significant anymore. At most, it's just a powerful attack skill that bypasses armor. Because the wound caused by Eternal Wound is a manifestation of invasive foreign energy. Of course, while Ma Yang did have this plan, he wasn't about to reveal it voluntarily. As the saying goes, things that come too easily are often not cherished. He and Jugubo were neither relatives nor close friends. There was no need to be overly eager to help. Jugubo had something he needed, and Ma Yang would agree to it. When Jugubo eventually asked about their purpose, he could take the opportunity to request some rare flowers and herbs. The matter of immortal herbs would naturally follow. Ma Yang believed Jugubo would understand these social nuances. I see that you are now a rank 20 Grand Soul Master. I wonder, what are the effects of the soul power food produced by our first and second soul skills? Jugubo asked. Senior, my first soul skill restores soul power and mental strength. My second soul skill heals injuries and restores physical strength. Ma Yang answered honestly. Hearing this, Jugubo leaned forward slightly, stretching his neck. Then have you ever considered a detoxification soul skill? A detoxification soul skill? Does Senior need something from me? Hey, playing dumb with me, are you? Fine, let me make this clear. If you can create soul power food with detoxification effects in the future, feel free to come to me whenever you need anything. Jugubo scolded with a laugh, then patted his chest as a promise. The reason he said feel free to come instead of limiting it to a specific number of favors was because Jugubo knew that the snake venom backlash problem he and his granddaughter Juguyan suffered from could only be temporarily alleviated but not cured completely unless they stopped using their martial souls forever. But as soul masters, how could they possibly stop using their martial souls? Once they activated their martial souls, even if the previously accumulated toxins in their bodies had been removed, they would become poisoned again. At that time, they would still need to find Ma Yang. For this reason, Jugubo offered the promise of feel free to come. Then I'll go along with Senior's offer. Ma Yang agreed without hesitation. Aren't you curious about why I need this? Jugubo asked. I'm a little curious, but it doesn't concern me. As long as Senior asks, I will provide it. Ma Yang already knew about Jugubo's problem, so naturally, he wouldn't ask out of curiosity. Moreover, pointing out someone's pain wasn't appropriate. As long as he knew, there was no need to pry further. Hearing this, Jugubo raised his eyebrows but didn't continue on the topic. Instead, he asked again, Boy, are you interested in joining the Heaven Royal Academy? Ma Yang. Why did everyone want him to switch academies? First, Shui Yanyu invited him to Skywater Academy, and now Jugubo wanted him to join the Heaven Royal Academy. Shui Yanyu wanted to become his aunt, but Jugubo. Could it be that Jugubo wanted to become his grandfather? To be honest, this wasn't impossible. As the saying goes, if you want something done, do it yourself. Snake venom backlash could only be alleviated temporarily, not cured permanently. If Ma Yang were an outsider, detoxification would always be troublesome. After all, most soul power food had time limits and couldn't be stored forever. Ma Yang couldn't always come when called. But if he were one of their own, things would be far more convenient. Moreover, based on talent alone, innate full soul power would meet the requirements of any parent looking for a son-in-law. Senior, Blazing Academy is quite good. I have no intention of changing academies. Ma Yang politely refused Jugubo's suggestion. What a pity. Seeing this, Jugubo secretly shook his head in regret. Suddenly, Jugubo remembered that Ma Yang and Huo had come to visit him today on their own accord. This meant that not only did he have something to ask of Ma Yang, but Huo and Ma Yang also had something to ask of him. Jugubo quickly turned to Huo and asked, Brother Huo, is there something troubling you? Feel free to speak. It's like this, they say that medicine and poison go hand in hand. Your Excellency's mastery of poison is unmatched. I'm sure you've come across rare flowers and herbs. I wanted to ask if you know of any way to obtain such rare plants. Huo said the prepared response he had brought with him. As for immortal herbs, they couldn't be mentioned outright. Those things were too precious, and they couldn't afford them. They could only try their luck indirectly. Rare flowers and herbs? Jugubo's expression immediately turned strange. Perhaps he lacked other things, but when it came to rare flowers and herbs, Jugubo was confident that if he claimed to be second, no one would dare claim to be first. Brother Huo, you've come to the right person. To be honest, I have a medicine garden in the Sunset Forest filled with countless rare flowers and herbs. After lunch, I'll take you there. At that time, feel free to pick whatever catches your eye. Jugubo said generously. After all, he was a man of status, and he didn't think Huolai would go overboard and strip his medicine garden bare. As long as they didn't do that, he could accept it. He had plenty of these things anyway, and giving some to Huolai was no big deal. As for why Huolai was searching for rare flowers and herbs, that had nothing to do with Jugubo. Maiyang and Huolai didn't ask him why he needed detoxifying soul power food, so Jugubo wouldn't ask Huolai what he wanted the rare plants for. It was personal, and he was long past the age of curiosity. The only choice was to give or not to give. Hearing this, Huolai was overjoyed in his heart but didn't show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "In that case, many thanks to your excellency." Haha, no need to be so polite with me. Jugubo waved his hand nonchalantly. Maiyang, the immortal herbs are about to be mine. Woo, we're taking off. Chapter 40, Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, Part 1. Under the enthusiastic hospitality of Jugubo, Huolai and Muying enjoyed a sumptuous lunch at Jugu's residence. In the afternoon, the three of them set off together for Sunset Forest. There was no need to explain Jugubo's capability. Once a soul master's cultivation reached the rank of 9 rings titled Douluo, regardless of their martial soul type, they would gain the ability to fly through the air. As for Muying, he was carried by Huolai, who was in the state of possession with his one-horned fire dragon martial soul. Sunset Forest was not far from Heaven City. In less than 3 hours, they reached the central area of the forest. As Huolai carried Muying in the air, Muying's eyes lit up when he saw, far in the distance, a small mountain surrounded by a layer of faint purple poisonous mist. With the immortal-grade herbs within reach, Muying's already impressive cultivation speed would further soar. Even if his 2 martial souls, which had just barely reached the peak grade level, didn't evolve, their essence would still see a massive enhancement. They would no longer remain at the bottom of peak grade martial souls. Moreover, the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well was filled with countless immortal herbs. The benefits would not be limited to himself alone. It would undoubtedly set off a chain reaction of progress, what people call one person ascends, and all those around rise as well. Additionally, if all went as expected, Blazing Fire Academy would soon become one of the rare forces on the continent with a titled Douluo at their helm. Although Jugubo didn't fully understand the significance of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, he was aware that his medicinal garden was a treasure land unparalleled in the world. To prevent the countless rare herbs in the area from being damaged by spirit beasts or soul masters hunting for spirit rings, Jugubo had planted a large number of Jade Phosphor 7 absolute flowers around the mountain where the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well was located, creating a dense poisonous mist. Anyone entering it would inevitably be poisoned. While the poison of the Jade Phosphor 7 absolute flowers could not compare to Jugubo's own Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor venom, it was still extremely toxic. Once contaminated, unless one's soul power exceeded rank 80 or the poison was immediately neutralized, the victim would perish within an hour, suffering spasms and meridian collapse. In just a few seconds of thought, Muying already identified 2 ways to bypass it. The poison mist barrier only guarded the surroundings, and its concentration was relatively thin in the air. The central region was practically clear of any mist. For spirit beasts and soul masters with flight abilities, it was as if there were no barrier at all. Furthermore, since the mist could not penetrate the ground, one could simply dig a tunnel to bypass it. While Muying's thoughts wandered, Jugubo turned to Huolai and said, "Brother Huo, this purple mist is a poisonous barrier I set up. Its toxicity is not light, so make sure this kid doesn't come into contact with it." After speaking, Jugubo flew toward the top of the small mountain surrounded by the poisonous mist, with Huolai carrying Muying close behind. Soon, the 3 landed atop the mountain. Before Muying's eyes appeared a small, inverted cone-shaped valley. Dense hot mist rose from the valley, humid and heavy, covering the entire top of the mountain like a fog. At the center of the valley, there was a peculiar oval-shaped spring. The water within the spring was unlike any ordinary spring. It was divided into 2 distinct colors, milky white and crimson red. What was even more fascinating was that although the milky white and crimson red waters coexisted in the same spring, they remained perfectly separate. Neither side intruded upon the other, maintaining their respective halves. The thick vapor rising into the air was generated at the point where the 2 waters met, continuously ascending before dispersing gradually near the mountain's summit. What a magical spring! Looking at the strange Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well below, Huolai couldn't help but exclaim. From his perception, the milky white spring water was colder than 10,000-year-old profound ice, while the crimson red spring water was hotter than any flame he, an 8-ring fire-type soul Douluo, could produce. Even a single one of these waters would already be considered miraculous. To see both coexisting in such harmony was nothing short of a marvel. Could this strange spring be a divine miracle? Huolai couldn't help but wonder to himself. It wasn't an unreasonable thought after all. Such an extraordinary spring, with one half cold and the other hot, could never occur naturally. And divine miracles? Well, he wasn't unfamiliar with them. Huolai's guess wasn't entirely wrong. The ice and fire yin-yang well was indeed a miraculous land. In ancient times, during the Dragon God War, the Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, both as powerful as first-class gods, fell. Upon their deaths, they crashed into Sunset Forest, and their bodies now lay at the depths of the ice and fire yin-yang well. The divine power emanating from the dragon corpses had, over countless years, given rise to this miraculous land. The well's unique water and fire energy had nurtured countless immortal great herbs and countless rare plants, making it a true treasure trove. How about it? Isn't my medicine garden spectacular? Jugubo said proudly to Huolai and Mu Ying. It truly is magnificent. Looking at the countless rare plants growing around the ice and fire yin-yang well, Huolai nodded in amazement. Though he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about herbs, he could tell from their extraordinary appearances alone that the plants here were far from ordinary. Oh, right, Brother Huo, because of the ice and fire spring, my garden is filled with water and fire energy. With your strength, you can naturally ignore it, but this boy here only has the strength of a 2-ring soul grandmaster. When you head down, make sure you keep an eye on him. Don't let anything go wrong. Recalling the water and fire energy that filled the garden, Jugubo reminded Huolai. Of course. Huolai nodded. Even without Jugubo's warning, he had already noticed the extraordinary nature of the ice and fire yin-yang well. The water and fire energy permeating the air was not something low-level soul masters could endure for long. Were it not for the divine decree Mu Yang had relayed beforehand that this place contained immortal herbs perfectly suited for him and that they had to be consumed immediately upon harvesting, Huolai wouldn't have been willing to bring Mu Yang down here. With that, Huolai grabbed Mu Yang and, along with Jugubo, flew down toward the center of the valley. From dozens of meters away, Mu Yang could already feel the water and fire energy permeating the air starting to erode his body. The ice and fire yin-yang well was a uniquely blessed place, with countless rare plants growing around the spring. However, ordinary herbs could not survive here, and that was not without reason. For the rare plants, the water and fire energy nourished their growth. But for ordinary herbs, this energy was akin to a deadly poison, preventing them from surviving. The same principle applied to people. Once someone approached the ice and fire spring, they would be subjected to the impact of these two extreme energies. If their strength was insufficient and they stayed too long, or failed to escape in time, the water and fire energies would cause them to explode and die. However, for Mu Yang, whose physical strength far surpassed that of soul masters at his level, the erosion of the water and fire energy, though noticeable, was still something he could endure for a short time. Chapter 41, Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, Part 2. Suddenly, feeling a dull pain in his chest, Jugubo couldn't help but frown. Trouble, the snake venom backlash is coming. Jugubo thought to himself, and immediately, his expression became slightly hurried as he spoke to Huolai. Huo, my friend, feel free to pick any herbs from my garden, but be careful, some of them are highly toxic. Also, don't go near the extremely cold and extremely hot spring eyes. I once threw a soul beast that had lived for over 50,000 years into it, and in just a moment, not even a bone fragment remained. Right now, I have some matters to attend to. You two can do as you please. With that, Jugubo quickly flew off to a cave on the other side of the mountain, near the ice and fire spring eyes, to suppress the poison within his body. At this moment, it was only the early signs of the snake venom backlash, which he could still control without losing composure. But if the venom backlash exploded, his whole body would convulse, and that would be quite embarrassing. It was better not to let anyone see such a humiliating scene. Seeing this, the two were somewhat confused. Zioyang, this spring is so dangerous, are you really going to jump in? After Jugubo left, Huolai furrowed his brow and looked at Mu Yang. Earlier, Mu Yang had mentioned that he intended to do something in the ice and fire spring eyes under the guise of a powerful figure from his dreams. At that time, Huolai hadn't known the dangers of the spring, so he hadn't paid much attention. But now, he realized this seemed extremely perilous. Of course, Huolai trusted that mighty being, but still had some reservations in his heart. Don't worry. The two types of immortal grade herbs, one related to ice and the other to fire, were nurtured by this spring. After taking them, you'll be immune to the extreme cold and heat of the spring,
so there's no danger. Mu Yang waved his hand. If he had jumped into the ice and fire spring without taking the 8-petal ice grass and the fierce fire apricot, it would have been as good as suicide. Even someone as strong as Kion Dalu would likely lose a layer of skin. But after taking these 2 complementary immortal grade herbs, it wouldn't be about death, it would be about refining the body with ice and fire. Although Mu Yang's soul power was a level below Tang San's in the original work, his physical strength was certainly above Tang San's at the time. Since Tang San could do it, Mu Yang could certainly endure as well. Alright, as long as you measure things carefully. After a moment's thought, Huo nodded. Taking the immortal grade herbs and bathing in the spring was a plan arranged by that mighty deity, and the deity was known for making accurate predictions. It was unlikely that Mu Yang would encounter any danger. Recalling the knowledge of immortal grade herbs that he had memorized, Mu Yang strolled through the herb garden, carefully searching for the herbs he needed. After a while, a faint, distinct fragrance different from the other herbs wafted into his nose. Following the scent, Mu Yang looked in the direction of the aroma and saw a large, pink flower growing by the junction of the red and white spring waters. The flower had no leaves, its stem was 3 feet tall, and the bloom was enormous, with a diameter of a foot. The flower's stamen was light purple, and each petal appeared crystal clear, like water crystal. Even though Mu Yang was still about 10 meters away from the large flower, he could still smell the faint, alluring fragrance. Fragment Silk Beauty Immortal Herb. Mu Yang immediately recognized the flower and walked over to it. Just a few steps in, Mu Yang noticed something he hadn't seen before, a light pink aura, about 10 meters in diameter, centered around the Fragment Silk Beauty Immortal Herb. The Fragment Silk Beauty Immortal Herb was the nemesis of poisons, able to neutralize all toxins, and this light pink aura marked the range where it could neutralize poisons. Having found the Fragment Silk Beauty Immortal Herb, Mu Yang didn't immediately pick it. Instead, he continued to explore. After more than an hour, Mu Yang had finally finished exploring the entire ice and fire spring eyes and gathered many immortal grade herbs nurtured by the spring. A white orchid with 8 petals, crystal clear and exuding a sense of purity, that was the 8-petal immortal orchid. A plant with fine leaves and golden flowers at the top, emitting a rich fragrance and giving off a sense of grandeur, that was the beautiful silk tulip. A magnificent, large purple chrysanthemum with fluffy petals, reaching half a foot above the flower, and a faint golden stamen, that was the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum. A simple plant with a fiery red, rooster comb-like flower that exuded intense heat, that was the cockcomb phoenix sunflower. A flower that resembled a peony, with red-tinted leaves and a small black stone at its root, containing a single pure white blossom, that was the king of immortal herbs, the yearning heartbroken red, a plant that was a deep emerald green, with clear droplets of water on its leaves, unassuming yet capable of greatly enhancing mental power upon consumption, that was the full moon wearing autumn dew, a crystal clear plant resembling a white lotus, elegant and pure, that was the daffodil jade flesh bone. A long, white plant with curved leaves, resembling the elegant neck of a swan, but extremely dangerous, that was the snow swan kiss. And finally, the target Mu Yang was preparing to use, the highly toxic immortal herbs, the 8-petal ice grass and the fierce fire apricot. Including the Fragment Silk Beauty Immortal Herb, these 11 immortal grade herbs were all the ones that Tang San had obtained in the original work. Besides these 11, there were other immortal grade herbs within the ice and fire spring eyes, such as the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, the Hunyuan Immortal Herb, the Mojade Bamboo, and the Starluo Spirit Pearl. However, as Mu Yang had expected, only these 11 herbs had matured, while the others, including the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, were still in an immature state. Mu Yang then took out the golden jade tools he had prepared earlier from his soul guide storage bracelet and began harvesting. After a busy session, Mu Yang had gathered 10 immortal grade herbs, including the unripe Earth Dragon Golden Melon. He left behind the roots or seeds for all of them except the yearning heartbroken red, which was a special case. As for the other unripe herbs, Mu Yang didn't touch them. He already had enough herbs, and he wanted to leave something for Jugubo, the owner of the garden. Since Jugubo didn't recognize their value, Mu Yang didn't feel too bad taking so many, but he didn't want to wipe the entire garden clean. Plus, Mu Yang remembered that although Jugu Yan had decent talent, it wasn't enough to reach the level of a 9-ring titled Luo. He decided to leave some for her, so she could at least become a titled Luo in the future. Of course, Mu Yang wasn't planning on telling Jugubo about the effects of these immortal grade herbs right now. That would wait until he had become stronger. If Jugubo found out, he might even flip out to make up for his losses. Chapter 42, Ice and Fire Spring Eyes, Part 3. Soon, by the edge of the ice and fire spring eyes, Mu Yang took off all his clothes, leaving only his last pair of shorts. He placed his clothes by the shore, even removing the soul guide storage bracelet on his wrist. He was about to take the 8-petal ice grass and the fierce fire apricot, then jump into the ice and fire spring eyes for a bath.
The extremely cold and scorching waters in the spring weren't something that ordinary clothes and soul tools could endure, so he couldn't bring them along for the bath. Otherwise, the small treasury inside the soul guide storage bracelet and the many immortal great herbs he had just acquired would bid him goodbye. Are you ready? Standing next to Mu Yang, Huo Lai, holding an iron dagger and a jade piece, asked in a deep voice. Let's go. Mu Yang glanced at the 8-petal ice grass on the opposite bank and the fierce fire apricot about 10 meters away from him. He nodded. Seeing this, Huo Lai's expression became serious. He aimed at the stem of the 8-petal ice grass across the spring, turned his wrist with strength, and threw the iron dagger. Whoosh thud, a faint sound of air being cut through followed by a flash of cold light. The 8-petal ice grass fell and landed on the shore. Immediately, a chill spread out, and the herbs growing near the 8-petal ice grass were covered with a thin layer of white frost. Whoosh, Huo Lai threw the jade piece and cut down the fierce fire apricot. The next second, a scorching aura spread out, and the herbs near the fierce fire apricot immediately withered under the intense heat. Taking a deep breath, Huo Lai focused on the 8-petal ice grass that had fallen on the shore. Soul power surged in his hand, and with a flick of his hand, the 8-petal ice grass lifted into the air, crossed above the ice and fire spring eyes, and landed near the fierce fire apricot. The two immortal herbs, upon contact, each emitted faint colors, the 8-petal ice grass showing a light red glow and the fierce fire apricot emanating a soft white mist. The 8-petal ice grass and the fierce fire apricot, unlike other immortal herbs, each contained strong poison, the poison of ice and fire, making them unsuitable for consumption directly. However, even though the two herbs had opposing properties and were highly toxic, they complemented each other. When harvested with iron and jade tools and allowed to interact with each other, the poison in both herbs was suppressed and no longer had the lethal properties they usually carried. But, after 10 breaths, their effects would disappear completely. If this window of time was missed, the herb's potency would rapidly fade, leaving them as nothing more than decorative, ineffective plants. Without hesitation, Mu Yang immediately moved forward, picked up the two immortal herbs, and swallowed them whole. The two herbs, one cold and one hot, clashed with each other's properties, but after being restrained, they lost their previous ferocity. The moment they entered his mouth, they transformed into a liquid that smoothly slid down his throat, leaving a fragrant taste. Once inside, the powerful medicinal effects quickly began to take effect. Before Mu Yang could savor the flavor of the herbs, his body suddenly shuddered violently. Immediately, a layer of ice blue light rose from under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, his whole body had turned blue. Then, a layer of red light appeared, and Mu Yang now looked like a boiled lobster. The alternating blue and red lights looked eerie, but this simple alternating process nearly overwhelmed Mu Yang. In Mu Yang's previous impression, the combination of ice and fire was considered a pleasant experience, favored by many men. But at this moment, Mu Yang no longer thought so. This was far from pleasant, it was clearly a form of extreme torture. Fortunately, Mu Yang's soul power was strong, and his sun-refining body technique wasn't for nothing. His mental strength had also greatly improved, and his willpower had significantly strengthened, allowing him to endure for the moment. While he still had some control over his body, Mu Yang activated the sun-refining body to guide the energy from the herbs to refine his body. At the same time, he staggered forward, walking towards the edge of the spring. Ahead, at his feet, lay the ice and fire spring eyes. With half a step more, he would plunge into the spring. Soon, Mu Yang sensed that the medicinal effects of the ice and fire herbs had fully activated. The impact of the ice and fire energies inside his body grew more intense and violent. Without hesitation, he leaned forward, and his body plunged toward the junction of the extreme cold Yin spring and the extreme hot Yang spring. Plop, red and white waters splashed as Mu Yang plunged headfirst into the ice and fire spring eyes. Taking the 8-petal ice grass and the fierce fire apricot, then jumping into the spring to bathe, required timing. If the herb's medicinal effects weren't fully activated before entering the spring, it would be suicidal rather than a body-tempering session. Even a titled Douluo would struggle to survive the extreme cold and heat of the spring, which could take his life in an instant, reducing him to nothing but a pile of bones. However, if the medicinal effects of the ice and fire herbs were fully activated, and he failed to withstand the initial wave of impact, he would faint by the shore and miss the opportunity to jump into the spring, which would be just as deadly. After all, without the pressure of the ice and fire spring eyes, he couldn't possibly endure the overwhelming ice and fire energy of the two immortal herbs on his own. Before coming to the ice and fire spring eyes, Mu Yang had already anticipated the suffering he would endure. But now, he realized he had slightly underestimated it. Although the ice and fire energy from the two immortal herbs had been partially neutralized earlier, once inside his body, it went wild, causing havoc. Compared to the soul power in Mu Yang's body, the medicinal power of the herbs was vast and mighty. Furthermore, The clash between ice and fire created an energy burst that Mu Yang simply couldn't resist. Soon after falling into the ice and fire spring eyes, Mu Yang fell unconscious and gradually sank into the water. What Mu Yang didn't know was that for some unknown reason, after he fell unconscious, the sun-refining body technique didn't stop. It continued to guide the overwhelming ice and fire energy to refine his body. Moreover, this ice and fire energy was not the same as ordinary soul power. It not only refined the body but also contained a rich vitality. While refining and strengthening his body, it also nourished him, preventing the harmful effects of continuous refining. At this moment, Mu Yang's figure was submerged in the ice and fire spring eyes, but on the shore, Huo breathed a sigh of relief. There was no other reason. Although Mu Yang had sunk under the water, Huo could clearly see that the extreme cold and heat of the spring, which even a titled Luo would struggle to withstand, had not harmed Mu Yang at all. As expected, the arrangement by the great deity is flawless. It's my lack of experience that caused me to doubt. Huo thought to himself. Chapter 43, You are electricity, you are light. As time gradually passed, the moon rose high in the sky. The thick water mist blocked the starry sky's light, but the ice-fire yin-yang eye was far from dim. The red and white lights emitted by the scorching yang spring and the extreme cold yin spring, although not as brilliant as the blazing sun in the daytime sky, illuminated the area around the spring. Suddenly, Huo, who had been paying attention to the spring from the shore, noticed ripples appearing on the once calm water's surface. Soon, a small figure shot up to the sky, a glistening body rising from below the surface. Seeing that Mu Yang had surfaced, Huo's face lit up with joy. But the next moment, a strange expression appeared on Huo's face as he noticed that Mu Yang's once fiery red hair had turned ice blue. Could it be a martial soul mutation? Huo couldn't help but wonder. Martial souls have a significant impact on soul masters, even affecting their personalities to some degree. Of course, this influence is not absolute. Otherwise, someone with a six-winged angel martial soul, like Kaiang Sunji, could never have committed the secret room incident. Aside from personality, a martial soul also influences a soul master's appearance, with hair color being a notable example. The Flame Academy had studied and concluded that if one parent has red hair and a fire-type martial soul, the child may awaken a fire-type martial soul unless their hair is already red. In that case, they will undoubtedly awaken a fire-type martial soul. Previously, Mu Yang's hair color was red, which was closely linked to his fire shadow martial soul. But now, with his hair turning blue, it was obvious that after taking the immortal grade herbs, his fire shadow martial soul had mutated and evolved, likely into a nice attribute martial soul. Perhaps not only the fire shadow martial soul but also his previously attribute-less ginseng martial soul had mutated. However, Huo was puzzled as to why, after taking a combination of fire and ice immortal herbs, his fire-type fire shadow martial soul had turned into an ice-type. Where had the fire gone? Zhao Yang, wake up. Unable to figure it out, Huo shook his head slightly and called out to the still semi-unconscious Mu Yang. Mu Yang had a dream, and it was a nightmare. In the dream, he found himself in an unknown world. Fire meteorites rained from the sky with a deafening roar, and the earth cracked open. Countless molten lava surged from the cracks, turning everything around into a sea of red. As the scorching waves approached, Mu Yang's body dried out rapidly, and he could almost smell the burning scent coming from himself. With the lava pouring from the earth, Mu Yang soon lost his last foothold and was engulfed by the scorching lava. The next moment, the scene shifted. The fire meteorites and molten lava disappeared, replaced by a fierce blizzard, carrying a biting cold and countless snowflakes. The snowstorm swept through him, and the snowflakes, as sharp as blades, cut him into pieces as they froze him solid. Then, the scene changed again. The ice storm vanished, and once again, fire meteorites fell from the sky, with molten lava erupting from the earth. The cycle of ice and fire continued, and Mu Yang felt as though he was caught in a never-ending torment. Just when he was about to give up on life, a voice like a beacon of light in the darkness reached his ears. Zhao Yang, wake up. In a daze, Mu Yang opened his eyes. Instead of being swallowed by molten lava or trapped in a snowstorm, he saw the ice-fire yin-yang eye under the night sky and Huo standing on the shore. So, I'm still alive? Staring at the familiar surroundings, Mu Yang murmured and then looked at Huo with burning eyes. At that moment, Mu Yang felt that his uncle, who had brought him out of that ice-fire world, appeared larger and more magnificent than ever before. Mu Yang, you are electricity, you are light, you are the one and only. Zhao Yang, did you feel any changes? Huo asked after Mu Yang had dressed and put himself together, glancing at his ice-blue hair. It's great, it's powerful. Mu Yang said without hesitation as he ran his hand through his hair. Although taking the 8-pointed ice grass and the fierce fire apricot didn't improve his soul power, which remained at level 22, Mu Yang could clearly feel a significant improvement in his physical strength. If he continued training like this, his third soul ring might soon approach 10,000 years, or at the very least, it would reach 7 or 8,000 years. Besides physical strength, he also gained immunity to both ice and fire. From now on, ordinary ice and fire energy attacks would no longer harm him. Of course, since he had full immunity to ice and fire attributes, there was a limit to his immunity. While he could withstand regular ice and fire energy attacks, even those from titled Douluo, he could not withstand attacks at the divine level. However, the improvement in physical strength and the immunity to ice and fire energy were not Mu Yang's main focus. After all, with the sun body refining technique, his physical strength would definitely not be lacking. As for the ice and fire immunity, it would only come into play when facing ice or fire soul masters. What he valued most was the enhancement of his talents and the potential for his soul power cultivation, aided by the remaining immortal grade herbal energy inside him. The energy within the two celestial herbs was enormous, far more than Mu Yang, a mere second-ring great soul master, could fully refine. After boosting his physical strength and granting him ice and fire immunity, most of the herb's energy remained hidden within him. This energy would gradually be released as he continued to cultivate, accelerating his soul power cultivation. For this reason, characters like Tang-san, who had consumed immortal grade herbs in the original story, were able to raise their soul power levels much faster than their peers, even without considering the sea god assessment later on. Suddenly, Mu Yang noticed a few strands of ice blue hair falling in front of his forehead. His eyes squinted, and he tried to push the short strands down. Still blue? Next, Mu Yang took out a mirror from his soul guidance storage bracelet. Looking at the image in the mirror, he saw a handsome young man with ice blue short hair. Mu Yang's eyes widened in surprise. The red hair turned blue? Where did my fiery red hair go? Chapter 44, Fire with Ice Attribute? At this moment, Mu Yang was somewhat confused. Although he had long known that consuming immortal grade herbs could potentially cause his martial soul to undergo a metamorphosis, the premise was that the herbs consumed must have a high compatibility with the martial soul. His hair color had not followed his father's black, but rather his mother's red, which was the influence of his fire shadow martial soul. Red hair turning into blue hair, there was no doubt that his fire shadow martial soul had undergone a metamorphosis. This meant that the two immortal grade herbs, the 8-petal ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, which complemented each other, had a very high compatibility with his fire shadow martial soul. But this still didn't make sense. The fire shadow martial soul was a fire attribute. Even if it had mutated and evolved, it should have become an even more powerful fire-type martial soul. How could its hair color change to ice blue? Mu Yang, your martial soul must have mutated and evolved. Let me see it. Hueco said with a smile. Snapping back to reality, Mu Yang nodded slightly and released his fire shadow martial soul. Immediately, blue light radiated from Mu Yang's body, and as soul power surged, a nice blue figure appeared behind him. After a brief observation, Mu Yang realized that other than the color changing from orange red to ice blue, and the attribute shifting from fire to ice, the evolved martial soul seemed almost identical to his previous fire shadow martial soul. Is it just the attribute that has changed? Hueco asked while stroking his chin after observing carefully. It feels a lot stronger, and also... Mu Yang paused for a moment, then extended his right hand. After channeling his soul power, a nice blue flame, radiating an intense cold aura, appeared in the palm of his hand. Seeing the ice blue flame in Mu Yang's palm, Hueco froze for a moment, then asked uncertainly, fire with an ice attribute? It was truly a revelation for Hueco. In his understanding, fire's characteristics were burning, exploding, and high temperatures, all of which had no connection to coldness. But what he saw now completely overturned his knowledge. It should be. Mu Yang nodded. Unlike Hueco, who had limited knowledge, Mu Yang, with his vast experience in reading novels, wasn't too surprised. It wasn't just fire attribute fire, perhaps this was the first of its kind in the Douluo continent, but in the neighboring Chi continent, there were many unusual types of fire. However, the changes in his fire shadow martial soul seemed to go beyond just changing from high-temperature flames to cold flames. Mu Yang, put away your martial soul. Let's leave first. Hueco suggested after thinking for a moment. Besides himself, his wife, their 2 children, and the 3 vice-deans of the Blazing Academy, who had a deep friendship with him for decades, no one else knew about Mu Yang's second martial soul. Although Jugubo appeared friendly, Hueco didn't dare to truly treat Jugubo as his ally. Mu Yang's second martial soul should remain a secret. Additionally, with Mu Yang's hair color change, anyone with a bit of common sense could easily link it to martial soul evolution, and if Jugubo connected the dots, it might lead to Jugubo realizing the exceptional nature of the herbs they had obtained. To avoid any complications, it was best for them to leave before Jugubo returned after his unexpected departure. "Aren't you going to leave a note for the poisoned Luo?" Mu Ying asked after retracting his mutated fire shadow martial soul. "A simple note will do." Huo Lai waved his hand dismissively. Compared to proper etiquette, the priority was that Mu Ying's twin martial souls and the immortal herbs should not be known to outsiders, especially Jugubo. Furthermore, since Jugubo wasn't around, it didn't really matter if it was considered impolite. A few minutes later, Huo Lai took Mu Ying away, leaving behind a prominent wooden plaque engraved with words at the Ice Fire Spring. Before leaving, Mu Ying didn't forget to collect the 9 treasure purples oisia. Although the 9 treasure purples oisia was not an immortal grade herb, in the original story, it had helped Yu Zhaogang break the soul power limit. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. While it might not allow an 89th ranked soul Luo to break through to rank 90, it would certainly help a soul sage at level 79 break through to level 80. By bringing it back, it was likely that Blazing Academy would have another soul Luo with the 8 rings. More than an hour later, having moved far away from the Ice Fire Spring, Huo Lai brought Mu Ying to a clearing in the forest. "Now, let's try again and see what's special about this ice attribute fire." After scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense and noticing there were no soul masters nearby, Huo Lai said to Mu Ying. To be honest, Huo Lai was very curious about Mu Ying's ice attribute fire. It wasn't about the power, but because he had never seen anything like it. Mu Ying nodded, but instead of immediately releasing his mutated fire shadow martial soul, he summoned his ginseng martial soul. Essence of the 8 desolations and he. My ginseng martial soul evolved too? Just as he was about to chant the soul's skill incantation to use it for healing, Mu Ying suddenly realized the incantation was incorrect. Looking down, he saw that his ginseng martial soul had also undergone a mutation and evolution. After evolving, the size of the ginseng martial soul was still about 4 inches long, but its appearance had drastically changed. The 3 green leaves that had previously featured some blue-red patterns due to the addition of the first and second soul rings had turned into 2 red and blue leaves, shaped like hands, looking as if they were intricately carved from high-quality red and blue jade. The brown leaf stems, the earth-colored ginseng body, and the numerous ginseng roots of the same color had all transformed into white jade-like material, resembling the finest mutton fat jade. Additionally, 2 red and orange circles of patterns now adorned the plump white jade ginseng body. My ginseng martial soul evolved too? Seeing the dramatic change in Mu Ying's ginseng martial soul, Huo Lai was momentarily stunned. It was a double joy. The fire shadow martial soul was undoubtedly a top-tier beast martial soul, and to have it coexist with the ginseng martial soul meant that Mu Ying's ginseng martial soul was also of top-tier quality. Otherwise, the 2 martial souls wouldn't have been able to coexist as they did. Now, with the top-tier ginseng martial soul undergoing mutation and evolution, it might already be the strongest food-based martial soul on the continent. Due to the relatively low number of food-type soul masters, even fewer reached high levels, so few food-type martial soul legacies had reached top-tier quality. Moreover, Mu Ying's ginseng martial soul was evolving on top of its original top-tier quality. Mu Ying, did your 2 soul skills for the ginseng martial soul change? Huo Lai quickly asked. With martial soul evolution, soul skills would naturally change. Even if the effect remained the same type, its actual effectiveness would be much stronger. Chapter 45. Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng. The essence of all things in the world, red jade. The essence of all things in the world, orange jade. Reciting the new soul chant after the mutation evolution of his soul, Mu Ying's first and second soul rings shone brightly. As his soul power surged, 2 ginseng-shaped soul power manifestations, 3 inches in length and in red and orange jade-like hues, appeared. Looking at the 2 ginsengs, their colors drastically changed. Mu Ying raised an eyebrow. Originally, the soul recovery ginseng was blue, and the blood replenishing ginseng was red. However, after the soul mutation, the soul recovery ginseng turned red, and the blood replenishing ginseng turned orange. Mu Ying was almost certain that, if nothing changed, the soul power ginsengs he created from his 1st to 7th soul abilities would be ordered in a rainbow of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Afterward, the 2 ginsengs were consumed. Mu Ying carefully sensed the effects and turned to Huo Lai, saying, the effect type hasn't changed, but the specific effects have improved significantly. Moreover, the soul recovery ginseng that previously lasted 1 day now lasts 3 days. As for the blood replenishing ginseng, it used to last 2 days, but now the orange blood replenishing ginseng lasts 5 days. 3 days and 5 days? That's impressive. Huo Lai thought for a moment and nodded in approval. Compared to other system soul masters, food system soul masters were rare, but he wasn't unfamiliar with them. From what he knew, Food items like healing or soul power recovery ginseng of 100-year-old variety usually only lasted for a day. But now, the red soul recovery ginseng created by Mu Ying's evolved soul could last 3 days, 3 times as long as the usual 100-year soul food. This clearly demonstrated the exceptional nature of this martial soul. Huo suggested, how about naming your soul? A powerful martial soul naturally deserved a fitting name. For example, the Clear Sky Hammer, known as the world's strongest weapon soul, would sound a bit lackluster if simply named Iron Hammer or something similar. Let's call it Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng? After a moment of contemplation, Mu Ying said. As the owner of the mutated ginseng soul, Mu Ying could clearly feel that his originally attribute-less ginseng soul now had both ice and fire attributes after its mutation evolution. With its appearance resembling top-quality jade, naming it Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng seemed appropriate. Great. The continent's strongest food system soul, Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng. Firely said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Ying's face stiffened. The continent's strongest food system soul? Well, that was something to say once he became a titled Douluo in the food system. It seemed a bit premature to boast about it now. But since the soul was called Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng, the names of the first and second soul abilities should be changed as well. Let's call them Red Jade Soul Recovery Ginseng and Orange Jade Blood Replenishing Ginseng. Afterward, Mu Ying withdrew his Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng soul and summoned a mutated Fire Shadow soul to test out what was so special about the ice attribute fire. Although he had twin souls, Mu Ying couldn't use both souls at the same time. Not just Mu Ying, but all twin soul masters. Looking at the vast history of the continent's soul masters, no one had yet managed to use both twin souls at once. The first person who could use twin martial souls at the same time seemed to be a protagonist named Huo in later generations who condensed a yin and yang complementary dual soul core. However, Mu Ying's twin souls were unique. Because one was a food system soul, it didn't matter if he could use both at the same time. He only needed to prepare soul food in advance. The ice blue soul power glow flickered, and an ice blue flame that emitted a chilling aura appeared in the palm of Mu Ying's hand. With a snap of his fingers, the ice blue flame shot out and landed on a bush not far away. Whoosh! As soon as the ice blue flame touched the bush, it spread rapidly, and in no time, a fierce fire blazed. But strangely, the color of the flame wasn't orange, red or crimson, but ice blue. Furthermore, the cold aura released caused the surrounding air temperature to drop significantly. After a while, the bush burned out, the ice blue flame gradually extinguishing, leaving only a bit of white ash. Only fire, no ice? Looking at the white ash left behind and the ground that showed no sign of freezing, Mu Ying couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Earlier, Mu Ying had thought that his mutated Fire Shadow soul was purely an ice attribute soul, but now it seemed that it wasn't just ice or fire, but rather a special fusion of ice and fire with the nature of ice but the form of fire. Mu Ying, it looks like your mutated Fire Shadow soul can only follow the strong attack route. Huo said to Mu Ying. For ice attribute soul masters, a control route was undoubtedly the most suitable. After all, when compared in isolation, control system soul masters were generally considered the strongest among all systems, given that, in most cases, control abilities often outshone others. Of course, one could also take a route that combined both control and strong attack, using soul rings that form control techniques in the early stages and later ones that formed powerful attacks, offering a more balanced approach than pure control. However, Mu Ying's ice attribute mutated Fire Shadow soul seemed unsuitable for this. Huo observed clearly that the ice blue flames emitted by Mu Ying were potent, even more so than the original Fire Shadow soul's flames, but they lacked freezing effects. An ice attribute soul without freezing effects naturally couldn't follow the control system soul master path. Strong attack works too. Mu Ying wasn't bothered that his mutated Fire Shadow soul wasn't suitable for the control route.